Good morning, everybody. Welcome to opening call for this Monday, October 28th of 2024. I am Jack Pelzer, joined by John Hoagland. John, how's it going this morning?
Doing well, doing well. Looking forward to another interesting and hopefully profitable week. As always, my focus here is always seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. Hope you had a nice weekend, Jack.
I did. Had a terrible night's sleep on Saturday. Great night's sleep yesterday. I am ready to go. As a reminder, everyone, this is the last full week of trading before the U.S. presidential election next Tuesday. So, whole show tight race. The market should be pretty volatile next week from Tuesday evening onward. So, be careful of that. John, we got a great week here. I thought I'd hit a few news stories before we get into the eco and the charts. Does that sound good?
Sounds perfect.
All right. Stocks are up a little bit this morning because they always are. Boeing launched a nearly $19 billion share sale that would help the plane maker boost its liquidity, which is always a good sign when you're selling stock like that. Boeing, of course, has been absolutely, what's the correct word? Pummeled, demolished by their own doing over the past couple years in a big blow to American plane makers. What else do we got? Oh, yes, the Bears defeated the Washington Commanders 15-12 yesterday after a game-winning touchdown from Roshan Johnson with 20 seconds left, after which I turned off the game, deleted Twitter, and the Bears didn't allow a touchdown for the first 59 minutes and 40 seconds of the game. So
Yeah, right.
that's good. Go Bears.
Yeah.
Beyond that, we're a little light on eco this week, John. Is there anything that you're looking at?
um. Yeah. So, well, as for today, I mean, there's not a lot coming out today for sure. We've got the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index coming out at 9:30 Central Chicago time. 10:30. There's a 2-year and 6-month bill auction at noon. There's a 5-year and 6-month bill auction. But just to kind of look it through the rest of the week, we've got some housing numbers coming out. Tomorrow is international trade, retail inventories, wholesale inventories, Case-Shiller home prices, FHA home prices, consumer confidence, and the job opens labor turnover is. Yes, it's about unemployment and employment this week. We got the ADP employment report on Wednesday morning, along with GDP. A couple of notes announcements, bond announcements, and of course, always on Wednesday is the EIA petroleum status report. On Thursday, jobless clams, personal income and outlays, employment cost index, Chicago PMI, EI natural gas report. And on Friday, of course, the unemployment numbers and non-farm payrolls due out at 7:30 a.m. Central Chicago time on Friday. That's really the biggie as far as economic numbers this week. We also have PMI manufacturing final, ISM manufacturing index, and construction spending all on Friday. As far as earnings today, no major earnings. Later, after the close, we've got Waste Management and Ford. But we do have the majority of the Magnificent Seven coming out this week. Now, just to kind of go over those, we've got Google or Alphabet, whatever you want to call it, after the close, along with Visa, AMD. After the close on Wednesday, Microsoft, Meta, AMG. And on Thursday, after the close, Apple, Amazon, Intel. Lots of big earnings coming out. None of them, of course, for today, but we'll be certainly keeping an eye on all of that. And as far as the VIX is concerned, it's down about 2.25% this morning at 1926. It was 1884 on Friday at this time. Dollar index 104.21, pretty much exactly where it was Friday at this time. And the yield on the 10-year pretty much flat at 4.24%. It was 4.24%. It was 4.18% at this time on Friday. And that's what we've got as far as eco earnings and everything else. We're getting ready for a exciting week this week.
Very exciting week. We got great guests. We got great everything else. We also have great tips of the week. So maybe let's hit that real quick before we go at it. Tip of the week: know your edge. An edge can be a specific setup or a context. What market state do you perform best in? Trending, range bound? Can your risk reward ratio be considered an edge? How about your winning trade percentage? I would argue all of these can be edge. Hoag, what's your edge?
I completely agree with that. And my edge has changed a lot in the years that I've been trading. In the trading pit, a lot of folks really just considered the edge the ability to buy the bid or sell the offer. That was the edge. You got the edge on the trade because you bought the bid or you sold the offer. Edges have changed quite a bit since those days. And I would consider, Jack, one of the things that you mentioned is the reward over risk ratio. Keeping a positive reward over risk ratio can keep you positive even if things aren't going that well. 2-to-1 reward over risk, and you're right 4 out of 10 trades, you're still making money. That to me sounds like a good edge.
Remember, a futures contract is a zero sum game, so you got to have some kind of edge to make it work. There's a winner, a loser on each of those contracts. And with that, Hoag, I think we're ready to get to the charts.
Well, all right then. Good morning, everyone. Well, here is the daily in the S&Ps, and I do like to say hello to my early birds in the chat here this morning. We've got Command 88, Blue Ken, Art, Slippers, Kyle, Nick. Good morning, Fez, Chris, Rich, Theo. Good morning, Man Cave, Yabbersmack, Vincent, and Galvanizer Trades. Good morning. So here is the daily in the E-mini S&Ps. We lost about 10,000 contracts on Friday, and as far as open interest is concerned, on a down day, market did try to look higher, but sellers did come in, and it looks like we did liquidate some longs here on Friday. Well, that would make a little bit of sense, and considering the uncertainties that are in the markets and that are in the world right now, of course, everybody's going to be focusing first this week on all those earnings. And do remember, it is 8 days to the election, presidential election. I think that there's a pretty decent possibility, barring any big surprises on any of these earnings, that we're probably going to be a little bit rangy, although maybe a little bit volatile range, a little bit. Looking at the ladders here, the Nasdaq, the S&P, it looks like all of the ladders are really kind of thin. So a little bit of illiquidity. A lot of folks probably just kind of keeping the things on the sidelines a little bit. But we're going to have to see how this plays out. So, um, where do we sit right now as far as last week's range and the weekly kickoff ranges? Pretty much right in the middle. We've been pushing up a little bit to the upside, but I'm calling this really just last week's high and low. Last week's high 59.50 and a half. Last week's low 58.01 even. Really the kind of range that I'm kind of focusing on for larger opportunities at or near those extremes. Anything in the middle will probably be a little bit of short time frame or shorter time frame trades, and maybe more of a see money take money type of situation. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Ew. Ew. All right. So we did have a little bit of a gap opening last night at 5 o'clock, but the market really isn't holding any overnight inventory as far as the market opened, it popped a little bit, but it's really just been kind of ranging and kind of popping back and forth. And this consolidation does a lot to even out all that inventory. I'm not looking at a market that is charged with a lot of positioning right on the open here. So I'm going to try and stay patient. Um, the market is opening in range, pretty much inside of value. Try and stay patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. The profile on Friday was a double distribution trend day, which means that the market opened, ranged, rejected that range, and began to range lower. So that kind of puts us, if we were to open between those two accumulations or distributions of time and volume, it kind of puts us in a situation where we might come into repair. Repair would be just to come into this upper distribution, see if there's any business left to do up there, and then rotate down to the lower distribution. I've kind of got loose levels on those distributions at 58.82 to the upside and 58.45 to the downside. So do fall into kind of repair, those might be some interesting areas to look for opportunities. And again, no suggestion, no prediction here, just trying to put these markets in a little bit of context here early on a Monday. So with that double distribution opening between those two distributions does have a tendency to create repair. We've kind of coming up to the upper area of that distribution. And not only that, Where did we trade to overnight? Well, we traded to the upper area of distribution, that 58.82 level. Have we gotten down to the 58.45 level? No, not really. So a little bit of repair in the overnight session. I'm going to try and stay patient today. It is Monday. We are opening in range and in value with possible repair. Look for good trade locations as the day goes on. How about the NASDAQ? All righty. NASDAQ. Oh, 3805. Okay. Um, the daily. Well, last week we had a pretty good week as far as the NASDAQ is concerned. It seems as though where we kind of finished the week, it had some, pretty deep pullbacks, but I think that we've started to kind of price in maybe some positive earnings that are mostly coming out this week as far as the tech earnings are concerned. So it seems like we've kind of priced in some positive earnings, and we see the market continuing to try and push in that up in that direction. Where we lost open interest in the S&Ps on a down day, we gained open interest in the Nasdaq of approximately 5,300 contracts as the market did try and push higher. It did put value higher. It did try and push higher. It was again another double distribution trend day to the downside, but it performed much better than the S&Ps. The S&Ps closed down 3 points. The Nasdaq closed up 118 points, so it did perform to the upside a little bit better than the S&Ps. And again, maybe a little bit of pricing in for some positive earnings coming out this week. Where are we as far as the day is overnight inventory? Where are we with in relation to yet Friday's session? Overnight inventory pretty much flat. No inventory adjustment expected. The market is looking like it's going to open in range and in value, and it's coming off those highs here a little bit. We're kind of in the same situation as in the S&Ps. We have a potential for repair. Repair really comes from market profile or volume profile, where the market kind of opened, looked higher. We don't really have a true double distribution trend day here. The market opened and put in a low late in the session, but it did hold up a lot better. It opened, rallied, came back, and then settled. So where the most of the volume was on that push to the upside, which leads me to believe that we did bring in some new longs that are probably currently happy that we're up in the upper half of Friday's range if they're going to be looking to see if any profits in some of those trades. So again, no real overnight inventory, market trading inside range and value, potential for repair. Looking like we're going to probably open in the upper distribution. Opening between the two distributions lends a little bit more probability towards repair. But if we are going to repair, we're looking at about 20,641 on the upper area for a potential area to target repair. Well, we just got up there. What about to the downside? 20,520. 20,520 looks like kind of the high volume node in the lower distribution of time and volume. So we'll have to see if that plays out. Did we add new shorts in this market? Well, with the volume on the upside early in the session on Friday and the low volume on the pushback, looking at that as possible new longs coming in to this market. So now, what happened to crude oil? A lot of speculation on Friday as to what was going to happen in the Mideast. Well, there was retaliation. There was an attack, but they did not attack Iran's oil fields, oil facilities, or the nuclear facilities. So while there was a lot of speculation that that might happen, it did not. So now we've got crude oil marching to the downside, which I'm good with that. Still, it really remains a very touchy market. Anything that happens in the Middle East will have a big effect on crude oil. But right now, they haven't attacked anything, so it looks like supply chains are intact. Whatever it is, whatever that means. So we're opening below weekly kickoff low. And when we take a look at this on the 30-minute chart, here's Friday's close all the way up at 71.78, 71.78. We've got a gap, a weekend gap to the downside. Where did that weekend gap take us to? It basically took us to the weekly kickoff low, 68.65 even. Weekly kickoff low as we were coming into or prior to the regular trading hour open into the London session. Sellers came in and continued to try and push this market to the downside. There are some weak structures down below. There's a naked point of control down at 65.90 that could be targeted visually by traders. And as visual as markets are, if traders are looking at a level, they have a tendency to try and push price to that level. So we'll keep an eye. So we see some continuation down to this naked point of control down here at 65.90. Could be an interesting area for just to get out of some of a position, possibly an opportunity to limit risk on a new position. I personally don't want to try and fight this downside until I get some sort of structure to lean on to help me limit the risk. So even if the market does get down to this point of control down here, I'm going to want to see it come through, maybe come back above, come back, touch it, and then see the market head in the opposite direction. We don't know what's going to happen. And as we always say, ACH traders, ACH, anything can happen. So, earnings, election, uncertainty overseas, all of these things are certainly going to be constantly viewed, and anything that happens can change things in a heartbeat. So always remember CYA, folks, cover your ass. Use stops. That's it. Use stops. Even if they're catastrophic stops, if something happens, you want to make sure that you're getting out. And of course, as all of us that have been taking the Series 3 know, a stop doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be getting out at a good price. There's always there can be slippage. If you're using stop limits, those can get left behind. No guarantees with stops, but it's our best opportunity to try and limit that risk. All right. Gold. Boy, oh boy, we've had the nice run up in gold. We're currently kind of consolidating after about 4 days. Well, we're kind of in 4 days of current balance. And this is what markets do. They rally or break, and then they consolidate. And then they rally or break, and then they consolidate. And then they break and consolidate, and then they rally and consolidate. We're currently digestive. We added 2,700 in open interest yesterday on Friday on a push up to and an attempt to get above weekly kickoff high from last week, which was 2,760. It remains the weekly kickoff high from this week because there was no real or true acceptance above that level. It's still an area that I believe longer time frame traders will need to want to or be forced to adjust inventories if the situation presents itself. So far, I don't think that we've seen a lot of inventory adjustment in longer time frames, and in this current area of balance, of course, that is going to be mostly shorter time frame pea shooters, speculators like me, just kind of bouncing price back and forth. So we have the 30-minute chart here. All right. Well, overnight inventory? No. Are we outside range and value from Friday? No. Are we potentially in an area of repair? Yes, we are. We had a double distribution trend day to the upside. In other words, again, another area of volume and time, a distribution, a balance area that was left quickly, created another area of balance, and the market opened right in between, right in the single TPOs here on the TPO chart. If we could see it here, right here, little single line of TPOs. That's where the market opens. So the market is in a potential repair area, and I would say that it is currently trading at its upper distribution point of control. If we're going to go into repair, I've got it written down right here, 2751 even. Where's that high? That high is 2751.30. So we've achieved repair in the upper distribution. If this market rolls over and turns around and comes back down and checks the lower point of control in the lower distribution, that would be 2741. No. Yes, 2741. Yeah. So it's about a $10 area where the market could just kind of fall into repair and kind of balance between the two distributions. So we've got to this one. If the market turns around, it could easily come down and recheck that 2741 $10 range early in the session at least. But I know it's Monday, and Mondays have typically been not my best trading days. So I'm going to try and stay patient, suggesting everybody, if you notice that Monday's not your best day, stay patient, look for good trade locations. Maybe not, maybe don't even look for trades, because I find that when I go looking for trades, I'm going to find them and they may not be the ones I'm looking for. So I'm going to be patient, let the market come to me, and let me know, hey, this is what you've been looking for. This is the one you want. You've been looking for all these trades. This is the one you want. So, folks, take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, every day, pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day.
Let's do it. And it's going to be a great day here on Topstep TV. We have back from his exile, MP, the CEO and founder of Topstep, will be in fast markets with John Hoagland, recent Series 3 champion. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. Also joining will be Coach Dakota, fresh off the IR from 3 days of getting teeth taken out, drinking that milk of the poppy. He is of sound mind and sound trading character. He'll be here. He's the star of Slow Markets, Sunday to Thursday at 7:30 Central on Topstep TV. Also, Nick Vertick, the star of the Market Kickoff every Sunday at 4:45 p.m. Central on our YouTube channel. They're both great. They're both some of our top traders. You're going to see what happens here. I'm excited, Hoag. Are you ready to do this?
I am raring and ready to go. Raring and ready to go. Let's do it.
All right, it's Monday. Let's get weird. We'll be back right after this break. Let's get our prevent defense 3 yards in front of the goal line.
Oh, you had to do it, Jack. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Yes, indeed. We're still reeling from the Bears' loss on the final play of the game yesterday. That Hail Mary that Dakota is reveling in right now. Anyways, we got Michael Patak in the house. We got Nick Furtick in the house. Coach Dakota in the house with a very odd background. I'm not exactly sure what that is. Anyways, good morning, gentlemen. Nick Furtick, how we doing?
We are doing well, except for if you're a Chicago Bears fan and you see that Hail Mary at the end of the game. Pretty unfortunate. But what a interesting spot that we are opening up on. I couldn't really explain what the initial gap up and go kind of move was out of Globex last night. I don't know if that was a Republican presidential win or if that was some news that just I couldn't see, but we've been pretty bullish out of the gate so far in the overnight. So I'm curious to see how we open here shortly.
Yes, indeed. Did gap up on the reopen yesterday. Coach Dakota, what is that in your background?
Yeah, this is just Bears doing Bears things, right? Everyone. It is what it is. I mean, is it really a surprise? Is it? Is it really?
I'm going with CAC right now. CAC goes enough with football. 10 seconds into the start of the enough with football. Let's get to trading. So that's
all right. Well,
let's jump right in there.
All right.
So
that's what the people
what
want.
Nick Furtick was saying, and I agree. We did have, I think it was Japan elections over the weekend, and if you take a look at like the Japanese market, Nikkei, that was pretty volatile. We gapped down 2%, and we rallied 4% off that low. So we're seeing volatility across the board, and I think Hoag was talking about earlier. I mean, crude oil dropping, $4 or $5 a barrel. And this is a very volatile market session. And as day traders, we absolutely love it. So let's watch it. I'm obviously a bull on the NASDAQ. The question here is, are we going to fill this gap that we started this week? I don't know. Well, for me, it's just hands, sit on my hands, watch, be patient, and take quality trades over quantity.
I like that. Michael, welcome back. Your much deserved holiday. Andre. Question for you. If you want to put on your trading cap, you've been in this for a long time. When you be off for a few days away from the market, you come back in on a Monday, how do you get yourself back in the groove of getting yourself back into the markets and trading? What would you do in previous times?
Usually size down, usually wait for high probability trades, usually patience, usually focus on getting back in tune. Whatever in tune with you is, if it's the morning routine, that needs to start. You need 2 or 3 days before the morning routine starts to feel like your routine again, and then it gets your mind stable before you start trading. However, that's how I'd always do it.
I like that. What about in the pits? How would you get back in the groove in the pits? There's no easing your way back in, is there?
You do all that. You do the same thing, but then an order comes in from a broker and he slams you with $100, and then you
game on.
Then it's ding, 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 game on. Yeah.
Perfect timing. All right, we are open. NASDAQ, ES, are seeing some sellers out of the gate. Hoag, talk us through the opening trade here. Opening range trade, I should say.
All right. Looking here at the profiles in the S&P or in the NASDAQ, actually, if you want to go on my chart, here's the range from Friday, double distribution-ish kind of trend day. A lot of volume up here, very low volume right where we opened up. A lot of volume down here. I'm looking for this market to repair itself. Overnight session, we got up to the upper area of potential repair in the upper distribution. The market has opened. If we get down to the lower distribution, that would kind of constitute repair, and that's what I'm looking for this market to do. So when we open in range, in value, in a double distribution-ish kind of day, like in the NASDAQ, it was a double distribution day in the S&Ps. We're going to look and see if we can set up a range in between these two distributions of time and volume. Let those extremes establish themselves and work those extremes for our potential opportunities. I would say we've already repaired the upper distribution. Market seems to want to come down and repair the lower distribution. I've got a loose level down there at 20,520 for repair of the lower distribution, and we'll see what happens. I'm going to be patient today again because we've opened in range and in value from Friday's session.
Ooh, yep. 20,520. I remember that price from last week. Dakota, go ahead. We're selling off right now.
No, I mean that's exactly it. I mean, let's see if we can fill that gap that we left from the open last night. I mean, we did come down here and touched 580, and the next question is, can we fill it? I do see some support that might come into play around 50s in the 50s, maybe 50s to 60s. But here we go. Just as we're speaking, there's 30 points.
Nothing on a tilt yet. 60% short. Lots of traders trading.
MP got the keys to the house account. Host managing the house account.
73% short. 74%
73% short. Interesting.
Yeah, someone says gaps always fill.
Always.
Not necessarily. I've seen traders get caught in very, very bad positions.
Yeah, that's a bold statement. They don't always.
Yeah.
Careful with always.
Well, that is always. That's the guarantees and always and all those for sures. Those don't exist in the world of trading, so you can get that out of the trading vocabulary.
I used usually last night when we gapped up, and I said there's no time to when it usually gets filled. There could be tomorrow, it could be overnight, it could be in 3 months. We don't know, but usually they get filled.
Yeah,
you do want to be specific with your word. You do want to be specific with your words. I've found that in general. For one, to create so your bias doesn't stick, so you don't have a bias that sticks around and it stays flexible, and also so you don't like mislead people. You get newbie traders that come in here and it's like it's gonna go up. It's going to do whatever it wants to do. I mean, this is like right away. If somebody said that, I'm like, what? No, it's going to do what it wants to do. I think it's going to go up because of this, Y, X, Y, and Z. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dan Evans says there's still gaps back from 2010. Yeah, I mean, there's gaps where it gaps up, and we may never see that price again.
All right. Well, the Dow is pushing higher.
I could say gaps to the downside typically get filled a lot more than gaps to the upside because the market continues to hit all-time highs.
You see the Dow is staying strong. Buyers coming out of the gate here, pushing to highs, 42,616 last. As I saw some selling, saw bounce off the 564. We were looking for perhaps a pullback to 520. See if we can still get that this morning. We are bright and early starting this trading week off. 85% long in crude right now. 85% long in crude last price trade. In crude 67.43.
Hovering just below 600 here in the NASDAQ. We failed to retake it.
Oh, shoot. Cancel off.
Coda, you seem like you're back to 100%, by the way. Good to have you back.
I'd say like 95, 90. It still hurts to eat, like I can't eat a steak. So I'm still limited on.
Oh, well, you can pause on that for a week.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a interesting choice to immediately try to go eat again. I was thinking softer
well, bone and fillet, please, medium.
For me, it's like 100% is when I could eat whatever I want.
I'm with you.
He's ready to, have a cowboy ribeye bone in and just be like eating the gristle off of the bone.
Tomahawk with his.
You can do the thinly sliced wagyu now. The razor thin. You can do that steak now.
How would you know what that is?
There's a nice restaurant up in Salt Lake that now sells wagyu.
All the good stuff.
No Doritos or potato chips, Dakota. No Doritos, no potato chips.
Yeah, it still hurts. Don't get me wrong. It still hurts. I took a couple Tylenol before sitting down at my desk this morning.
All right. Well, good to have you back.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. The only man that'll pass an NFA exam or FINRA exam, rather, while recovering from wisdom teeth surgery. That's just
I have a great story on that. I probably shouldn't share on stream, but
well, here we are.
Well, here we are. You have to share now.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the medicines from the dentist are a crazy thing. I had to get an Uber there because I couldn't operate a vehicle, and I had to get an Uber back because I was still feeling it. I don't know. I don't even remember the entire experience. But I passed.
He gave you the good stuff. All right, here we go. More selling coming in here in the S&P or the Nasdaq tried popping about a 30-point bounce off the 564s. Now they're trying to figure out we're gonna take it to the 90s. We'll come back to 564.
Coach Jay, if you're in the chat somewhere, I know we've been talking about the 1 minute opening range on the NASDAQ. but we broke down, came back, retested the 1 minute opening range mid on NQ, and then sold off right from that again. So another day where if you're kind of watching and looking for potentially some new trades to take or some new breakdowns, breakout type trades out of smaller, tighter opening ranges, there's another somewhat example so far. Came right back to that mid.
Getting right here.
Yeah, we've got
Mhm.
S&P and NASDAQ have the opening range at the dead ass high of the session so far.
Mhm.
Opposite for the Dow. The Dow has the opening range at the dead ass low. Opposite directions again.
Crude's bouncing. Oil's just, or gold's off to the races. Gold's off to the
gold
races.
is. Look at that. Gold's crude 89% long in crude right now. 89% long in crude, average price $67.46.
Okay,
Right here, right
maybe
now.
a long opportunity in the NASDAQ, Nick, if we could break back up into these 600s.
Yeah, I'm looking like, what is that? Sorry, I'm trying to. Somewhere between maybe the 80s and 70s, possibly for a long two, if we can hold that spot. If not, yeah, the breakout back above 600, I could see at least for a trip towards 625, 626. But so far, we're just kind of hanging and at the bottom of the opening range, and it makes me a little nervous that we may go try to take out some of that volume from the initial overnight push back towards 530s on NQ. If we're to lose the spot right here, right now.
It's just consolidating right here at these 580s, 590s. It's just that range where we bounce around 20 point range.
Still strong.
God.
Strong lean, strong long tilt in the crude. Keep an eye on that gold. Just seeing some buyers right out of the gate. Gold pushing higher, 27.54. Last trade high of the day, 27.56. So about $2 off the highs there. And oil really isn't moving just yet, even with this heavy long bias. NASDAQ 67% short. ES 67% short as well. ES selling off. Hoag said dead ass high. Opening range. Dead ass high. Correct, Hoag? In ES and NASDAQ?
Yes. Very big opening ranges, though. I mean, the opening minute is it's almost the entire session range so far. Here's the NASDAQ.
70% short tilt.
Yep.
Here's the opening range in the NASDAQ. So let's call it 625 all the way down to 682. So I mean, that's a pretty sizable opening range, and it's bigger than than any extension outside of it. So really, just kind of looked at the upper distribution. I'm looking for this market to come down to the lower distribution and then focus on those extremes again. As long as we keep the opening range the high of the session, that's a tendency to keep me looking for potential shorts. Anything can happen, though.
Pushing right back into the 90s.
Pin to the top of the chat. You'll see every day, all Monday through Friday. All right, more sellers coming here. Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have those open or even have them on your charts. I know MP has them on his charts as well. We'll be
Right on my
referring to
charts.
throughout the day. Topstep daily levels. Pin to the top of the chat. Have it open somewhere on your screen. I'll go referring to them throughout the week. Currently trading 20,588.
How's the ES? The ES is a bit stronger, huh?
Zone 2.
Is there a 3-bar reversal setting up in the NASDAQ?
Yes, MP. Yes, there is. Yes.
MP.
Yeah, the break
Is it
above
really a 3-bar reversal if we're just sitting at the bottom of the opening range?
Okay.
Yeah, this is a difficult one though, because it is basically the opening
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if I could call it that, but
it's just a difficult situation. I like for us to move first in a direction and then get a reversal. But yeah, I see exactly what you see. We're consolidating here, and a break above 600,
60% short
would be that trade. I just don't like it. I see what it is.
How is everybody in the? You'd rather what?
Wait for us to either break down and then look for a 3-bar reversal, or break up and look for a 3-bar reversal. Some type of a move.
I'm with
Yes,
that,
took out the
Dakota.
low.
Let's get that other that lower distribution checked, and then we'll see what we can find there for a 3-bar reversal.
What's the lower distribution area?
So I've got
That is
kind of a loose
good
level
check.
on that 20,520.
520.
20,530 is a previous weekly kickoff level.
Oh, yeah.
20,522 is a pivot level. 20,523 is value low, according to Coach Vince. 20,524 is a value area low. Again, that's Coach Ray.
I remember 530.
We're looking at 20,604 and a quarter is average session range high, according to Coach Ray, our wildebeest coach.
Wildebeest coach. Mindset hunters.
Mindset hunters, I know.
Awesome.
Nasdaq's pushing the low.
Right here.
Push lower.
75% short micros. 72% short Nasdaq minis. Average price 93s. They're about 30 handles in the money. Nice to be 30 handles in the money on a short right now. Now you're about 40 handles in the money.
Yeah, it is.
Are you going to get
Push
paid?
lower. New lows.
Are you looking
New lows.
for?
They're getting
Hoag,
paid.
remember those 520s and 530s from last week in the NASDAQ? Very, very strong level last week.
I feel like it's been a level since like September. Like
Right?
parts
The
of September.
530s?
That 530s has been an important spot for weeks
Whatever.
now.
Yes.
Man, look at that. 20 points just
I got my-
straight up.
I got my nephew looking long term. Is this keeps texting me, Uncle Mikey? When can I buy it now? Oh, just wait.
Come on. Just tell them to buy it.
No, you
Just tell
did
me-
that to him.
It
He
worked.
calls Andre. Andre's like, just buy it. Next day, I'm like, hey, did you get all the money transferred over to your account? He's like, yeah, I got it transferred over. I'm long. I'm like, why are you long right now?
Yeah.
He's like,
Yes.
Andre told me to get long.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, made all-time highs that week.
Yeah,
Good
he
habits.
made money on it, but I got him out. He's sitting with dry powder right now. I want him sitting with dry powder, Dre.
He's paying taxes.
Dry
on it.
powder.
Always paying taxes.
Where do we buy it?
Freshman in college.
Learn
do
about
not pay
capital
taxes.
gains today.
Yeah, you're going to learn short-term capital gains, nephew.
Just put it in the tip column, so when the Republicans win, you don't have to pay taxes on it.
There you go. All right, Dow very,
Yes,
very
so
strong.
hold
Dow,
on.
Dow making highs after high after high. Last trade 42,670. 673 high of the day.
75% long. Short.
89%.
Sorry, 74%.
89% long in crude right now.
Something
67.58
crude's-
last trade. Heavy long.
Crude's bouncing off
From
70.67.
48.
Question: I wonder if crude's going to fill that gap. I mean, that's one heck of a gap from basically 71.60 down to 69.
It probably will, but we don't know when.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, good patience so far. Good patience. I like this. Only about this time I'd be asking, Eddie, what do we have on the economic calendar today on this Monday? Well, I took a peek. It's going to be out today. Took a peek. Pretty much all we got today is the 5-year. Scratch that.
Isn't there
The
a
2-year.
two-year?
Yeah, we got a 2-year. 2-year.
Yeah.
A 2-year at 10:30 and a 5-year at high noon. Interesting. Tell me 2 years at noon as well. Okay, so we have a 2-year at 10:30 Central Time, so just under 2 hours. Then high noon here Central Time, we got a 5-year as well. Bond auctions.
Got a Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index at 9:30 Central Chicago time as well.
Nick, boots on the ground in Dallas.
Yields
What do we
are
think about
going
the
up.
Fed activity in Dallas right now?
I don't know. I could go down that Fed building's like 5 minutes down the road for me. I can go knock on the door, get the beige
Pick up
book,
the
whatever
beige
you
book.
need.
Yeah, get the beige book while you're at it.
No, Nick, give me the beige book. Intern Nick, give me the beige book. That's what they used to do at Andre's
I did.
Andre's
Yeah.
prop house.
Give me the
I
beige
think we made the joke like 2 weeks ago. If you guys get an intern next summer from one of the Chicago
We're gonna
business
do it, Michael.
schools,
Oh, we're
I
gonna,
feel like we should
we're
do
doing
it.
it.
well, we
gotta
tried
do
it with Gabe. We tried hazing Gabe, then we found out he's too good to be sitting at the intern level. He was actually past intern, and then we're like, we can't really haze somebody who's already in the club. So
We're
But
definitely
yeah,
doing
I
it
think
next
someone
summer.
at a Northwestern or something in Chicago next summer, we should be
Yeah.
able to do that too.
100%.
I
Next
said
summer.
bring
we'll hit
hazing.
them.
Good hazing back. That's good hazing, guys. It's fun.
Oh, it's harmless
fun.
fun.
Good hazing. Yeah.
Northwestern has emailed me.
Yeah.
They are looking for places to put interns. We can make this happen rather easily.
I love it.
Northwestern. I don't know, Jack. It's a little soft. Want to go a little bit more.
You're saying
Well, harder.
actors can't trade?
Actors can't trade. Listen, kid, you're gonna need to come back with this beige book. If you don't come back from this with the beige book, don't bother coming back at all.
Don't come back.
Talk's going to be on a plane. He's going to be back here in Chicago. You do not want that. Go get the beige book.
You hand deliver that book to Michael. Hand deliver that book to Michael or else.
Well, we'll have shitload of lawsuits going on. Dude, we're just having fun.
We did get down to those 50s, those
50s,
550s, and then we found support right there. Like this is what yesterday, Friday. This looks like the major resistance from Friday. We got there, we found support, and so are we going to bounce off of this? Is the question. Maybe a double bottoming pattern here on the 100 tick.
Yeah, I could see longs right here.
Yeah, I could see longs as
All right,
well,
cool.
Nick.
Oh, these guys are talking about longs. Yes, and NASDAQ.
But
We do
nothing
have an
has triggered me
afternoon
in.
pullback high, which is pretty much where Dakota's looking at the resistance that came in late in the session on Friday. That's 20,567.
I'm just wondering, do we consolidate Monday and Tuesday, waiting for the big boys to start reporting on Wednesday?
Who reports
Would not
Wednesday?
be
again?
ideal. Well, we have Microsoft and Meta
make it
reporting on
560.
Wednesday. You have Apple and Amazon reporting on Thursday. So does the market kind of consolidate in the next couple days?
Big boys.
And Tesla just reported, right?
Last week.
Up 20% one day, Michael.
I know. I bought
it
100
was a big
shares
day
from
for
them
look
2
at-
weeks ago. And I felt
Look
really
at your
good.
time
Yes.
after the robot party. Yeah, you
I
bought
forgot.
it.
After
And
the
Google
robot
and
party,
AMD
I'm
are
like,
tomorrow.
This should
Yeah.
not be down 10%.
I still think
after
there's
just
sell the news, but yeah, if he actually delivers on this robot, I don't want to drive anymore. I just want to have a car show up to right outside my door and right to my next door. I don't want to drive, and I don't want that other person on the road to drive. I don't want
That's
that
the
person to be
Here we go.
upset and texting. Those two. Yes, I want the cars to talk to each other, and then I want them to go faster to the destination. All this, why, get me out of the driver's seat. Get everybody out of the driver's seat. So if the robot thing works, bananas.
Yeah, you
I
sell a
think that is the
call
only way it would
Everything-
work, right? You kind of have to have
You gotta have
the human error.
Yeah, you gotta have
element out of it.
You gotta have a 1975 F-150 in the street talking to a robot car. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wonder.
All right, here we go.
When
Here we go.
autonomous cars are actual things, can you be drunk in it?
Yeah,
get a
you can get.
DUI
You
with
You're
a
right.
can
autonomous
do
car?
Like an
whatever you
airplane.
want in it, Hoag.
Like an airplane, right?
You and Donna can on your way home. You could do whatever you want.
Anything?
All
All right,
right.
here we go.
He's very mad.
Hey, Trader Don C in the chat. Hell yeah, after going on tilt last 3 weeks, just past 5 $150,000 combines. Good job.
Nice.
Pull up in the chat. So what is your driving preference? I like
Don-
driving. Have the robots drive for me. I just like riding shotgun.
Of course, I love driving, but then you get racetracks going. Then we just all hey, you want to drive? Let's go to the race. I'll meet you at the racetrack. How fun is that? You can make racetracks through mountains and
I love this.
dirt tracks. And all.
73% short NASDAQ. Average price, 585. About 20 points in the money.
I mean, Elon's going to have everybody driving in tunnels anyway. So there's all the roads on top. They're going to be wide open. Just make them racetracks.
Wow.
He's getting us to the future quicker than anybody else.
And
Doing
that's,
the heavy
that's a
lifting,
fair
that's for damn
argument.
sure. He's catching rockets out of midair.
Yeah. Oh God. The only thing he's got to work on is dancing skills when he comes out on stage.
Yeah, he's a nerd.
All right,
Original
NASDAQ's
deal.
Going to
clicking. We're
530s.
selling off 540s.
540s MPU got a level 520, Michael. 520, big level.
With 520, we also have the 526s as a level.
Out goes Hoag. 520s.
526s. Friday's value area low.
Nice.
Yep. And 522 is also a pivot level from Coach Paul.
Okay.
Or these.
Okay.
What would be risk on this? Because what we get what always gets me a little when the market starts to build momentum. Now it feels like it's building momentum to downside, and these are numbers that are just only 20 handles away from here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So then
I
the
don't like
slip
just buying it. I have to wait and see the market.
Ooh, 125
change up.
chasing down on
Hey.
NQ.
Yes, it is. Nick, good call, Nick. Yep. Came all the way down.
It just got filled.
Yep.
Yep.
got filled. Nothing shows on the time and sales though. They're all one lots to me on mine.
Did
Same.
you pull it?
I saw chasing. I
think
don't
that-
know.
No,
if
that got
it had
filled.
hit.
That got filled. There's like 200 there.
Really? Okay.
Nice work.
That got filled.
See, now I look for a 3-bar reversal MP. Now that we started to get this
That's
move.
that's what we want. We want some sort of basing, some sort of reversal pattern.
Mm-hmm. We're almost where we opened.
Wow. Here we go. Sellers coming in. Push lower. Last trade,
Let's see if we
20,533. 534 now.
Let's see if we could fill this gap.
What's the price we need to get to fill the gap, guys?
Like 475.
Yeah,
5.
it's
Okay. Still got some.
480s, 470. Yeah, 480s ish, somewhere down there.
This is where it gets a little tricky, right? Because everyone who wants to play that gap fill might be selling down here. And then they could get caught. They could get
yes,
caught.
they
And they could get put in a very bad situation if we rally right back up to these highs.
And there was another opportunity to short off of the 1 minute opening range low on NQ again. Interesting.
75% short. NASDAQ. Oh, guys, when I quote this, somebody goes, oh, mine says something different. I look at the micros and the minis, and I say both of them. So I'll start just averaging them. Well, you guys see the minis. I believe you see the minis.
What price you
I
got?
believe.
The 73% they're short. I see 560.
About 70s, 570s-ish.
Wow.
I'm going in between. Averaging.
Gold still
Get some-
rallying hard.
Yeah. Yeah, we got some possible continuation in that gold trade, but it's too far from the IB high to try to risk that much.
Yeah.
Mo, you go. Come on, MP. I thought you were a real one. You want to give up decision making to some cars, man? Some decisions, yeah. I go to calculator quite a bit for decisions on my math.
MP's always got a ring a ding ding ready to go if you need one.
Ding, ding. Put it on. Talked to my old man over the weekend too. God, got new one-liners.
Yes, he does.
He's doing great.
Good.
We're all
Hey,
going to Disney
watching this
World.
crude. All right, crude did peel back a little bit. We saw. We still see 85% long in crude. 85% long in crude right now. As we do push higher here.
3-bar reversal on ES.
1, 2, 3.
Man,
Right down to
ES is
30s.
just holding.
Did trade down
I'm
to
gonna focus
30s.
on NASDAQ. ES is just not really volatile.
The guiding light, Anne Marie. Wait for settlement, fellas. I would have thought I put
100%.
boys in there, Anne. Wait for settlement, boys.
What's settlement at?
What is settle at?
Settlement in NASDAQ is exactly 20,498.75.
498, 490s. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that coming too. I could see 490s coming.
Mm-hmm.
Topstep daily
Down
levels.
to pretty close to that 520 level where I'm kind of saying we've finished repair from the distributions on Friday. So we start to see any kind of reversal patterns down in this area, in this neighborhood. I think it's worth a shot.
Yep, and I think
Although it's
we
hard
might
for me to
just be
say
getting
that.
it right now. We might be getting something
There you
right
go.
now. Oh, man, happened way
There you
too
go.
fast for
Oh,
me
it's
to
gone.
react. Dang it.
He's got a nibble.
Yeah, if we pull back, I'm
Nice
getting in
vision
long.
pull.
If we pull back, we might not pull back.
Pullback. All right.
20,530 is a weekly kickoff level from 3 weeks ago that I've left on my charts because I just kind of feel like it still has some value to it. And that's pretty much right where we traded down to.
I don't like how he reacted. Nope. Nope. I'm
Yeah,
not getting
Dakota.
long. Nope. It
That's
just
why you stay patient.
it changed way
Rejected.
too fast. It changed way
Yes, it
too
did.
fast.
Yes, it's still just hanging around.
Yeah, it is.
Yes. Slow to the party today.
Man, that was quite the
You know,
move.
1 year ago, we were
30
trading NASDAQ.
Go ahead.
Was trading 1 year ago, 15,000.
No,
Handle.
is that true?
I don't know.
We're 5,000
Yeah.
points.
I mean, in August we were trading 17,000s fives.
Yeah.
The low's like 15,000 in October 2023. I'm just looking at weekly charts. I'm zoomed out.
Sure.
I'm I like to zoom way out when I start the week and get back in.
Gold's seen about an $8 pullback right now. Topped out at 27.56. Last trade 27.52. I'm at $4 pullback. All right, buyers again, Dakota. Buyers are going to try capture the momentum again one more time. Can they do it? Trading 20,547. We're talking about the NASDAQ right now.
That's correct, Dan. Thank you, Dan.
We're going to see another V-shaped bottom here.
We might.
We've seen
We
quite
might.
a bit of
I
those,
think
haven't
that
we,
was-
Hoag?
I'm getting over those, to be honest. I would love to see some structure
Flashbacks.
cleaned up.
We got a number coming
Like
out.
No number. Dallas Fed and
9:30.
I thought it was 9:30.
9:30. Yeah. The NIC Tick Fed Manufacturing Index.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get the beige book after we get off here. I don't even know who the Dallas Fed president is.
Used to be a
Probably
guy called
should.
Fisher. Be a Fisher. It used to be a Fisher. I don't know who it is these
Just go do it. Just do it for the fun of it. Go down to the. You guys have a Federal Reserve there, don't you? Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
Um,
it's really not
I
far.
think-
It's Lori
you
Logan.
could tour it. Yeah, you could tour it and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure.
Yeah.
You can ask them for shredded money. They love giving it. That's where they give out money, right, Andre? They still charge you
Yes,
for
they
it.
do. Yeah,
Shredded
a bunch
money.
of a bunch of uncut $2 bills and stuff, or $1 bills or something like that. Hey, here comes the pop, Dakota. Are they gonna
I
take
know,
this higher?
man.
20,005. It was sketch.
It just didn't give me a good setup. So it's a missed. That's okay. Just wait and see if it sets up again. No 3-bar reversal yet on the 5-minute.
Oil staying strong.
Those that are
Yeah.
in a position that are out there, let us know if something awesome happened over your weekend. We're glass half full type of world over here. Did you have a great weekend? Let us know.
Well,
I
it's just
did.
Halloween. Yeah.
Well, why was yours great, Hoagman?
I passed.
Oh,
Boom.
Wait,
you guys know
Hoag?
that?
Oh,
Hoag passed the 3.
Good job.
Can we get a congratulations here?
great work, man. Great
Brother
work.
Chad.
Yeah, crickets, Hoag. Let everybody just like, well,
It was like
Yeah, great.
Uh,
Yeah.
oh, Hoag,
Sorry,
I think
Hoag, I got
that
you.
It's,
There you go.
Oh,
Hope for Hoag passing. We're good.
Hell yeah.
great
Hoag's
work.
passed
Great
the
work.
3.
How much time did you kind of finish with?
I really just kind of took my time. All the math and the margins and market information and all that stuff was easy for me. I just really took my time and reading and rereading and rereading the regulatory stuff, because that was I knew that was going to be the hard part. So I finished with about 5 minutes left, and I just sat there and I let the time expire. And lo and behold, there was a fanfare, there was a band, there was a keg, there was all kinds of stuff. And when it said pass, so just
You got one of these. You got one of these, right, Hoagland?
man, you keep
Yeah,
that by your
yeah, I
side,
got it.
don't you? You just get it.
Well, someday when
Yeah,
you take
I
the
knew he'd be
test,
asking.
you'll
So
know it's
there it is.
There you
Good
go.
deal. Dakota,
Great work.
put yours up there.
You want me to go get
Man.
mine?
I need one.
Dakota has his in his bathroom. He looks at it. It's on the mirror every morning.
Gotta
First
get-
thing he looks at is that one.
gotta
Then he
get
looks
your
at it.
jacket
Yeah, I look good
next week.
already.
Oh, look
No,
at
Hoag,
this.
congratulations. I love how some people
Oh,
are
thank
like
you.
knocking it on Twitter. People are knocking it on Twitter. You're like,
In my
Dude, are you-
closet.
I still
There
like.
they
I'm
are.
going glass half full here. There you go. There's 2 of them. You got the 30 and the 3. Whoops. stumbled upon that one. And yes, guys, it
They
is
don't
a
give you a
fairly
grade.
difficult test.
It just says pass.
You know,
I know. That's
Please
so
get the grades.
frustrating.
I know it is.
That was the most curious thing for me. Is like, well, what did I get? Did I get 70 or did I get like 90? I don't know.
yeah.
We'll
Came off those
never
30s
know.
pretty strong. 40 handles. Yeah, congratulations, Hoag. You're a professional now in the eyes of the regulatory world. You are. You're not a professional
Hoag.
in the eyes of the regulatory world.
Yep. And
we got
now
Unless
know
that-
that the NFA can only levy a fine against me of $250,000 or less.
Oh, they capped it.
Wow.
Not
Okay.
yet. Not yet. You can do whatever you want right now, Hoag. Enjoy it.
We'll give you some Topstep FDIC insurance on that one, Hoag.
Hey, Hoag, R.I.P. Phil Lesh. Someone in the chat said.
Yeah.
That one hurt,
Yeah,
man. That one hurt.
Oh man,
I heard
That's
about that
just-
over the weekend.
that's just
Hurt.
that was the bad part of this weekend.
What else we got? Anybody in here talking about anything great? We missed that. If you guys had something in there
Halloween.
that was awesome that
Halloween
happened over the
celebrations
weekend.
this weekend? Yep.
Yeah, Andre, why don't you share your Halloween costume?
Gone. Here today, gone tomorrow.
Oh my God.
New Halloween costume is going to be the Washington Commanders.
Oh my God.
What a Hail Mary.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
What a Hail Mary. Incredible.
God.
Oh, we did see a pop here.
I didn't watch it. I just seen a highlight of some guy hyping up the crowd in the middle of the gameplay. Like what?
No, he wasn't hyping. He was taunting. He was taunting the
Talking
crowd.
trash to the crowd.
And then he
Talking
goes
trash.
talking trash to the crowd. And then he go, oh, whoops, the play's going. The last play of the game. It's the NFL. It's the NFL. Like anything can happen. Everybody knows that by now. Oh, whoops. And then he's the one who tips the ball to the guy who caught it in the very back. And he's supposed to be
Wait,
fire him.
was it
Let
him?
him go.
Was it really?
Yes,
him?
you have to make a statement. Let him
He was the
go.
one. He was the
So
one.
we do not need selfish players on our team.
You're not
See
good
you.
enough to be doing
Not
that.
even a conversation.
MP with hot takes. Calling into Sports Talk Radio this morning.
Yeah,
Definitely
but
good
if AM 720, Michael Patak out of
Mike
Snowmass, Colorado. Mike from the Valley.
Mike from the Valley.
I was
line
sitting
one.
on my couch. I could have done 10 times better than him.
Fire them all. All right, we got 100 lot here. Downside 566 is will it get filled?
We did get a 3-bar reversal, but still not seeing anything I like. Sitting on my hands still.
Yes.
Did
still
you guys
making
see that
lows.
pull, the pulse that's come out? Like the tilt and the pulse, tomato. Did you guys see all that in the chat?
Oh yeah.
Told you guys this data.
did.
Told you guys. You guys stick with Topstep. Because I'm always last to know with everybody else. Stick with Topstep. It's called the ladder. We've called it that from day one. And we told you that data is important. Next thing you know, everybody has it. Oh God. So shiny new objects don't get you paid. Getting in a discount bin isn't get you quality education and or
Nope.
get you on any path of success. Stick with the folks that know it and that pass tests that are professionals. Deemed professionals. We got all of that. Check the box. If you can't make a decision off that by now and already see the writing on the wall, then you, my friend, I don't know. It's going to be a tough journey for you.
Wow. Fired up.
He's cooking
All right,
already.
let's
It's been like
uh,
that for the past year, right? Where it's just like new shiny object, then it fades away. The new shiny object, and it fades away. That's
Yeah,
how it's been
that new
for 10
shiny one.
years, 14 years now.
I saw
The new
someone
shiny
made
one
the
that
joke.
showed up just a while ago is already getting fleeced. And I'm not going
I
in the
think-
details of it. You either know or you don't.
It
Just
happened
seems
to
like
me
there's
in
a million
the
of these.
What's
NFT
that?
world. I bought some
Oh, I know.
NFTs in that.
I love that
Yeah,
era. That was so great.
Andre
That's where I
was
learned
just
about
having.
Discord.
No.
Really?
So what do you guys are buying GIFs, JPEGs.
Yeah,
what are you guys
we're
doing?
buying.
You're buying screenshots?
What's the-
Buying a
I'm
screenshot
buying
of a bored ape?
what's it-
What are you
what's
doing?
that country song about something property in West Virginia. No, but you're buying it like in the meta in the woozy woo land. I'm buying.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I went into this Discord and like this guy who created this NFT and he's like the next biggest thing. And I was like, okay, I put $2,000 into it. And then he just started going off the handles. Like this guy was just trashing all the people who were buying it, saying like, "Don't sell it, don't sell it. We have to hold on to it. You guys are trash." And then he started
Diamond hands.
insulting everybody, and then it just went under, and then he was done. And I'm just like, okay,
Yeah,
That's what happens when you pump $6 trillion
is
into
it
the
at least
system.
a tax write-off?
yeah. You give everybody money.
What do we do now, boss? Anyways,
What do
I
you do
do
now?
what
Gotta get it out of my pocket as quickly as come on.
spend this,
What?
spend it. Anyways, speaking of real money, we make real money here at Topstep. Real trades, real profits, real traders. We're talking about some live P&Ls. Robert, good morning, happy Monday, Robert. Tell us about the live P&Ls and XFAs, sir.
Good morning. Happy Monday. This is Robert, if y'all know me that way. It's filling in for JD for the next couple days. We're going to blow right through these stats. First, we get some live traders. Let's pull up that top 5 list, and we're going to go right into the XFAs. Here's the top 5 live P&L. It's supposed to be like day before, so we know this means Friday since we have the weekend. Alexis J at the top, $14,000. $14,000 in a day. Can you imagine that? Buckaron, number 2. 11,000. Anthony, 11,000. Santiago, 5,000. And Landon, 4,000. These are some familiar names. We like to see those at the top of the list. I am going to stay right on the screen here and refresh, move right down to the XFAs. But in the meantime, congratulations to Hoag for passing the Series 3. But I tell you what, we're getting through that book, and it is not easy. Take a bow, my friend. Take a bow. There you go. And while these things are loading up, I figured I'd channel my JD today. And everybody's got these hats on. So I figured I'd put a hat on. We get the brick wall behind me and for JD. And now I know why he has a brick wall, so he can turn around and can bang his head on it doing these stats every morning. So that's where we go. Here we go. Top 5 XFA in P&Ls. Ashton, 10,374. Matthew, we'll get back to him in 1 second, but $9,000. Derek, 6,500. Lynn, 5,800, and Bush at 5,000. Let's get back to Matthew for 1 second. Even though Matthew has $9,700 in change, Matthew is copy trading 5 XFAs. That means that total is $48,246 on a freaking day, on a Friday. Congratulations to Matthew. We're going to wrap up some of the other things, get back to the markets. We have hot streaks and the payouts coming up, and you're not going to believe what we have for top payouts for all of last week. Get those numbers rolling, get that over and under ready to go. We'll see you back in a few.
Bring that up again real quick, just really quickly. I want you guys to always remember to read this. It's the very bottom. We're being as transparent as possible. At the very bottom says, board reflects a small percentage of traders that are profitable. A majority of traders do not demonstrate the level of success that you're seeing right here and are not profitable. That disclaimer you guys will hear over and over again. We do not want people ever to be thinking we are showing one side of the fence only. Majority of people in the game of trading, the entire industry, have a personal brokerage account, whether they're Topstep, whether your other funding companies, whether even on a SIM account, just on a demo account, not even with a majority of accounts in our history are unprofitable. Majority of accounts. So just imagine what the personal brokerage account. So always being said that this does not happen to a lot of majority of people. It's actually a small percentage of people that are profitable and do well in this business, but it's totally achievable. People have been able to do it. We're trying to share those people that are doing it with you all the time. But just remember, a majority of people don't do it. Just like a majority of people do not start for the Chicago Bears, even though you would think anybody could.
Well said.
Anyone might be able to play DB at this point.
Come on, yeah,
right. There's no open position there.
You cannot shake this loss, folks. This loss is eating at them.
If you were hoping for us to stop talking about
How was the
NFL,
flight? How was the flight yesterday?
I was on the flight and it's quiet. And I go, are you kidding me? I swear to God, my wife turns around. She turns around like, the Bears just lost on a Hail Mary. And everybody's looking at me. I had my headphones on, so you can only imagine how much louder I was.
He's just screaming on a commercial flight.
I was the same way.
And to top it all off, I had fake bets going on. I had simulated bets going on. There's this company that these guys that I know are launching, very, very interesting company, are doing sim betting to earn, real capital. And it's really, really cool. And I had $1,800 of sim money on, and I lost it all. If I would have had $1,800 of real money on it, like I've been doing on FanDuel and DraftKings since the dawn of time, I would have jumped out of the plane without a parachute.
Oh,
And we were still at the ground.
Just never bet on the Bears. Just like we're not betting on this gap getting filled this morning.
yeah, not yet.
Question for the
Somebody's
chat:
betting
Did
on one
MP
from
scare
2010.
passengers on the plane over the Bears' loss? Yes or no?
100%.
Yes.
I'll bring my wife in. She'll let us all know.
Everyone says
why.
yes.
Out of the gates, early yes.
And you think they
Oh,
would
good
relate
question.
too, but nobody related.
New York Stock Exchange extended hours. Have you guys heard about that? Have you guys had any
Go on.
conversations on
Pray
that
for the Goldman interns.
Oh boy,
They've been talking about that for years.
they really have Hoag. Finally want to do it.
I was in the office of a big time CEO of a big time exchange, like one of the biggest exchanges, and he told me that they are going to be doing extended hours on the weekends for futures trading.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
for
Nobody will
future
ever
trading?
sleep again.
That's a lot bigger. Yeah, that's the big news.
I think Marcus needs a
Nothing
break.
says your kid's family or a family barbecue than being long in queue and throwing your phone over the weekend
Burning
Yeah,
all the
the weekend.
hamburgers, burning the steaks and hamburgers on the grill because you just
because
got
you're
bottom ticked.
liquidated being short NQ over the weekend.
You got stopped out at a
I understand it though. I do understand it because there's always going to be news events happen over the week and
Yeah, I know. Yes. Like every major event, like kind of to the negative side, whether it's a retaliation or whether it's, I mean, they're doing like every weekend. Weren't they doing stuff during the, what was it, 08? Was it 08 or during COVID or both? Yeah, both on the weekends, like big updates on the weekends on something.
Mm.
Announcements.
All right. Well,
They're just
Marcus, no trades taken
Over
just
our
yet.
heads.
Nick for a tick. Dakota all flat right now. Gold did see a nice bounce there. Last trade 27.55. High today 56 is.
I mean,
We'll
we've
throw
really
the
been
Jack.
in
I
a
know
tight
Jack's got a
range
couple
since
hot-
open.
Jack, come on in. The Hinsdale Hammer, as we so affectionately like to refer to him, was the lineman that fumbled the ball on the goal line there.
Doug
Hinsdale
Kramer,
Hammer?
Hinsdale Hammer. It's unclear whether it was him or Caleb Williams that did it. But what is clear is that S&P 500 profit margins have gone from 5% in the 80s to around 11% today. You can see those profit
Wow.
margins increasing in a long-term trend, but they
Ooh.
contract, of course, during recessions. It's been a while since we've had a big guy. And how robust are these margins? Time will tell. But yes, much efficiency in the corporate world. Where there isn't efficiency, have you guys seen the Dwayne Wade statue yet?
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
God, I saw this
yeah,
morning.
yeah.
I don't know.
No,
It's
it's
the
not.
same guy who
He-
did Ronaldo's. Had to be. That's awful.
It
Who
had
is
to be.
that?
That
I
is
don't
not
know
Dwayne
how
Wade.
this happens. And
That
Dwayne
does
Wade had to
not look like
stand in
Dwayne
front of it. The look on his
His
face,
face.
is priceless. This, if you're not familiar, this looks nothing like Dwayne Wade. In fact, it
No.
looks more like another famous actor. In the next picture here, this is the best comparison I've seen.
Ah.
It looks
Uh-huh.
like angry Morpheus.
It's not Dwayne
They
Wade.
don't
What are they
check this
doing?
before they reveal it.
What's the statue like? What are they called? Guys that carve. What do they call it,
Sculptors?
Drag? Come on, sculptors. Thank you. Yeah. What is like that talent skill? I mean, they're pretty beat nowadays. They're not good.
It's like
Not a good one out there.
I mean,
That is not Dwayne Wade. It's as simple as that.
it's not. What is
Unbelievable. They had this whole thing made before it. And lastly,
And
MP, I
then
know you
nobody
wanted us.
stopped it.
I know you wanted us to
Stop.
not steer away from discussing politics. So I do have one more story here. I'll put out
It'll
without
be in your inbox all over the
comment.
place.
Liberal MLA Ed Cox has won the final undecided seat in this week's ACT election, placing 5th in Murrenbridge. The results are in: 10 Labor, 9 Liberal, 4 Greens, and Cox in. That is the report here.
What? That's what it says.
So there,
Oh.
love this
Why are the politicians? Why are the politicians allowed to spam your phone? How many people right now are getting texts? They're like, I don't even and you go delete the report as junk or whatever, and you still keep getting. I think it's criminal. Like I think it's criminal. You can just enter your phone somehow. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
we're on the
It's
just-
just digital advertising. Just
okay. Then
marginal
Topstep
returns on money. So
yeah, I'd love to work with that company and just bypass everything.
yeah. Well, that's what I got for now, guys. We'll be back later with some more stats and some more Australian politics, perhaps, if the screenshots are good.
That's the headline of the day
Stocks
so far.
in.
Yep.
There's going to be so many ads spent in this last how many days is left?
Week from tomorrow.
8.
Week from tomorrow.
They're just going to
these
flood
markets.
the internet.
MP for president, Phil Cap says in the chat. MP, would you ever run for political office before? For public office?
I mean, if
That's a yes.
if I could make a difference, yeah.
Yeah.
If I wanted to make a difference, how about that? If I wanted to.
There's no question if you could or not. It's just a matter of if you wanted to.
I know Pitkin County here in the Aspen area needs a little speed up when it comes to getting building permits and whatnot.
Well, I know just the man that can do that. Michael Patag, 2030.
Be like Hunter S. Thompson. He ran for county sheriff.
Ulterior
He
motives
killed
there,
himself.
but yes, he did.
Yeah.
Here we go. Huge week ahead for Magnificent 7 results. Alphabet this week. Microsoft this week. Who else we got? Amazon this week. Apple this week.
Amazon,
Man.
Tim Apple,
Tim Apple.
got AMD too. So another reason for Nvidia and the rest of the semis to just go to the moon, possibly.
Meta, that's also coming out.
Yeah.
Mhm. If you are a single stock 0 DTE trader, this is your Olympics.
This is your Super Bowl. Yes, it is. Oh, boy.
Oh, man,
All right,
I'm looking
keep-
through all these markets and I can't see anything.
Just saw you,
Maybe
Dakota.
a
I
gold
see
breakout. A gold breakout to the long side is the closest thing I'm seeing to anything that might be a trade. Is higher lows equal highs, and we could break out and maybe see a run to these 2770s in gold. That's the only thing I'm seeing. Outside of that, it's just being patient, waiting, but no setup so far. I know we were talking about this gap to be filled. We got down to 528, and this gap's still there. And so this is just, we're kind of in the middle of this where it's very hard to take a long and it's very hard to take a short here. And yeah, maybe the best thing to do is, I mean, trading's optional. We say it all the time, but very rarely do we demonstrate it. It doesn't make for good
Being a
TV.
trader is also not trading. I've learned that in my life many, many times. The act of trading is trading or being a trader, however you want to define that. 1-888-407-1611 is the support line number. You can call it. Say hi. Don't do that. You're going to jam up the lines, but it shouldn't jam up the lines because we answer the phone instantly. This is how connected we wanted to be. 1-888. Somebody just asked, what's their support line? 1-888-407-1611. Like Car for Kids. You guys ever hear that one? Car for Kids, Andre?
Yeah.
Awful.
I'm gonna say you should write a jingle for that.
Yes, we should.
888-407. Yeah, I don't even know how to do it. 1611. 407-1611. That has a ring-a-ding-ding to it.
Hey, we got a poll update right here. Are you getting political texts? 400 votes, very, very quick. 59% say yes. Yes, they are. We're all on the list.
40%. I want to know, do you not have a phone? Because
Dodging raindrops. That's what they're doing.
I voted this weekend.
dodging raindrop.
Oh, you voted this weekend, Hoag.
Yeah, voted this weekend.
Very patriotic.
And I haven't gotten a text since. I wonder if they know.
Funny how that works.
I
have no use for you
voted.
now.
I still get text.
What are you saying, Andre? It's rigged?
I'm saying they know when they need you, when they need you, when they don't.
Illinois boy.
Where are we going? Where are we going with this? Where are we going with this? I know as NASDAQ's going up, up and away. 20,590 last trade, 595s now. Tracking towards VWAP at 20,605.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't believe this rally. This isn't for me.
Here's a cool suggestion, my MP. It would be great if you guys had a WhatsApp number as well that foreigners could easily call.
Mm.
Oh, good call.
You guys
I'm
just can't
passing
call
that
this number.
along right now.
You guys can't.
Thoughts
all
on a
international
short?
Yeah. Aren't all international calls free
Nick.
these days, anyways?
I mean, I could see it. I just don't know if we're going to have any sort of outside move right now. This just seems like consolidation until earnings.
It's all right. We'll remain patient.
Do we have
I mean,
a
the
WhatsApp
530
number?
long
for
paid again.
traders to call in? Let's do it.
You talking NASDAQ, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm talking Nasdaq, and that's the only trade I could possibly see. As we broke down, we came back. We're testing. This was support. Can this support become resistance? But I'm not good at shorting the markets.
It's back in the opening range, which is a big opening range, and the opening range remains the high of the day. It's all about location and managing the risk.
Hey, Nick, for a ticket, I mean to ask you, what is your background? What are we looking at there? It looks spooky.
That is Halloween at the New York Stock Exchange.
It looks very spooky. Yes.
I'm just having fun with the week. I was going to dress up as someone for Halloween this week. We'll see how that goes.
Okay, I'm short the Nasdaq at 588.
588, 20,588.
What do you like?
Where's
about
the
it?
risk on that? How do you
Risk
how do
is
you
going to
manage the
be
risk on
at
that?
605.
605. So about 20 points.
Mm-hmm.
$40 a $400 a contract.
Yep, I might get out of this one early if I see something I don't like.
Mm-hmm. You don't see this as something for the house account, do you?
Smaller size for the house if they're going to take it.
605, 615.
We get 590s right now. 592s if we want them.
Get a rip higher, Dre.
Feel like it. Crude seeing some sellers. Finally, those heavy long tilt got squeezed. About 40.
We joined you at the
out.
90s.
There you go. Small?
5 lot.
Yep.
Small.
All right.
Small
House count
house.
short 5. House count short 5. NQ 20,590.
The order that shall remain unspoken is at 605, Michael?
09. Well, I put it above the fives, but
Okay.
09's
you
VWAP.
guys,
Yeah, that's fine. That's
so
fine.
Yeah.
09. 609.
It's a $1,900 risk. We're about a G into it. We're about 1,500 into it.
Yes.
Got a little.
Okay, I
If
closed out
it
of one
sells.
contract. I'm short 5 with there, so I just closed out of one.
Let's do this little dance.
Doing the do-si-do right now. 20,000.
You ever done the do-si-do, Dre?
No. Have you?
Turn your partner do-si-do. Turn your partner do-si-do.
Wow. That's take the boy off the farm. You can't take the farm out of the boy.
Yeah, nope. Got the straw in the
Like
mouth.
woozy woo.
That's the do-si.
Oh, this
Woozy woos and dusty.
We didn't have any woozy woos on the farm. Everything was real, right in front of you. Wasn't no
Hands
smoke
dirty.
and mirrors.
Keep an eye on this ES.
Your
ES
hands
creeping.
dirty.
ES creeping higher here. Dow creeping higher as well. See if
You know, my grandparents were polka dancing every, like, I don't know, twice a week, 3 times a week,
Horrible.
every day, or every week of their life. Polka dancing.
Horrible. That's how you stay. Yeah,
It's fun.
you stay married for a bazillion years.
Get in shape.
Yeah, well, they also slept. They slept in the same bed. It was a full size. It wasn't even a queen. Full size bed. Swear to God. Swear to God. Like just
Leave
lay
some room
right
for-
next to each other. You can't even. You can't even turn.
Leave some room for
That
the
would
Holy
not
Spirit.
fly with my wife and I.
All right, keep an eye on this ES. ES creeping, pushing here.
I might just bail out of this one. Let's see how we react right here. Because we failed to break it lower. Buyers just bought it up right there in the 70s.
Don't think we have to take the whole stop on this.
Oh, I took it off. It's either hit or go.
What's the most unrealized we got on that one? MP when we were in the 70s. We're about like
Dakota's
1500
flat.
or something. Yeah, we're
House
out.
flat.
We're Dakota covered. Yeah, house covered. Sold 90s. Covered 92 half.
Okay.
Nice scratch. Dow pushing higher here. Looking for the high of day 20,000, 42,654. High day 673. Nice risk management there, fellas.
606 is overnight session VWAP right here.
Got stopped out there. Just saved ourselves $2,000, about $2,000 there.
Mm-hmm.
Good job. 58.79.
Right, there's your 5s. There's your 6s. There is nothing. There's 67% long now. We got longs, a little heavier longs. It's been short all day. Majority folks have been short all day.
Yes, they have. Nice read there, fellas. Market wasn't going. Could have peeled one off in the
Looked like
profit.
it was going to go for a second, but nope.
58.79.
Speaking of beds, yes. I just found out that they make a Wyoming king, not a California king. They make a Wyoming king. Just found that out.
Alaska king.
I think they make an Alaskan king too.
Yeah, it's like
do they?
Shack.
So I might get back into the shorts.
Rejected those.
Up near VWAP 606.
Mm-hmm.
What's a Wyoming king? Is it big enough to fit a buffalo?
That'd be awesome.
I bet you. I mean, I've wanted to have a buffalo my entire life. My wife won't let me get one. It's too dangerous. I'm like, come on, man.
That thing gets loose. That's incredible. Man. Yeah, if those things
run 35 miles an hour.
Stars a calf. Oh. Like that matters. that thing gets become.
My robot taxi out in the field can go faster than that.
You see that buffalo they try to run around on the field at University of Colorado? If that thing wants to get loose, that thing's getting loose.
Yeah, they all
well, it's also the coolest looking thing on the planet.
It really is, though.
Yeah,
it looks badass.
Huge ass buffalo comes out there. Yeah.
You see people that get too close to them in Yellowstone, and bad things happen.
Yes, they do.
Okay, I'm short one contract at 97.
Short one, 97s.
Yep.
We'll get in with you. We'll get in there with you.
We get 97s.
Well, your risk
also?
is still up in the 5s, 9s, 10s, 15s?
About 11. Yeah, 611. Okay. Just one small. I'm looking for this to just maybe get back down toward those 80s.
House MP, short from 97.
Yeah, 5 guys. Yeah.
House got short 5 NQ from 20,597.
So we got a short 97s. Came up, touched that VWAP, pulled off really fast.
Yeah. As long as we hold below that VWAP, I think we're all right.
We're seeing some sellers here. Look at the tilts. Nothing showing one way heavy or another on the tilt.
Just kind of hesitating right here at 600.
Moment of truth.
It's gonna go.
Yeah, we might get cooked on this one too.
It's gone. It's gone.
Flat.
Oh.
We got the 11s as our stop.
Tight stop. See what this does with this VWAP.
Once it popped back above VWAP, it was kind of a little sketchy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're basically now above the opening range, correct?
We're above the mid.
Or we're
in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we're almost we're kind of where we opened. Right there, those 620s. We could get up to those 620s now.
626 is the high of the opening range in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Get us?
No, did not. Came a tick away. Tick to us. Yeah, literally. But But it's still firm, so there it goes
Yeah,
again.
it is.
If it didn't get you that time, it's going to get you the next.
Yeah, it's
Let's see.
And then you do one of these. I've been here before, where you move the stop just a little bit further, and then just hit it. So that's stay convicted.
then a little bit further, then a little bit more, then a little bit more.
Oh, we get scratched.
Oh, it's coming back.
We scratched it.
Did we scratch it?
Yeah. Yeah, you can
Watch
let it go
this.
now, but yeah.
Watch this.
To the tick.
Now it's
To the
going to melt.
tick.
Watch just
Oh, now it's
fall
gonna
out of it.
Now it's
There you
going.
go.
There you go.
You got
There
it.
you go. Well, what's better to be ticked out? What's better to be ticked out or get it to the tick and then scratch it, and then
watch it go your way.
watch it go your way? That is the emotional game of I don't even know. Maybe like I always kind of think it's like baseball, like the game of baseball or something. Like when you get up, you strike out, but then you have to wait until you're back up again, and you get three. How many pitches you get? 5 pitches total, Andre? That we get?
About.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at this.
I mean, it's not. We were short 92s, 96s.
Exactly. All right, scratch that.
I mean, we're just chopping inside the opening range.
It really
Still
is.
haven't really made any decision.
Top slot. Ooh, Dallas Fed came and went. -3 previous actual, -3.0. I think you lost Trader.
Yeah, instead of my my pregnant wife curb stomping later to try to go into labor, maybe we'll just go to the Dallas Fed and walk around. Sounds like a good afternoon.
Like
That might induce labor out of boredom right there.
Yeah.
is she due any day now, Nick?
We're in like the anytime in the next 2 weeks countdown.
Gotcha.
Uh-oh, it's game on. It's game
we're
on.
excited.
Your life will
So
never,
my big event
never
this
be the
weekend
same.
was doing the car seat, packing the bags. So we are
I'm
pretty
taking
much
another
anytime
short
ready to
scalp.
go.
Just a quick in and out right
Look
there.
at this. Fell off.
You better get all your sleep as much as possible. Say no to everybody asking you to do something, and then get as much sleep as you possibly, because you will never have that quiet wake up ever again in your life.
Oh, look at this sell off.
Nope.
Look at this thing.
It's going.
They taking profit. I'm gonna leave
Where did-
2-1 for a runner.
Oh,
Yeah,
trading.
we didn't even get to 80s. It got front ran by a tick too on ES.
Okay, leaving 1 on for a runner now.
Nice.
Everybody cheer on Dakota.
Go Dakota.
Okay, let's
go.
see this thing tank. Fill the gap. Come
Oh.
on. I'll be with everybody in the
This
chat.
is the one. Fill the 2010 gap. Come on.
Be a nice birthday present for you.
Gosh.
I mean, that's like a bucking like bronco or bull. Like you gotta that's a tough one. We could have been ticked out, stopped out, and be even more furious than we are right now.
That's trading for you.
That's trading for you. And then you got to manage your emotions after that. I guess it goes back to baseball. Then you got to come back up to the plate again
There we go.
after some heckler just got you. He's got struck out. I mean, I can only compare it to baseball, I guess.
Okay, I think that's good enough for me. Okay. Woo.
Nice trade, Dakota.
Chop, and then it works.
Chop, chop, go.
All right, you got to get a P&L update, please, when you have a chance for the board.
Plus 1,700.
Nice.
Live account.
Good conviction.
Nice.
There you go. I crossed the 250,000 mark on that one.
Wow.
250,000 mark. What, dollars?
No,
On
Cicero
a
clams.
single live account.
Like Cicero clams.
Good one, guys. I like it. Nice one.
Sorry.
Pete and old repeat over there.
Eat and repeat. All right, last trade 20,581 in the Nasdaq. Look at the ES here, 58.75 last trade. Like these guys are saying, chopping around, pretty tight range so far. Looks like out the gates we were going to go, but buyers did step in. We'll remain patient. Like these guys say, we got a backloaded week, a lot of earnings coming out.
There's a lot of pocket watchers on YouTube.
What's a pocket watcher?
Really entertaining.
What's a pocket watcher?
It's live money, everybody. It's not demo. Year to date, I'm at like 436 with this Topstep accounts.
Cicero clams.
Cicero clams.
That's
baby.
awesome.
Real American US dollars.
Mohammed.
Should have been paid
That's a
in
good
silver
year.
pieces.
Good evening out
That's
there
a
to you,
very
Mohammed.
good year.
Yeah. More than the president, mate.
And to top it all off, you have a business that you run too. So like, talk about income streams, revenue streams, whatever you want to call them, coming into the trough. That water is overflowing. Nice. That's good to see.
The water's overflowing.
Yeah, and you want to know something, to be honest, though, MP. This is a lot more stressful than anything else, even though it's easier. Like, I mean, in terms of you're just clicking buttons and staring at a computer monitor, you don't have to deal with the stresses of running an entire business. And you probably know this. I was talking with Danielle, and I've decided to make that commitment to be a VIP coach. So I've cut ties with some of my commitments in the supply chain world, and I'm dedicating to do a VIP coach. I'm excited.
I mean, that was a big win. That was a big win for our community. Because I now know that Dakota came into the league because the VIP is going to turn into a Topstep trading league, and I'm investing that this is going to be cool, and it's going to be fun, and it's going to be camaraderie, and it's going to be working with a coach and a buddy and a fighting trading buddy, and also have some greater purpose and feelings and all that kind of stuff. And we're all going to share that in a transparent way here on Topstep TV as the league starts. And to have you come in the league, I mean, I'd say you're like Bill Belichick, but I think he was more of a Tom Brady winning coach than but
we'll find
out. I don't know, Dre.
We're going to find out. The one thing I know for sure is I love it. I love it. If you do what you love, it's not really work. And if I'm going to be able to substitute like a few hours a week from dealing with stresses to a few hours a week with helping traders, I mean, that's a win for me in and of itself, where less stress, it's fun, I get to do what I love, and that's sit here with you guys and sit here with the community and talk about trading.
Dre, football or what do you Dakota be like a Dion that played the game well?
He's like a player coach. He's a player coach. Who's a player coach these days?
Coach.
Jackie
out there at the.
There you go. Aaron Boone for the New York Yankees.
No, I'm excited. I'm excited for you that, and you're right. It takes a lot to be able to switch, and that's why I do like. There's a lot of folks here that have day jobs, primary income, and you got to shut it off, and then you got to go to work, and then some people can do it at work too. But then now you're muddying waters. I don't know, but I know for me, like running Topstep and then doing Topstep TV and then trading my own personal account, it was like miserable.
It's a lot.
And I say it's miserable because it's just a lot. And then I got to go into meetings and I got to talk to the Topstep TV team about how we can make this more educational, more fun, more engaging. Then I got to go to the product team and I go say, hey, how do we keep up with all these stupid, new woozy-woo things that other companies pop up that make no sense? And should we, does it help the trader? You got to have those conversations. Then you have to have ones about, finance and taxes. Oh, we got to pay, taxes here in Texas and Taiwan, and we triggered this and we did that. Oh, then and then after that, you got people management. Hey, Tom, how's your day? Get out of here. It's a lot of work.
Do you guys have a Tom? I've never heard Tom.
He's always Tom. His always go-to example is a guy named Tom.
That and Stacy. I don't know. Those two names I've always used.
The Toms and Stacys out there.
Yeah, MP. It takes away from the fun of sometimes, and that's why it's like I need to get rid of some of the other distractions so I can do what I'm enjoying, and not look at it as work.
Mm-hmm. So that's why when I'm on here now, I've a house account. I'm like, I will execute. I know Hogan's on here; he'll execute, and he has opinions. I'm just like, I don't want an opinion. My only opinion is to be like I'll size it up, or I'll size it down, or I'll play it or not for the house. That's mine. But like hearing you guys talk is much more entertaining to me on how you guys dissect the markets than to have me sit here and be like, well, setting up to here. Because I've been doing that since 1997. 1997. There's only one thing I've ever done in my life is trading. So God forbid I retire an personal account, and I have much more quality of life when I get home. But I'm on here, love the trade, and I get a trade. just don't have to make the decision. I love it.
Well, speaking of that,
I
we
love
are
watching
pushing
people
higher.
trade too.
Uh-huh.
Watching them go
Me
through
too. I
the
love watching
emotions. Watching them
Nice
Okay,
cover,
I'll-
go through the
Dakota.
same roller coaster that we all go through.
Yeah, good cover, Dakota.
We are trading back to above entry now, 20,603. Anyways,
Yeah.
we're moving. Markets starting tight, a bit of a tight range, a little choppy. So you got to be see profit, take profit. Got to be like a sniper out there, in and out. But anyways, I got to speak of in and out. We got a quick announcement from James. James, happy Monday. How are you doing?
Happy Monday, Andre. Doing well. Just a couple announcements here in lieu of Eddie. I will be giving them out today. And coming up first, we have Trade with Topstep. You're watching the show and you see these people trading with Topstep? That could be you. We're going to drop the link here in just a second. You can fill it out to be on the show with Hoag, Andre, Dolby, all your favorite characters. Drop that right in there. Trade with Topstep. And there it is. Click on that link, fill out the information, and you should be hearing back to join us on this show. We'll rip through the rest of the announcements really quick. We got a Topstep Discord, if you haven't heard. I believe the image we have is of 75,000 members and counting. So if you're not already in there, go ahead and jump in there. We'll post that link as well. It should also be in our video description. If not, that link will be coming in chat shortly. And, we'll make Nightbot do it too. Put the bot to work. Also,
Well,
while you're
75,000 James, 75,000. It's a cool 91 right now. I'm hearing.
Wow.
Yeah, I
guess
know.
what,
Really-
Creative? We're going to have you update that graphic to say 91,000 and counting because we're getting close to 100,000
Oh, we got
members
a big
in our
100
Discord.
That's another one of my memes. We got a big 100K conversation happening. What are we going to do when we hit 100K in Discord? We're going to do it hit 100K, 150K in YouTube subscribers, blah, blah, blah. So
We're going. You can't stop this train.
Growing
Anyway,
fast.
while you're surfing the internet, go to Topstep, Trustpilot. Leave us a review. Do you love us? Do you hate us? Michael reads every single one of those, and so do I. So go ahead, write it up, drop it in there. Let us know what we can do better. Let us know what we're doing well. And finally, my last and final announcement, Michael. Tonight, 7:08 Central, LA Dodgers
Love
and
it.
New York Yankees for the World Series, Game
Ooh.
3, East Coast versus West Coast. I've kind of stopped watching once the Mets got eliminated, but I might tune back in to see what happens here. But back to you, Andre.
Thank you.
Love
yeah,
it.
World Series Game 3.
nice screenshot. Uh-huh.
Big tilt.
I think which
Dodgers
one of
up
these
2-0.
franchises I hate more.
Oh, Nick for a take doesn't like the
They got
evil
the most
empires.
views going. Go figure. The league likes it. What do they have?
Oh, yeah.
13 million people watching, 15 million a game?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
exactly what Major League Baseball wanted. But
Green's that
yeah,
Grand Slam
being a
was-
Southern California person and that's not a Dodgers fan, of course I hate the Dodgers.
Then
And
the
who
walk-off
actually likes the
grand
Yankees?
slam home
How
run.
cool was that? Absolutely.
Did you know that
destroyed
I was at I was in Santa Barbara on whatever. What was that, Friday night that it happened?
I think so.
I didn't even watch it. Yeah, Friday night. Didn't even watch the game. I go to order a French toast and eggs Benedict. And when the guy goes to put it down, it's a Saturday morning after the Grand Slam. He's like, "Here's your breakfast. I got a nice Los Angeles Dodgers Grand Slam for you." And he just like made a joke. I'm like, I go, "What is that?" He's like, "Oh, you didn't see the game last night?" I'm like, "What game?" I wasn't paying attention. He's like, "Yeah, we had a walk-off Grand Slam." I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool. I get the joke." Walk-off Grand Slam. Dre, you ever do that? You're a baseball guy.
No, I hit exactly 2 home runs in my entire career. 2. Those fences
What
were
position
far,
you
man.
play?
Hey, that's
left
more
out?
than,
Center
that's more than
fielder.
me.
I was starting center fielder. Get that right.
Left out, right?
Starting center fielder. Get that right, man. I could track down a fly ball with the best of them. Just couldn't hit.
You
Hitting's hard.
could.
Could not
I
hit.
was on your softball team.
Round ball, round bat. Very difficult. All right, we're pushing higher here. 20,614. Nice cover there, Dakota. A one shot.
Yeah, I got that one.
Gold pushing
Cover
higher.
right
New
at,
highs today, 27.56. Not seeing anything on tilt, Dakota. Any prices you like here to the upside, perhaps? We never got down to those 20s. My 30s.
No, that was the trade for me today. Was believe it or not, short, which is weird. But gold, I still like gold to the long side, obviously, that we were talking about, seeing a breakout and a run to those 2770s. Crude oil, volatile. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's an argument. This is something I'm watching. This is an argument to be made from a technical standpoint where we make a run for stops, run for liquidity. We make a higher high. And maybe now this was resistance. It's becoming support. So maybe we can make a run up back to where we were last night around these 68.50s. I'm not seeing much else. I don't know. This has been a very, very tough market this morning with not great price action. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are still sitting here waiting for this gap to be filled. This is a beautiful scenario that I was talking about this morning, where traders like gaps always get filled, and there's traders who do trade it, and it's a valid trade, and it's reasonable to see that because more often than not, you could say they get filled, and so we were almost there, and so there's probably a lot of shorts that just got stuck in a very bad situation, and then we just rallied, almost 80, 90 points off of that. But then in the afternoon, maybe we sell off, and I love to see this get filled. I love to see more buying opportunities like we've seen this morning. It was a tough one. Even I couldn't even find an area to buy it this morning.
Hey, James, I misspoke. James. Discord. I want to throw this in here because that goes back to one of my things that I said about going all over the places and getting in meetings and all that. I'm going to read you guys insider scoop. Discord update channel here on Slack in Topstep. Trent, you're doing a hell of a job. 92,818 members, he says. This is on last week's update. We have 3,100 Discord support tickets that were resolved for the first time. Our Chinese channel has surpassed Topstep's lobby channel and messaging volume. And he goes, with permission, I'd like to add additional Chinese ambassadors. Well, that will help increase the volume. There will be 3 more ambassadors that are fluent in Chinese. And this change was requested by an existing Chinese ambassador. I go, approve. And I'm not even the one who's supposed to approve because I'm not in day-to-day. I go, that sounds awesome. Introduced an investigation bot that will allow ambassadors to flag and track problematic members. That happens. There are problematic members. We are working to make sure it is a nice community over there. So that's what that's about. Amplifying updates. Okay. Next week, we will launch a Forex to Futures channel that will be covered by our ambassadors who are experienced in Forex trading. That's pretty nice. Address the importance of ambassadors, sharing information, and all that. And negative. So there are these things. These are the updates. Now, hold on. You know what Dolby goes? Because I go in here. I go, hell of a job. What do you think we're going to get to 100K members in our Discord? He goes, well, probably early December, possibly. But 100% we're getting there by the new year. Yes, we have the largest futures trading community that I know of. This is Trent, who manages the Discord. We have the largest futures trading community that I know of, he says. That's pretty cool and definitely worth celebrating. He says that Dolby chimes in there, we partying at 100K or what? And then everybody does a high five on emojis. I just gave you an update of the update of Discord update channel that happened last week. That's how stoked we are about one area of the business that Topstep works on. That's Discord. Positive folks that we work with that are making sure the community is absolutely badass. Check out Discord. If we don't have the link, put the link in here. I think we had it in here. Go in there, and it's a glass half full, or should be half full type of community.
Yeah, a lot of our coaches are there too. I spend some time in there every once in a while. I'm spending a lot more time on the Twitter, but yeah, I'm there. The VIP channels are there. There's a bunch of different channels in there as well.
Yeah. Fire Drill, why are you not there? I can't. I don't have TikTok. I stopped my new application. I have Slack, and Andre knows how much I'm on Slack. Slack and this.
Slack. No, you're on Twitter. Give Michael Pataki
I know. I had to jump onto that. I got 12,000 followers now, Andre. 12,000.
Ridiculous.
12,000 people.
12,000.
Actually care about what I say.
12,000. Anyways, I do know I care about what one person says, especially when it comes to hot streaks and total payouts. I want to hear from Robert. Robert, I care what you say. Happy Monday, man.
Happy Monday it is. We have the hot streaks coming up first. We're going to channel our JD again with the hat. We don't need a poll on this, but what do you think? Me, hat, no hat, me, no hat, no hat, whatever. Hey, I'm just having fun at this thing. Hot streaks coming up. Guess who is top of the hot streaks?
Yeah.
Consecutive days of 74. We all know Delesh's name by now. That is the ultimate troll, ultimate troll right there. Made another $4. Wound up to $848. Way to go! Keep it coming. Mina, everybody on the top 5 here, hot streaks remained. Everybody moved up by 2 actually. So we have the Friday and Thursday into Friday and the Friday to today. Everybody moved up 2 spots. Mina at 38, Thayer at 36. Excuse me, Vashnav at 36, and then Jonathan at 32. One thing I want to mention on this is with Mina and Thayer, $9,100, $9,300, very, very close to 2 going over 10K on the hot streaks. And that is something that we need to celebrate right there. But you know what else we need to celebrate? We have something happening for the first time ever.
Ooh.
And here we go. I'm going to change my background. We're getting off the brick wall. We are putting up the fireworks right there. Fireworks, celebration, traders looking out over the city. Here's what we have, folks. Here's what we have. Now we know, before we display it, it is the first week that we have had payouts of over $1 million a day every day. So the over and under for the week is, anybody want to chime in on what this over and under it is?
5 million
last week.
For the entire week?
Well, that would be a giveaway, Dakota. Brilliant thing.
6.
Because we're over $1 million for 5 days. That's a good one.
6.
Gotta be
Robert, you laid that one up pretty well.
I got 6. 6.3
6.8.
traders.
I'd take the over on that one, Andre.
Over 6. Takes the over.
Over 6?
Yeah,
is that what we hear? Over 6? All right. Let's fire it up there.
saying
Let's take a look at that
6.8.
wonderful graphic.
6.8.
I'm saying 6.9.
Ooh.
6.3.
There we go.
Ooh. Michael with the hook shot.
I hit it too.
Did you make
I
it?
hit it.
And there it is.
Uh-huh.
And there's our lovely
It's
disclaimer
not
at
true
the
unless
bottom
you yell
there as
Kobe.
well.
Kobe. 6.3 million.
Total payouts.
Average payout.
6.
Wow.
Isn't that something? That's first time. Over $1 million a day every day for a consecutive week.
I like the number. The total payout number. Yeah, okay, that's big. But I like the number of people that got paid out. 2,800 people had. It is for some people. You put me as a 19, 20, 23, 25-year-old kid. Yeah, $2,200 was life changing. Back in those early days. And it's a rent. It's multiple months of rent back then. It was like $300 a month, I think I paid. Or it's like some people's like single family home rent. And I know you're gonna be like, well, what place are you living in? Well, some people could pay $2,200 for a I don't know, covers utilities of a big home. I don't know, like, so it's good. It's a lot. It's impactful. It's impactful. It's not chump change.
Question
To
here
that's
in the chat,
that's
Michael.
out there. Just so you
Question
know,
from
Friday,
Adrian.
the number of payout on Friday was $1.4 million. That was Friday's payout. That was the 5th day of the consecutive over $1 million. But it was almost $1.5 million on Friday alone. $6.3 million last week. That, hell of a job. I celebrate everything. Everybody, what the traders are doing. That is 5.6% of the funds paid out last week. Just these 5 traders. So I'm just at top 5 payouts. So celebration happening. We get the fireworks going on. We get the hat going on. That's coming off next time when I get into group coaching and stuff. So we have the big board coming up in about 30 minutes. Stick around for that.
Thank you.
Great work. Thank you.
Question from Adrian in the chat. How many of those were first timers, first time payouts?
Yeah, we're gonna start doing that. I want to know too. Yup. How many are first timers? Welcome to the club. Welcome to Payout Club.
Payout
And I
club.
say welcome. I say welcome to the club in a lean, a segue into our vision. Our vision at Topstep. Our vision, not our mission statement. Our vision is to be a path to a better lifestyle. And they're like, we worked with, and I'm a big believer in making sure everybody knows the vision, mission, and values of which you make decisions by a company. The mission is the why you're doing it, and the vision is that big, hairy, audacious goal that's so far out there that you're just going for. Like to be the most customer-centric company in the planet. I think that's like Amazon or something. I don't know. So we're helping people reach that, and that's what's really cool. The path to a better lifestyle. That's it. I think when you enter the trading world, that was kind of what you're looking for. And it's very hard to do. I know it's very hard for me to do. When I first started, I went to a personal brokerage account. It was Ameritrade. It wasn't even TD back in 1997. and I gave him $10,000 checks, $10,000. You know, I went through three $30,000, and I remember this accounts, and there was like 30,000 at a time period. I paused, took off some time, 30,000 over and I ripped through 90,000 real dollars, and that was not a path to a better lifestyle. That actually set me back. I did have a vending company, I did have all that, but in general, I had still a vending company to pay off my last line of credit. But long story short, I was trying to get to a path to a better lifestyle. It wasn't until I came to Chicago, got with a prop firm that put me on a sim. The sim, then they go, prove you can trade, and then we'll flip the switch live. Oh, it's a $300 daily loss limit. Good luck, you know, and purposely, rightfully so, they tightened me up and did widen me. And then I got myself onto a path to a better lifestyle. I earned that path. I earned it. You eat what you kill in the trading world. You got to get there. And the only way to get there is a safer path that I learned in my life. So then when we started our vision, we're like, hey, what's the vision of Topstep? I go, well, I came in the industry for a path to a better lifestyle. So let's make sure Topstep is that path to a better lifestyle. So we went and did that. So when I see $2,200 average payout and I see 2,800 some odd people getting a payout, that is, some people got 5-figure payouts. That is a better path to a better lifestyle. Some people, can take their significant other out for pizza or order in or repair an air conditioner that doesn't work or remodel the basement. That's all paths to better lifestyle. And I think we're delivering, and I really, really am proud of both the traders, the community, and the team that support it here at Topstep, because you have to have all that work to make that flywheel of path to better lifestyle happen. So kudos to that. I'm proud of it. It took us 14 years, overnight sensation, to be able to do this, deliver on that vision. But we were always focused on the mission every single day, which was to turn people who trade into better traders with healthier habits. And if you can do that, foundationally speaking, build that, then you start to get that path to a better lifestyle vision that gets a little bit closer to your big, hairy, audacious goal. So that's it.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Big, hairy, audacious goal.
Yeah. Well, you got a nice little tan. That Southern California sun did somewhat nice for you, Michael. You're a couple years younger.
Oh, yeah. Little Santa Barbara action.
Ain't nothing like SoCal. Right, Nick? Ain't nothing like SoCal.
That is true. You just got to skip LA all entirely.
We landed in LA.
We fell off here.
We went to a Halloween place in Malibu. They do the Halloween stuff pretty good.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. All right. Hey, oil pushing higher here as well. New highs on the day, $68.13. Last trade, $68.12. Gold pushing higher as well. New highs there. Dakota said, okay, so keep an eye on this. Anytime I see gold and crude start moving higher and I start equities equities move lower, I'm thinking headlines.
We might be able to see a push to the low of the session, I think, here in the NASDAQ. I mean, this is a beautiful technical pattern. Look at all this support throughout the overnight session, and we tried to break out a few times. We failed to hold above 600, and here we are right back towards these 580s. So I wouldn't be surprised if, we have an opportunity to have continuation down. And let's see, this gap is going to be on my mind all day. We're going to see if we could fill it or if we don't.
Or
but I could see us continuing down. There's a possibility.
Hey, Joe Trades. I sent my mom a payout to help her out with some bills. Felt great. Awesome.
Dude. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Mm-hmm. If you guys have any other fun stories like that, maybe that your payout turned into something that put you or somebody else on a better path to a better lifestyle. Could you just be I've covered all their bills. Didn't you do that, Dakota? Didn't you cover all your bills when you first started here? I'm taking money out to cover all my costs.
I took $130 to cover data fees.
Oh, I know that. That's what I was
What was that?
You did 200 grand.
Other than that, I did. I ended up the amount of money I took out this spring, it was $186,000. And I just paid off my car. I paid off everything. And then I purchased some CDs. And now I'm just going to build this account up. And that's just with these Topstep accounts. And that's all I'm talking about is what I'm doing here at Topstep.
All right, here we go. 60
sellers in the house, sellers in the house, ES, sellers in the house, NASDAQ. Down not so much. Keep an eye on the crude and gold. Gold pushing high. Gold and crude pushing higher here. Big sellers coming in the ES.
Chart man, you went to the casino, huh?
I mean, hey, it's your discretion.
Yeah, that's
Hey.
Take that payout out to cash, please.
Casino's been selling that path to a better lifestyle their entire existence. So it's a beaten down path. But hey, it's a path.
Welcome to fabulous Las Vegas. 20,556 in the NASDAQ.
Here's the question: why do we not take that trade?
Here we go, bouncing again.
Man, tricky, man.
It's
If you're short, you can't be
this is
comfortable.
just
If you're long, you can't be comfortable. No comfort.
I'm never
I'm
comfortable
okay with
shorts
a
anymore.
short. I'm okay with a short anywhere right here.
Anywhere. Hoag?
Anywhere. This is close your eyes and short it.
Close your eyes and
Really?
short it, Hoag.
It doesn't feel as vicious to close your eyes and sell it. Is this a fade the extreme, Hoagland?
Hey, 77% short NASDAQ.
Well, the fade the extreme would have been up near the highs around 610.
Wow.
We still never took out the high of the opening range, so that made that a nice short. I can see. I think what Dakota's looking at is, I mean, we kind of broke an upward trend line right when we started trading below like 20,570. Maybe a little late to the party on this, but hey,
Yeah.
Dakota's the guy, man.
The risk reward was up there where we were shorting at the beginning, right? That was the risk reward, like you said, Hoag.
Yes. Where would the risk be if you were to close your eyes and click now?
My risk would be around 71, maybe 65, now even 58. But yeah, it'd be 65. It's going to be my first risk.
I
65.
hit my keypad. I sold the one lot. So here we go.
Price. We're selling.
Here we go.
Off.
Just
wow.
45. I did the close your eyes one lot just because.
4545. House got a short one NASDAQ from 20,005.
One lot. That's a close your eyes trade, Dre, in the house account.
Yeah, look at it. I mean, we are
getting ugly.
Pushing low.
And then we'll put 75s. Close your eyes.
Gold.
Dakota said close your eyes.
73% short NASDAQ. Gold selling off. Crude selling off. ES selling off.
What would your target be on a close your eyes trade, though? I'm not even saying anybody should close your eyes, guys. We're just joking. It's close your eyes. It's more
490.
It's a saying.
Yeah, I would say 490s.
That would be the gap close.
475. Well, just a heads up, 10-year yield now at 4.26. 4.26. I might be having something to do here.
Do you guys watch yields?
Lately, last week, we have to start watching, I believe. Jack,
they're 10 years up at 4.2, right? What is it?
4.26 right now. It's going the wrong way.
Yeah.
I just don't like that.
Whoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's a 10-year?
Yeah,
let's look at a 10-year.
4.26, almost 4.27.
Uh-oh.
Jack's the yield guy, right?
I am.
Yeah.
You caught me at a time where I'm back here. Yield man.
Jack, what's the next big level? 4.3? Are we just going round numbers? 4.3, 4.4? I mean, this is going the wrong way.
Well, bigger than just a round number because we've cut through a few of those. 4.3. If you look back on yields,
hold on, Jack.
What's up,
Jack? Hold on. How come you're saying yields are going up when I'm looking at the charts going down? Series 3 question.
Well, Michael, that's because the price of bonds moves inversely to their yield. So when the futures are selling off, that means the yields are going up. There was, if you look way back on a yield chart, back in, and I'm looking at the cash markets right now, but back in July 24th, there was a rally up to 4.3% that then stalled out and took us all the way down to our low of 3.6% in September, and we've been raging upwards since. And you see
this
in the
daily,
cash market.
This daily. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yours is going to look slightly different because you're looking at the futures, and as you go back, it'll. I can't share this right now, but I will in the future. But in the cash market, we made a run today. Actually, almost we got as high as 4.29 2, it looks like, in the spot cash for the 10-year.
So this is good for guys like Dakota, right?
It is. I'll just point out that this is an important level
CDs?
here where we could see some big level.
So if you're into CDs, if you're into T-bills, if you're into all that kind of stuff, this is good. If you're already in, right?
Yeah. that way. But yeah, equities, you see the pressure, you see the downside pressure. Anytime you see gold moving lower with the equities, always makes me turn to what are the bonds doing?
Go ahead.
MP, are we still short?
Bonds go down.
Or do we MP did House cover that trade or what?
No, it's still in it. We had 75s. Let me jump back to it. I was in 10 years.
Oh, I was short from 75. I was short from 45.
45. Our stop is 75.
Gotcha.
There's a lesson that comes out of it. Like,
bottom out at 7s.
I still like the shorts here.
It's our better chance to get back in.
Yeah, yields go up, bonds go down, and we're seeing yields increase today. And what's the reason for that? I know it's always an in-depth. It has nothing to do with the way I trade the markets, but it's a good conversation. Does it affect my trading? Absolutely not.
wasn't Jack saying the debt? I mean, Jack, you had the chart that our debt. What was that chart you showed up and to the right? And then it had the melt up. Our debt.
Yeah, it's sort of it's a self-perpetuating thing that the more as the yields rise, the more you have to pay when you issue new debt to finance the existing debt.
Do you guys think we have a debt issue? Or Andre?
I mean,
is it just whoever has the biggest guns wins? Is that
whoever has the money? Whoever has the money printer with the biggest gun doesn't really matter.
Where's Powell at? When we need him?
There are arguments.
Once they stop,
took forever. Remember, we couldn't move inflation like 08, 09, 10. You couldn't move inflation. Next thing you know, inflation just rips.
$6 trillion. That was the number. That we finally found the number.
Trillion down.
$6 trillion was the number. Yeah. We finally found it.
But now you got debt that's so high, and it's coming up to GDP percentage, whatever. We should have all the stats. I thought it was
selling coming in. More sellers coming in. 1,548.
If I need Jack, the stat guy, to come in here with the debt, the GDP
ratio.
Let's
see if we can sell off and break through. Let's break through these 20s.
There is some sort of news here. I'm not sure if this has anything to do with this little break we've got here in the NASDAQ, but it says that Meta, Microsoft, and Google, Meta develops an AI search engine to lessen reliance on Google and Microsoft. Whatever that information is, it came out about 2 minutes after 10. Seems like that's when we started kind of breaking. I don't know if that has that much to do with it, but that's just out there.
Interesting.
Now, Dan, I think, okay, it's never been a problem. It's always been drama. And every time in the history, when everyone makes a big deal of bonds and debt, there's an opportunity in the bonds. I hear you. But also, inflation was never a problem until it was.
Yeah.
So does it just wait for us to cross that bridge when we get there? Are we there? Are we even are we coming up to it? I don't know.
Sweet. Thanks, Gabe. I do want to remind people that we do have, like Dakota did mention, he's going to be a new VIP coach. Dakota, do we have a team name for you? Or actually, we're not going to unveil that just now. Maybe we're working on that. We're not going to unveil that just now. But Coach Dakota is going to be VIP coach. Not coaching. You're Dakota. He's going to put his coaching hat back on for VIP. VIP, Topstep. We're going to have many more check-ins this week. All right, folks, this week, get your check-ins, get your name submitted for the Topstep VIP draft. Expanding to 10 teams. The league is expanding to 10 teams. You heard me right. Doing that draft in January where we're starting to check in the selection process now. Submit your names for the draft, and the draft selection will be taken in January. But 10 teams, Topstep VIP. Someone's going to be on Coach Dakota's team. Oh, boy.
Name Coach Dakota's team. How about that? We got Michael, Adonaiah, Team Goda. I'm thinking the Goats. Cheeseheads.
Bears owners.
Bears owners. Okay. All right. A better Virginia McCaskey team. Yeah.
Still kicking. Still with us. God bless her. Hey, really quick, we're a little bit light on the likes. I'm going to try to do the Mohammed. We'll go right back to VIPs up. See if I have the Mohammed magic touch. Mohammed in the chat, please ask for some likes, because when Mohammed asks for likes, we'll double those likes in his heartbeat. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Topstep TV.
Yeah. This isn't a Barney Kids show, guys.
You like
Mohammed
that one, huh? This isn't Barney.
That was great. Mohammed, you have your jokes. Your jokes are good. I like them.
Barney?
Catching your humor a lot. I like it. Entertaining.
He's such a great trader too.
He's
yeah.
He's the man. Yes. Let's see if we can get throw some names in there. And you say more aggressively. This is not Barney. This is Topstep TV. Click like. See, I can only get 100. I can only got 100 there.
Some kids show.
He said it. Barney's he said it. We got like 500. Boom, like that.
I don't know, hanging out with my kids.
Is the VIP. VIP is not random. It's based on the number of times you've checked in. Right? The more times you've checked in, the higher likelihood you will be selected to a team. Right? So we're incentivizing you. We're incentivizing you to watch Topstep TV. If you watch Topstep TV, you're going to click on the forums and check in. The more check-ins you have, the higher likelihood you might be in a Coach VIP. You might be on Dakota's VIP team. Be on Paul's.
I will have check-ins during my slow markets. I always want to cater to my slow markets audience the most. So if I could give them a little bit more of an edge than anybody else, I'm going to try and do that.
Ooh, the Green Bay Stackers. I like Alex Bradley. The Green Bay Stackers. I like that name. Stacking paper. I like that a lot.
That's good.
I like that.
Long shorts.
Yeah, no, Dakota, you should. We want the reason why we're doing this, the scouting, the binoculars that come out here, they're gold, VIP, all that kind of stuff, because we're scouting for people that are engaging with us. And engagement's great just to shorten your learning curve, period, about anything. And a coach says something, you lean in, you don't you don't taunt the crowd and get it, you're still in the game. Yeah, you show that you're a part of a team. And kick the guy off the field is what I would say to that guy who's taunting. I don't want you on my team. And Dakota's going to have that ability. If somebody's not coachable or somebody's super coachable and they're always checking in, he's going to drop that little check-in thing in there. So it gives you an opportunity to increase the probability of that you could be chosen on there. Maybe we have a different way we do this in the future, but for now, it's really about, are they coachable? Do they want to work with Topstep? Are they leaning in to the conversation or are they not? And if you're leaning in the conversation, that's the check-ins.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. We scratch your back. You scratch ours. What did I say that right? Yeah. Last trade in the YM 42,683. YM very, very strong today. Also, speaking of Mohammed, get a load of this. You guys want more Mohammed? He'll be on this afternoon from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Central. If you want more Mohammed, he'll get those likes up. This is not Barney. Click like and subscribe.
I know your accent is just great.
I don't have the same oomph. I don't have that same punch that Mohammed brings when he asks for likes.
Where's Mohammed? Where you at? Where's he out of?
Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Nice.
Don't come crying to Mo. That was his t-shirt. Don't come crying to Mo. It's incredible. All right. Hey, we're still seeing 83% long in the crude. We've been pretty tame so far this morning. Everything's been pretty tame, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean, from what I was seeing last night and then this overnight, I thought today we was going to see a lot more volatility than this. We haven't really seen anything. We've stayed within 50 points since we opened, basically.
Yeah, we're setting normal trading days here in the NASDAQ, the S&P. The Dow has looked above the initial balance, but in the NASDAQ and the S&P that first range is our extremes for the session so far. So not a lot going on, kind of narrow ranges, kind of choppiness a little bit here. There's always opportunity in that, though.
530s,
It's
Hoag.
creeping up to those 75s.
Is that what that order that we have right now is sitting at 75?
6, even.
76? Okay, that's a good spot for it.
Yeah.
We still short?
It's one contract, right?
Yeah. It's we're teaching lessons on closing your eyes.
I think let's clarify. I think close your eyes. Maybe it's just jump on the momentum. It's a momentum trade.
that's
Well,
exactly
not
what it
overthinking.
is.
It's not overthinking. You're seeing huge volume coming and pushing lower. Obviously, you're not closing your eyes. You're jumping on the momentum.
Yep.
You're riding the wave. We're going surfing. You need volume to trade.
Yeah.
You need waves to surf.
We're gonna have
It's
lingo.
like one of
here.
those
We're gonna
where
have
it's like I could always hear it. There's one guy that says, "Look at these idiots who is selling the low," right? And then it just drops another 100 points. So, yeah, it's a momentum trade where you sell the low when we're breaking down in a breakout momentum trade. And then vice versa. You buy the high of a breakout trade as we're rallying. And that idea is that it's going to continue to go in that direction, which, yeah, at the exact moment, it's near the lows. At the exact moment, if we're breaking to the long side, it's near the highs. But if we do get continuation down and maybe we make for 490s, then that's no longer the low. You are looking to make a profit.
That's one thing too. I think we have better folks on here now after like pruning and everything and getting like the ones that are serious. They understand like you got to let conversations just cook. Like we're talking things through, and sometimes we'll use lingo like just close your eyes and all that. You don't want to clip that one and say all these guys do over here is close your eyes. It's just lingo. You can't take it too serious. I had a bunch of people like hit me up on Twitter, and then the team last week like, oh, whatever you said about the changes and things and all that.
All right, hold on.
No, yeah, you're reeling me in. I know you guys you gotta let somebody talk, and that's just like what we want to do here on Topstep TV. Is we just want to have a conversation. I think I want to be too literal with it.
Not too literal. These markets don't want to be moving too much. Oh, I am hearing there's a lot of, how about this? There's a lot of new names at the top of the big board today. A lot of new names at the top of the big board. I'm
not caught up on the big board.
I am not either, but a lot of new names. So stay tuned for that. We got about 40 minutes left here. Fast markets. Markets have not been fast, but they haven't quite exactly been slow. Got Nick for a tick in the house. Coach Dakota. Nick for a tick always does the weekly kickoff on Sundays. We got Coach Dakota doing slow markets in the evenings.
Here's a good point.
Can we,
Dan in the chat says, more accounts and more careers have been lost by buying the lows and shorting the highs than following the direction the market's going in the first place. I mean, that's a good point.
It's not wrong. He is not wrong.
So Derek in the chat, I am back trading after 4 months, rested. Wish me good luck. I think he says, we're not wishing anybody good luck here. We wish you trading well and always trading for tomorrow. Remember, it's very important in the trading world. You don't wish people good luck. Hey, buddy, trade well. So, Derek, trade well, my friend. 4-month break. I took breaks. Breaks are healthy.
Cammy Capital took a break. Came back.
I just seen that on the this is not financial advice. Don't copy our trades. Don't fade our trades. Don't be annoying.
Yes. All of those, please. All of those.
Hey, look.
Nasdaq selling off. Again.
Nasdaq selling off.
Yes, it's still hanging out there.
We're still not in the money on the close your eyes and sell.
Just want to go.
What price do we get? 45?
45, yeah.
Man, I'm very thankful I passed combines in the pre-market because there have really not been a lot of opportunities to trade this today.
Right.
Based off of how we trade, no.
Yeah, I was gonna say your style, even my style. It's just we've been too range bound, and I've
just lots of chop, lots of chop. It's been very ugly, very ugly.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest. We got the Euro
Like
close
just
here
right
about
there,
9
it was
minutes.
what 15 points down, 15 points up. Yeah,
Yeah, maybe Euro close gives you something to enter if you've been patient and
Yeah.
waiting, but who knows? Otherwise, maybe come back tomorrow or check back in at power hour kind of thing.
Yeah,
for
we got
the
71%
entry.
short Nasdaq right now in the tilt. Average price of 20,567. 567 average short. They're about 8 points in the money right now. 71%, 70% short.
yeah. Dobie range rules. Dobie's a range trader. This is his
Yeah,
market
Dolby's
to be
probably
trading.
loving this right now.
Mm.
Range rule. Yep.
Oh, those 530s,
Yes.
man. They are strong.
Well, I
Yeah, they
left
are.
them on there for a reason. You know, that was a weekly kickoff level from 3 weeks ago, but it would still seemed impactful, and it was today.
Mm-hmm. We talked about it last night on my prep show where we were just saying, I'm like, I don't know how to really say anything more about this level, but just keep this number once again in the back of your mind. It's been relevant every week going back the last 5 weeks. I think we counted all the volume profiles I had drawn, and there was a reversal or a breakout or something from 530s that you could have easily taken. So, yeah, still holding true.
Yeah, look at that. Here we go again. Nasdaq up 15, down 15.
It's wild, man. Oh, baby. Let's do a quick market recap. Go around and check out some other markets. We are short. House account short from 20,545 in the NASDAQ. Take a look at gold here. We'll just did see a push to the upside. High of the day, 27.58. We're about $4 off of that right now. 27.54 last trade. Look at the crude. Crude did push higher, topped out at $68.20. Last trade, 67.84. So about 40 cents off the highs there. Dow definitely the strongest out of the three equities we're watching. 42,690 high of the day. We're about
Someone in the chat pointed out that isn't this the weird week where Europe decides to change clocks, but the US doesn't? So Euro close might be in an hour. Or am I making that up? This is that weird week.
Is it really?
Is this that week?
Someone in the chat confirmed because I think Europe rolled their clocks, pushed their clocks
Thank you.
back.
So is it 11:30 Central
is.
then? 11:30 Central.
At least
Okay,
until
cool.
Sunday. I think then next week we are back to being 10:30 again because we roll our clocks.
Wow. Thank you guys.
Yeah, we fall back.
Looking out.
I hate
Look at this
this
chat. Love you, chat. Why are we changing clocks? Why are we still changing clocks? That's
Exactly.
different conversation for
Farmers.
another time. Nice shirt, Michael.
Used to be the farmers.
Like this, Dry?
I do like that. Why are we?
Food.
Yes, the farmers. It's because of the farmers.
Mm.
Last trade. Okay, so Euro close. Scratch that. Euro close. Not for another hour.
Mm, mm.
Why are we
I
still
did not
changing-
know that.
I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember this. Last year was like the first time I noticed this. And
Yeah, Dee
I
was
was
telling
taken
us.
back. I had no idea that clocks had. Why can't we all just agree on the Sunday that we're going to change the clocks together around the world? I don't know.
Yeah. I do not know either.
Well, it depends on where you're at on the equator and the position of the sun to where.
I just want
Right,
the sun to
Dakota.
come up. I want the sun to come up at the same time every day, so move the clocks according to that. That's kind of how. I mean, today it's like driving in pitch
Now
black.
it's gonna be the sad, depressing, dark at 5 o'clock Central Time
Yeah,
kind of stuff for a lot of us.
Those are
Where you don't
tough.
really see the sun while you're driving to work and when you're driving home, it's dark.
Those are tough. It's you got to really
Come on,
strap it down.
Nasdaq, just sell off. This
Hey,
is looking heavy.
It's really tough.
Yeah, we are. Hey, in the chat here, Dolby's the man. I owe my only pass XFA to that guy. There you go. Mega
There you
money
go.
214.
Nvidia's rolling over here. It's on its lows right now, about $140.83.
Still 70% short in the NASDAQ right now. House account just been chilling in this short, short from 45, I should say. Short from 45.
Bill Moen says blame Benjamin Franklin, which I believe has some validity.
We're still using his ideas on this.
I'm still using his ideas, man. Come on.
It's like
Trying
250
to go
years
to
ago,
moon.
man.
We're trying to go to Mars here. Can't be using ideas from 1800s.
I'm gonna get hit with the printing press or the news. I'm gonna get hit with or something like that now. But yes, 20,555 feels a little heavy, but we got to get through these 530s. 20,530.
Yeah, this could get it could sell. If it does sell off, it's going to go fast. It might go fast.
Damn electricity.
That gap's going to bug me all day.
70% short in the tilt, NASDAQ. 63% S&P short. Somebody asked if we're bringing in Pulse. We have the tilt. The tilt collects all everybody's trading.
Pulse?
Tilt. The tilt.
Oh, yeah.
What's Pulse?
There's also the other indicator out there that the platform's launched called Pulse. It's just basically both of us saying, them and us, both of them saying that data is important enough to share. So that's why we will be talking about it in the word tilt over here to not confuse. But tomato.
Oh, it's the same thing, right? It's the same data. And this was like back in February, though, right? Like beginning of the year stuff.
Yeah, it's not the same data. Because if it's prop firm XYZ and they have, it's only those traders with that prop firm. Yeah, we're not.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's the community. It's the community sentiment of that community's trading.
Mm-hmm. These markets. Wow.
Heat map. Any chance of a heat map?
No, we got a lot of cool stuff coming out here very soon. And I was riffing on it last week, and a bunch of people were like, he's doing this. He's on fire. He's doing this. He's doing that. When you see an announcement happen in your email, that's when we actually do something. But I'm going to have conversations with everybody here from different topics. We're going to be having some cool stuff come out that I've mentioned in the past, but I'm going to wait till those announcements are posted. But it's going to be maybe I won't.
He's like Santa Claus, man. He just wants to bring the gifts to the people.
I'll show up on Thanksgiving if I'm Santa Claus.
Oh, yes, he will. Yes, he will.
You're on fire!
Hey, there we go.
It's fun, though. It's fun to have these conversations because this is what people care about. And then it's not official until it's official. But we can always have conversations like that.
I'm super pumped for this big board.
Yeah.
Conversation, Mike. Oh, hold on. Super pumped about the big board. Super pumped about a little VIP update, I do believe, as well. VIP? No, VIP.
Yeah, market's not doing anything. Let's do it.
It's not. VIP next. Okay.
Dakota.
Yeah, once Coach Paul drops in here, we'll get the VIP going.
Thank you,
Dakota. I gotta give you credit. You handle yourself for a new guy on Twitter. You handle yourself pretty well. I love it. You're positive.
That's so crazy, huh, MP? You seen that?
He's the only guy who comes home from school, goes, Mom, I got an A+.
What
the siblings in the house goes, that ain't good enough.
I was like, what do you say to that, MP? I was just like, I wish you well on your own personal goals, too. I don't know who you are. And I'm like, I can understand if it's some random.
You just post a funny GIF back at them like I do, and
but
just
then I look,
I guess.
Gosh.
I was like, okay, this has just got to be some random troll, right? And I clicked and I looked. I'm like, all right, 800,000 followers. Who's this guy?
Oh, really?
Oh my God.
You're getting lit up.
All right.
I've asked Peter to come on here. There is a conversation that should be had if you have a big voice that people follow. And I'm like, let's do it in the open. And Dakota's like, there's just like a conversation. I mean, hell, like Rogan and Trump had a conversation, and Kamala and whomever will have a conversation.
Howard Stern, Michael. Howard Stern.
She's going on Howard Stern.
Sound like you didn't
She's
catch
going
that
on
one.
Howard Stern.
Yeah, the biggest.
Okay, I see. Have conversations. You can have disagreements.
Here's the thing, MP. I do my due diligence. I seen he has a blog, and I read it, and I understand his point of view, and I get his point of view, and he's stated his point of view, but he's letting his point of view allow him to have a personal attack against the individual. It's like, okay,
And I
whatever.
can't tell if it's a whole industry or if it's like certain firms, but I'm like, yo, we've been taking traders live since the very beginning. We've never stopped. We've never stopped. We have hundreds and hundreds of live traders that are trading with tag 50s. You don't know what tag 50 is as a prop firm, then clearly you don't take anybody live. But we've been doing tag 50s since 2010, beginning of 10.
No, I agree with him. I even seen an advertisement. I think you've seen it too, Nick, where it's like, we could build you a prop firm for under 15 minutes, and all this BS. I agree 100% with that.
I do.
But,
There's a lot of bad
lot of
actors in the
respect.
space. Let's be serious.
15
Yeah, there's an
minutes.
Instagram ad that I see floating around for like they'll build you a prop firm for like 10 grand.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Why do you think there's
What?
why do you think there's some
Goes,
why do you think there's some
goes to
wackos that
development
are
firm,
coming
probably.
into this? Yeah.
yeah.
Man.
So I
It's just-
agree with him, but I lose my respect when
Me
you have
too.
a personal attack in someone who's actually learning and doing better and trying to advance the
Mhm.
industry. And it's like, hey, you don't even know anything about this. So I do invite him to come on here. I think it would be a fun conversation.
Yeah. I always want to be convinced is it better to not have prop firms at all and then just go straight to the market? Because I did that. I just told you guys I lost $90,000.
Or sellers.
A lot of people here we go. We're in the money on
Yes,
our
new lows.
Hoag,
one
like
lot,
these
but-
30s. Hoag, we got to break these 30s, right? We can break these 30s. We might find out some clearance or
Yeah.
a head fake.
Yeah.
We need the volume,
Yeah,
right?
if we break this, I think we could see 490s, 480s.
Yeah. It's going to
Well,
take
it's
us
getting
below the
vicious.
IB. If we can't get back above the IB, you stay short.
70%
Nvidia is still
short.
rolling over.
Hoag, what's IB price?
IB low is 20,528.
There you go, 528. Flow of the day. Gotcha. All right, we got to
And-
push this 5.
5866-ish on yes. So right where we are.
5.2.
Still right there.
Okay, cool. 5.2.
Yeah, we
Man, it's a
just
struggle. It's just no
extended
volume.
below the IB low in the S&Ps. Let's see if we leave some sort of failed downside auction or if we see continuation.
We just need the volume to push. Here we go. They're going to give it a shot again. Here we go. Last trade, 20,000, 536, 534 is trade now. More
Here we
push,
go.
more volume.
Let's see this.
Yes, going.
I want to be short if I'm not short. You could even take a breakout or break down short, break these 530s, where just like the house account did. It's just one of those things. You don't know if it's going to break now. Maybe it takes a lot longer than we sat here and waited and had some good conversation, and now we're seeing the market move again. Let's see if we can do it.
Just needs, yeah. Where's Coach Jay? I don't know if Coach Jay's in today, but say, like, I don't know if the volume's going to be enough. The energy, you need the volume, the energy to push.
73.
Yep.
73, Dre, across the board. 73% short across the board.
Wow.
NASDAQ,
They are.
micros, minis, S&P, micros, minis. About 73% on average. Average
price
price of the shorts,
Man, that was
Go
a
ahead,
rip.
Michael. Go ahead, Michael. Do it. I like when you do this.
70s, 570s.
Yeah,
Will
that's
they
what,
get paid?
20 points straight up.
530s. 530s again. Big wall.
Fake out before a push-up. Tickle. Golems says, yeah, that's called a head fake to the
I'm not-
downside.
I'm a bull and I don't like buying here. So I mean, like if that's any say, because that was a 20-point bounce and immediately we're right back down at 540.
Bull's not comfortable. What's in Dakota's background? We see the bear in Dakota's background right now. He's bearish.
Mhm.
Nick for a tick. What do you think, man? We got to push the sucker, but just doesn't look like we have the energy to do it right now.
Yeah,
We might
that would be
see
my
a-
only concern. I could see ES, fluttering back down towards 5860s and NQ trying to go take out this 530 spot, maybe go making a run, filling the gap. Like that wouldn't shock me. I'm not saying we're going to roll down to 400s in NQ, but I could see us making an attempt if we can break this initial balance low at trying to fill the gaps.
Dakota, put that conversation to bed. We have reached out to Peter, and we would hopefully, like he gets on, let's have a great conversation. Good conversation. We can disagree,
Sweet.
agree to disagree. I've always thought that line was like whatever, but
Love it.
it's the truth.
Didn't he write some blog that even said like anybody that was like an influencer in the prop space should have a series 3? I think wasn't that one of his points that he made?
I mean, that I would think that would. That's why I said in that my reply.
So that's
I'm
why
like,
I was,
shouldn't you,
I was
like,
shocked by the
prerequisite
same thing. That's the reaction. You have
Yeah,
someone
but
who's an
I
influential
don't
person
disagree
in the
with him.
space.
I actually agree with him is the thing. It's just the way you go about it and the way I would go about it are two different. But yeah, we'll put that on hold. I'll be excited to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, be
But
good.
yeah, here's the NASDAQ. Here's a great example of,
It's trying.
do you sell the lows or do you buy the lows? And what Dan in the chat was saying is more people go broke buying the low of day, which is right here. If someone buys right here and we sell off, 50 points, we could see this example play out like right here, right now. Because
Yeah, they're going to give it a shot here.
Video's
Trying
still
to high
rolling
fade.
over.
Yeah, is it okay? Thank you, Hoag. You sell into this. If we break through the wall, when the wall bursts through.
Yeah, this is like a knock kind of low where now
Yeah.
it's to the point where I'm probably not long in it right here, right now. This is like the fourth attempt today to break it.
Yes, it is, Nick. I was just going to say that.
House account short.
It's got a short
House
one.
account is short.
Yes, we are.
All right. House account short. We're going to keep an eye on this level. Last trade, 20,005. Man, just bounce like that. Jeez, it's tough. All right. I want to bring in Coach Paul. From the VIP, we got Jack in here. Coach Paul, you're good to go. We're ready to do this. We got a VIP update. Coach Paul in the house. We got Jack coming in.
What up, gents? I'm here to be the spirit guide as we go through some of these stats for Coach Paul's Profiteers. Paul, welcome to the show.
Good to be here.
Great. Yes. So we got a couple things to show here, but first, just overall, how are things going with your team?
Good. The first week, we're focusing on developing winning principles based off of a famous book by Mark Douglas, Trading in the Zone, and getting our routine down for making decisions on trades, focused on keeping the account alive, bottom line, preserving capital, and then getting into the zone by winnowing down our decision-making process to be consistent, focused on risk management.
That's great. Well, we have a board here that we wanted to show because you're a relatively new team here, but we wanted to show some of the people that were making moves so far. We have two of your traders so far in the XFA accounts, one who is thriving quite well, which we will dive deeper in the brief right for this. JV is having a little bit of an issue right now in the XFA, but we got some people close to passing the combines here as well. Have you talked to any of these traders specifically, or?
No, we communicate through Discord. We've had a meeting on Discord, and we'll have a meeting again tomorrow. As we develop and get into a groove, we'll do a few more meetings so we can concentrate on specific areas that certain traders are having a problem with. So it's we're going to build the team and focus on how we get better by analyzing our mistakes, by not looking at the crowd and forgetting about, hey, there's a play going on. That kind of stuff actually can happen in trading. When we're focused on just, celebrating our wins, we can lose focus on the bottom line, which is keeping our losses in line so we can let our winners ride.
Well, let's take a closer look at Farith here, who's on top so far, the top performer on the Profiteers. We got a card here for him. He's in the XFA, only been there for 3 days so far, but 3 for 3 ain't bad for winning days, with an average daily P&L of $918. Reward the risk, just a little bit under 1-to-1, but he's doing 61% winning trades on about 21 trades per day, 1 to 2 lots, but this could be less because of scaling. But a really good start here to the XFA for a man from Rochester.
Yeah, that's pure consistency, 1-to-1, risk, winners to losers. But to get that, he's doing something right. He's focusing on the bottom line and repeating a process. Another thing we've been studying is called OODA loops, and those was designed by one of the greatest fighter pilots in the Air Force. And to make it a brief review of that is OODA loop stands for observe, orient, decide, and act. It's a process to make decisions that are consistent under pressure. It's easy to make decisions like the Monday morning quarterback. But when you're in the battle or you're in a trade and following a program that allows you to focus on the task at hand and not be distracted, he's done a great job at that. And I think with that, we can learn from him and follow is create your. I asked them can you bring your trading decision process down to 4 steps?
Mhm.
And when you can do that, you can identify the trades that you want to take. As Hoag says all the time, look long enough and you can find a reason to trade, right? But it has to be in a plan, and that's how you get consistency. When we force ourselves into just making money, we will take any trade that looks good. On my younger days, I used to do it all the time. Like, oh, yeah, this one, oh, I like this trade. That doesn't bring consistency. And, this is a combine. To do that, you have to be consistent in your decision making. You have to be consistent in your risk taking. So that's been our focus the first week. And this week, we're going to go through measuring risks based on what I've learned from the Turtle program, using average true ranges in your time frame. That process will help you be consistent, because if you're not comfortable or you don't accept the risk of the trade, what usually happens is you veer from your program. Like, biggest one is taking bigger losses than you can afford, but another one is cutting off a winning trade. That's the one that really doesn't get talked about too much, because it's okay, I made money, but when you cut off a winner, that's just as bad as letting a winner a loser explode on you. So
Money's money.
money is money, and it's there's a great book too that I suggest anyone read as a trader by Annie Duke, Thinking in Bets. Annie Duke was a professional poker player, and she talks about, and I think it's really good for traders, is because we don't have all the information, right? We have it's always uncertainty. Not much, not unlike playing poker. When you're playing poker, there's uncertainty, but you have to make bets, and you have to make calculated bets based on what information you have in front of you. If it's based on fear or greed, you're usually not going to make great decisions. But if it's calculated and it's with the new information you get on every deal, on every flip of a card, you're going to make better decisions. It doesn't mean you're going to win all the time, but when you do that, you're going to have consistency, and you're going to be around for a longer period. And when you get it done really well, you're going to thrive.
Well, Paul, we hope to have you along for a longer period here, but we got a trade on right now in the house account. Thanks for stopping by with us. We'll have you back. Best of trades to you and your team, and we'll throw it back to the guys now. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Jack.
Coach Paul.
Bye.
Coach
Thanks.
Paul. Awesome stuff.
Awesome.
The profiteer.
Yeah.
Guys, that's what you get from our coaches. Again, VIP is invite only right now. It is completely free. It's complimentary. Topstep covers everything. And that's great.
It is. All right, guys.
That's the
I
best.
thought we were going to go there. Thought that was the time. The buy finally broke those 30s,
Yeah, it looked like it.
20,520, but man, it's just tough sledding
Now,
right now.
now it's a potential failed downside auction.
Great. So now we got that to
Yeah,
work with.
We covered what 2% of the gap.
Yeah, almost.
The gap starts at what 525.
Yeah, 525 down to 575.
Down to 475.
475. Excuse me, 475.
Yeah, it's a 50-point gap. It's a big gap.
I mean, yes,
I
has like
still
20
think we
more
go
points
down.
to go.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of hesitation here, which is those trading to sell for the gap fill probably just as anxious as those buying right here.
T-Man, how do you enter the VIP? You get invited to it. So you enter by tuning in as much as you possibly can to all the great, I hate the word content, to Topstep
Programming.
TV.
Programming.
Programming. There, that's good. And then there'll be a check-in. And it'll be scouting check-in on and then you just check in. And then it increases your probability that you're going to get selected. Because the more check-ins gets more names in the hat. More names in the hat. When you draw, of course, you guys get the concept.
All right. I do believe the big board, the long-awaited big board, is ready. If so,
let's do it. This market's taking its
we
time.
got a certain somebody who's been waiting a long time for this, Michael. I heard it might be on the big board today. I don't know. We're going to find out. Stay tuned. Robert, if we're ready to do this, jump on in.
Do we pose for a screenshot?
No, definite screenshots, Dakota. This will be a definite.
Well, here we are.
What's up, Robert?
Not the official graphic, but I did take my little wall back there. We put the stupid little big board on there thanks to AI really, really quick. That's not the official one. Let's get the official one up there for the big board. The graphic and drum rolls. What's the matter? MP, we got
You love your AI images. I love it.
We gotta have this one.
Where is it? What?
There we have it. So I'll make a couple of comments on this. We're going to get in and out pretty quick so we can make sure that we have Peter Tucken coming on pretty soon. A couple of comments I want to make on here. First of all, if we look at number 6 on the list here, Carl S. trading MNQ. Number 20, Chad M. also trading MNQ. And then number 23, Tyson L. trading MNQ. These folks, these traders, are on the big board, top 25 trading micros. I want you to keep that under your cap.
Wow.
Rafa, yeah, isn't that really something? There's one more thing I want to highlight, and the highlight is number 1, Rafa, 26% win rate. Number 9 is Dakota with a 33% win rate. They are not high win rates, but they have great risk reward and great risk management. Definitely keep that as well.
Then,
we don't always have to hit 100%, right?
That's it is off though, Robert.
Okay. In what spot?
My live account is at 250,000 as of last.
Interesting.
What's off the balance here?
Yeah.
Probably still hasn't refreshed from Dakota's.
Yeah, I've been doing the refreshing on it, and we gave it over there. So we'll definitely make sure that everything is kept up to date. But the numbers are right as far as the drops on here. Like Dakota, you went down -5. However, you had the surgery that we all know very well about. And I think we got some pics and some behind-the-scenes footage coming up on that here pretty soon. But one last little comment.
Oh my god!
Whoa!
We gotta look at number 22.
Whoa! What happened?
We gotta look at number 20. Oh my god! Oh my god! I just saw that. I think
Slack wouldn't let me delete it as fast as I realized I posted it.
In the name that we've all been looking for, number 22 is Mr. Patrick W. I don't know what the W stands for, but it seems like a familiar name coming up and down the boards a lot. So we just want to make sure that we give a shout out to number 22 over there.
Number 22 did it, Michael. Look at 22. There he is.
Good for him. Fair and square.
Yeah.
You
worked your way up to it. Congratulations.
Job, I guess. Jab,
There you
jab,
go.
jab.
So we got the micros coming up on the board. We have the winning trade percentages of some of the top 10 traders are under 50%, literally 26, 30, 40%. That's the way to go. We have Patrick moving up to number 22. Congratulations there. And we are going to wrap this up. I gotta get out of here so we can have Mr. Peter Tuckman on pretty soon. I will see you all tomorrow. I'll see you on later on with behind the scenes with group coaching. Hoag is being on the air. The form is pinned. Make sure you fill that out right away. Then jumping on later on with Anne-Marie and Mohammed. So going to take a little break, get some lunch, grab myself a ribeye, and we will be back.
Thanks. Gotta throw that one out.
Thank you,
there.
Robert. Thank you, Robert.
We'll get you a nice steak.
How about that? You jab, jab, jab long enough, you find your way on the big board. I think that's the lesson there, Michael.
Failed downside auction's gonna be about 7 minutes before it confirms, but right now that's what it looks like on the lows here.
Yeah, we wicked right below. No continuation for the gap fill.
No.
Yet.
Take out 20s.
Yet. That is the caveat there. Yet.
Yeah, I think we got 20, 25.
20 and 3/4.
23 quarters.
Yep.
Let's see if we can make another run. They're not giving up. The sellers are not giving up. That's it. We're seeing a bigger range from 30s to 60s, back and forth, big 20-point swings.
Where is ICT on the board? ICT, Michael. Yeah, I want to get him on here. Get him on the board. Get him on the board.
You gotta
I
earn your way
emailed
on the
him.
board.
I haven't heard back. We were email talking for a while. So Michael, it would be great to have a good conversation about the markets with you. That'd be fun too.
All right. How's
I
the
think
count
you
still
might be
short?
under
Haven't really taken much heat one way or another.
It's right here, right here. It's like 45s. What a tough trade today.
Maybe.
Just won't go. There's no energy, there's no volume behind it. We do have 85%, almost 86% long in crude oil right now. You see 70% short, 72% short in the NASDAQ and ES. Get the follow through. So I gotta say, fast markets has gone by quickly. Got Peter Tucker coming
NVIDIA
up. We got more
still dragging along the
What's up?
bottom here in NVIDIA.
Okay.
Putting in a new session low as we speak, 140.40.
Well, it's that time of fast markets where we do the appreciations.
No, three?
I'd appreciate this market would just bust through these 30s and stay below it, but we have not yet. We're just big wall right now. Anyways, let's do some appreciations. Fast markets. We got 3 minutes left here in fast markets. We'll keep this trade on. We'll keep you guys updated throughout. As haven't hit the stop, haven't hit the profit target yet. So let's do appreciations right here, right now. As always, we like to throw it into the chat first. Chat, what are you appreciative for on this Monday? And let that cook for a couple minutes. Hello, Contrarian Tara. What's the tilt on gold, you ask? Tara, tilt on gold is currently a 50-50, 58% short. I typically say 50-50. There we go, appreciation. So about 58% short. Anyways, let's do some appreciation in the chat. Chat says, God, there you go. You guys, range days, stake, the ability to trade another day. There you go. I do like that. I'll start with my main man, Hoag. Hoag, what do you appreciate for on this Monday?
As always, my God, my family, my country, and what else? Getting the Series 3 behind me, that's always a good thing.
There
but
you go.
Appreciate every day above ground. And so, yeah, it's a good day. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Oh. All right, I'll throw to Nick for a tick. Nick for a tick, what are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for, in a weird way, taking some time in the next few weeks. I'm going to be slowly winding down some of my trading just because nobody wants to be long NQ while having to run to the hospital. So I'm looking forward to taking a almost forced break in my trading and winding down, going in probably for the remainder of this year into the holiday season. It's just a good timing for me to be having a kid, and also when markets just get a little weird and slow, and there's better trades in January in theory. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm thankful that I get to spend some of that time.
Awesome. Yes, indeed. We'll keep an eye on that. But yes, much deserved time away. More important things in trading, of course, family always comes first. So I'll throw it to Dakota 100%. Now. 4 teeth lighter than we saw him last time. Coach Dakota. Coach Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for everybody here. Danielle in the back, Tim, everybody who supported me through all of that. It was a very rough week, and you guys seen that screenshot there. I was a little bit out of it, but very appreciative and thankful for everybody here on Topstep TV and behind the scenes, and everybody in the chat. And I know I've been more active on social media, trying to continue to bring the positivity when it comes to everything that we're trying to do here.
Awesome stuff. Mr. Michael Patak, recently back from Santa Barbara, California, back in the helm in Snowmass, Colorado. Mr. Patak, what are you appreciative for?
Well, I am always appreciative of my family because that was really fun with them in Santa Barbara. I spent a lot of time with them, which is great. But also appreciative of the guys that are finishing up the Series 3. I know how much work it is. It feels like all that, but it's just really cool. And I text you, Hoagland, and I go, feels good, doesn't it? Just to get it done. And to pass it. It's a fun little thing, and it's a good little thing to have. So appreciative of all the folks that have done that and that are working through it right now.
Awesome. And I will wrap it up. I am appreciative for just Topstep. Whoa, what's this? Oh, wanted. Still on there.
There we go. Nice.
Wanted.
I love that.
Nick, you're there.
It's coming.
It's coming.
Yes. I'm not
JD's taking it Wednesday. We'll have a Series 3 question during Power Hour this afternoon.
There we go. Nice.
Okay, really quick. I'm appreciative to report this awesome stuff. Very, very positive news. Positive news from Charles Chapman. Appreciative of my pathology report this morning that the margins were clear and they got all of the basal cell carcinoma last week. A nasty scar, though. I don't know. I shouldn't have read that. I should have been more prepared to figure out what the hell that really meant. But congratulations, cancer-free Charles Chapman. On the other side of this, we got Peter Tuchman in the house, most photographed man on Wall Street. Peter, tell us what he's watching out for this week. Anyways, we got Power Players coming up next. Tuchman in the house. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
joined by Mr. Tuckman and his sidekick, Mr. Tuckman. Who is in the screen with you right now?
That's my guy, Mateo. He's my videographer.
Mateo. You have a photographer? Who knew Peter Tuckman is a photographer? You are a celebrity.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. These are Power Players. Peter Tuckman in the house with his photographer, Mateo. Joins from Wall Street Global. Let's get right to it. First of all, Mr. Tuckman, where are you right now?
I am in Experience Square. It is right in front of the New York Stock Exchange. That's the building. We're on Broad Street, the corner of Broad and Wall. That's where George Washington was inaugurated in, I don't know what year, but I was here. I was here for that, and I would mention earlier, the lunch was really great. Great lunch menu. But anyway, George was a little stiff. I think his teeth were made of wood or something. But anyway.
They were.
Yes.
Yes. Anyways, Mr.
Anyway,
Tuckman, let's get right into it. Nothing really popping on the markets just yet, so let's take a look at the week ahead for what we got for the earnings. Big earnings this week. Alphabet, Meta, Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon all this week. You've been in these markets forever. How do people, if you're trading the earnings, how do you trade earnings? How do you tackle a big earnings schedule like this week we have?
You don't trade earnings. Trading earnings is the biggest mistake in this market.
Why?
In the old days, back in the 80s and 90s, you'd be able to look. You'd get a really good research analyst who would come out with a look on the earnings, and you'd be able to just buy them when the earnings were released. It would go up, and you'd sell. In the market now, it is so unforgiving. You can have great earnings, great guidance, and stock can go down $50. So look, you guys know that David Green and I have an academy teaching technical analysis. We are very firm and strict about trading Fed meetings and trading earnings releases. Your best bet is to let the news come out on earnings and then plug them into your charts, okay? And let technical analysis and price action determine your entries on the long side or the short side. Absolutely. Look, you may get lucky for $1, but you may get wrong for $50. You've seen it, guys. You can have good earnings, good guidance, stock goes down $50. So I don't know why anybody would do that. The risk reward ratio is out of control. So let the news come out. It's like Fed Day, right? You can have the right opinion about what the Fed's going to do, and the price action in the market is completely counterintuitive, and then you've blown up your friggin' account. My job and David Green's job at Wall Street Global is to prevent people from blowing up their trading accounts. You guys are the same way. You want the people who are coming to Topstep to learn how to trade and trade futures. You don't want them blowing up 1 million accounts. Well, it's just not the way we do. You want us to educate them, and we want them to learn how to trade futures. So right now, you've got the biggest week in earnings for the top 5 of the Mag 7. Okay, you know what? They're all trading at record highs. So you know what's going to happen? Even with blowout, look, we had the same. The reason that Tesla went up as much as it did now, over $70, is because it had gotten its ass kicked over the last month before earnings came out. Would the stock have reacted the same if it had been trading at record highs into the earnings call? I'm not so sure. But look, we're seeing it with NVIDIA, right? Yesterday's highs are today's lows. It's just the way this market is. We are in the last 8 weeks of a market. We got an election coming in a week. Everybody wants skin in the game. It doesn't matter who wins the presidency. This market, I feel, is going to just keep going higher and higher, right? It's clear that the runway is clear for friggin' Santa Claus to come to town. The last 2 months of a year like this one, that's my gut. There's still trillions.
I'm just going to ask you. Santa Claus rally. Are you a believer in the Santa Claus rally? Looking at the last 8 weeks of the trading year. Santa Claus rally, believer or no?
100%. Absolutely. Nope. I think, look, there are people who are, you may see a little bit of tax harvesting in mid-November, maybe beginning of December. You have to realize November 1st, the mutual funds shut down for the year. December 1st, the hedge funds shut down for the year. All the money that they've made, they don't want to give it back. So they usually they close out the fund, they go to St. Bart's, and they do what they do in St. Bart's. The rest of the market, the big institutions, the banks, individual, high will, and people like us are the ones trading the market.
Uh-oh. We lose them. Peter.
Yeah, and there's great volatility, great price action. There's a lot around
We might have lost him. He's walking
Did I
around. He's
lose
fired up. He's moving around there on Broad
Did I lose
Street,
you?
New
You there?
York. Yeah, I got you.
No.
Hey, Mr. Peter Tucker, before we get you out of here, tell us what you guys are doing.
Come
You
here.
mentioned, well, you and David Green talking about Wall Street Global. Finish up with us really quick, then we'll get you out of here. Wall Street Global, tell us about it really quick.
Listen to me. Wall Street Global Trading Academy, GTA.com. It is the best school academy for technical analysis and risk management. If you guys are trading on Topstep and you really want to learn how to trade the market and make a lot of money doing it, we have an amazing course. We coach and mentor all our students. We got a money back guarantee. We've got everything going on. You guys, look, we have thousands of students all over the world who are having a really good year, right? Topstep has been a huge addition to us. But basically, look, you're trading futures. You need to understand technical analysis and risk management in order to make money in this market and not blow up your account. Come and check us out. I'll give you special treatment. I'll give you a bar of Dubai chocolate. We can have some fun.
Dubai chocolate. We were talking about that in the green room. Dubai chocolate, all the rage there in Brooklyn, New York. 2 pieces of chocolate smushed between with some pistachios, I do believe. Mr. Peter Tuckman, get out of here. Have a good week. We will see you on. Oh, and real quick in the chat, Mr. Peter Tuckman, they says Nancy Matthews in the chat says Peter Tuckman is a hottie. What do you think about that?
Oh, get the heck out of her. Rob, reach out, baby.
Anyways, let's get you out of here, Peter Tuckman. Thank you so much. We'll see you on Friday again. Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Go check it out. Later, Peter. Talk to you on Friday. Take care.
Later, guys.
Oh, come on in. Come on in. Who we got here? Boy, Tuckman was fired up. Hey, we
when
got
isn't he fired up?
Coach Paul from the Privateers. We got Dolby Time back here on Power Players. Let's get right into it. Dolby Time, what's good?
Just hanging out, Dre. I carved a pumpkin this weekend. That was pretty fun. I went with a more traditional style. I think I took a picture of it. I'll send it to the producers, and we can do a little pumpkin carving contest. Yeah, also known as a jack-o'-lantern. Hello, Coach Paul.
Cool. Coach Paul's on mute.
Oh,
Mr. Profiteers. The Profiteers. Oh, we got you, Coach.
Oh, no, it's not on mute. Can you
now you're not. Oh, yeah, now you're not.
No, now we can.
Now you're good. Yeah, I see what you did there.
Okay. No, I don't think my headphone was plugged in all the way. I will do my push-ups after this session.
Welcome, Coach Paul. All right, let's get right into it, fellas. We've been trying to bounce and push through these 530s, 20,530 in the NASDAQ. We got as low as 20,516. I do believe the house account's short from 45 still. Maybe get an update from MP on that one. But, Coach Paul, what's your read on these markets right now? And also, Dobie's got the keys to the house account, I do believe. Sure do. There. But Coach Paul, what do you think?
The indices are flat. Buy the lows, sell the highs. I see VWAP is in the middle of the first half hour and the hourly range. So no commitment to direction. Buy the dips, sell the rallies there. I think better trades are right now in the yen and the crude. I want to buy the crude and sell the yen. Really? I don't see much in the but I hand it off to Coach Dolby. This is your kind of market, is it not?
Buy some crude.
Well, every market's my kind of market, Coach Paul. You can find a range. You can find a range anywhere. It just depends what time frame you're on.
Just open a bag of Doritos, huh?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Andre and I, we did a fun bit. We did a fun bit on Friday. They're working on it. I don't want to spoil anything, but it does involve a Dorito liquor, which was incredibly subpar. Wow, was it bad?
Something else. Something else. All right, well, hold on, Paul. You said you were having an eye on crude. You want to buy the crude right now. Well, last trade 67.90. Dolby, if you mind, let's take a look at the crude. I do see 85% long still. We've seen heavy long tilt all day in the crude.
Yeah, that worries me.
Yeah, what price do you like?
The market.
Market? Boom.
You like market price for crude?
Yep.
All right. Join me.
Okay, I like this.
We're in. What's your stop?
Oh, but right now on the half an hour, we have what is the average true range is? Oh, it can't be 111. Oh yeah,
Oh, big
38,
gap.
30 points, $300.
$300. Risk is in. What's your profit target?
30 points.
It's a little 1-to-1 action.
1-to-1. Yes.
And we
Yeah,
are
we're in the middle
long.
of the day.
Yep, long 167.93 in crude oil.
All right, good fill.
It is a good fill.
Yeah, fun market.
All right, Paul, let's
My
talk about this.
favorite
Why? Why bullish? Why bullish crude right now?
Well, we had that it was down $4 at one point here, $4.50. But on the New York Open, we made our low with this morning on the Open, and VWAP left that half an hour bar immediately. So that's urgent buying. Whether it's short covering, discount buying, I don't know, but that's the way the information came out. So although we're a little above it, it's at a bargain and it's going sideways. So we found some value here. So I want to, it's being almost $4 lower. I think it's good risk. That's the bottom line. Being in the middle of the day, we don't have much energy. I don't use that as a pun because we're trading crude oil, but
energy. I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Actually, the biggest market that's been really moving and doing well for me is natural gas. At the buzzer with Coach Jay, we go through. You like that plug? I'm getting better at it.
Very nice.
We do top percentage movers of the day, and natural gas is up there 80% of the time. Anyway, energy markets have been pretty hot lately, especially natural gas. It doesn't. Yeah, look at that chart from last night.
I'm pulling it up right now. I don't look at natural gas a whole lot. It looks like it's kind of drifting down. Maybe we have like a 1 week range, maybe 2,795. Could be interesting for longs. How's this market move? It seems like it's kind of pokey.
It moves starting about 6 a.m. Central, 7.
Yeah,
but if you put it daily on there, it trends very well. There's not much speculative money in natural gas. It's commercial. So when it decides to make a move, it makes really sharp move. A good, I shouldn't say sharp, but it trends well on a daily basis. But we're not trading that right now. I just wanted to point that out for people that may look at new markets. But other than that, what do you see in the? I'll give it to you. What do you see in the Nasdaq?
Are you passing this potato to?
Well,
yeah.
Dakota,
Jack, we're still short, I believe. We have MP screen shared. Still short
nice.
One, and Q there. It's about $150 against us.
What is that? 5? What's that stop? Can you read that? My eyes are 576 for the stop. Just so I can get on my chart.
Yeah, it's right up.
Yep, this should be about right.
I like that stop point.
You do or do not?
Oh, I do, because the VWAP on my half hour is at 568. So it's above that. And we're caught into a range, but it's starting to trend down, obviously, make a new low. I do have a flair for the obvious. I've developed that over the years. Yeah, it's something I'm good at.
I like that.
But no, it's a good placement. We've settled under it, made new lows, would come back to challenge it. I'd actually sell another one here.
Another
and
one.
with the same stop. Another NASDAQ. And use,
Good. I think
Because
KBL1.
Well, the CL trade is not great. You still want to hold on to this one and move to NASDAQ? What are your thoughts here? Getting pretty close to our loss limit, or at least the stop, down $1.80, so that's 18 cents. Crude moves at $10 a tick.
we're still above VWAP.
All right.
I'll hold it. Yeah, we're on the half hour. I'm looking at the half hour.
Oh, the half hour? Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Getting pretty close to that house account stop. Getting pretty close.
That's 6.3 or 7.3, Dolby?
I think it's 20,576.
Okay. In the NASDAQ. Got you.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
663 is the crude oil.
Yep.
That's the crude oil one.
Yeah.
10-year yields approaching 4.3%.
Still trying to figure out what yields even mean.
That was a wild night in the interest rates last night. For whatever reason. But
don't try to
bonds.
Don't try to pass the Series 3 if you don't understand yields and spreads and interest rates. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Those are my 2 cents for anyone trying to pass. No getting around those.
Yeah, I spent.
Go ahead, Paul.
Oh yeah, I spent 15 years in the bond room on the floor, so it comes as second nature to me. But I understand if you're not used to it, you have different tick values. You're in 30 seconds and 64ths. In inverse yields, you got to study the yield curve. There's a lot there.
There is.
But I've taken and I've passed that I think 4 or 5 times in my career.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to take it again in December.
Are you going to study for it? Do you even need to study for it at this point?
Oh no, I'm going to study for it. One time I did flunk it by one question in rules and regs.
Ooh.
I don't care how good a trader you are. Rules and regs I think it's the most common thing. It'll get you. About one question. I was 69. I'm like, I think I had, yeah. So I understand, it's just like trading. Know your strengths and appreciate your weaknesses. Work on those weaknesses. One of the things I find I've taken a Series 7, Series 63. I've taken a battery of tests. But those take the tests over and over and go back, find out what you don't know. That to me it helps, and then you can eliminate and find a process of eliminating bad answers. They'll give you on those multiple guesses that you can eliminate one answer. That's going to help you out. But, oh man, there's still the nervousness. That's what we talked about earlier. Making decisions under pressure when you're taking that test. I'm not a good test taker. Never have.
It's terrifying. I'm not going to lie. It was absolutely terrifying, Coach Paul. I was having flashbacks to like high school. I think my resting heart rate for the entire test was around 90 BPM.
Yeah. Because, you're under pressure.
It's brutal.
So
it's so hard. Some people are great test takers. Some people do not enjoy it. Andre, what are you? Do you enjoy your tests, Andre?
I do not. No, not at all. Not at all. But I'll take mine next week. I've been studying, but lately the last round of questions Jack's been bringing to Series 3 have me questioning if I am indeed ready. So the rules and regs, I keep hearing rules and regulations is the tricky part. So trading stuff,
because they're The hedging stuff, you can get a formula. Is a buy hedge or a sell hedge? You need to think like a producer or an end user, and then you can go with that process to figure out the correct answer. But with rules and regs, they change all the time.
That's the only part I did well on was rules.
Some of
and
the
regs.
stuff is from like 40 years ago, Paul. Some of the stuff they're talking about pit trades and like time stamping trades
Why?
and stuff. I'm like, what? They're talking about time stamping trades. Like, what are we
still?
Long time. One of the questions of the pre-test I saw, we were talking about time stamping trades and things. What the hell?
Coach Paul, I have the 2024 Futures Licensing Series 3 exam, and they were talking about single stock futures. That exchange doesn't even exist.
Yeah, that's stop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it needs an update. They need to update the whole thing. Needs a rewrite. The whole thing. It is old.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. Why time stamping and single stock futures?
Yep, whole chapter dedicated to single stock.
There you
futures.
go. That's from time stamping. Like I said, I started out at working for at the Mid-Am, working for the exchange as first as a board marker, and then a pit reporter. And that was, you had to timestamp every trade.
Yep.
And that was really important at the time. But every time you make a trade now, it's timestamped. So what's the deal with that? But, it's like arguing with the ref. I've never seen a ref to just go, as a basketball coach, I'd bitch at him and go, oh, you're right. Let me change my mind.
Yeah, Doesn't work. You know what? You're right, Coach Paul. I'll give you that one.
Believe me, I had to learn. When I was a younger coach, like when I was a younger trader, I'd be yelling at the market.
I still do.
They never changed my trade.
They never listen. The market never listens, Paul. It never listens. Wild.
They never went back and said, "Hey, you're right. That was it should have gone down, and you were wrong."
What, they're not reviewing the calls in high school basketball league?
Uh-huh.
They're not reviewing them?
Oh.
Not doing a little powwow and said they could be doing better?
Well, they do that.
Oh, they do? Okay. Do they have a licensing exam to become a ref?
Oh, no, they get reviewed. And you.
Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah. Like in the playoffs, state playoffs, you have to be chosen based upon consistency. Yeah, it's like a combine. They are reviewed.
Yeah. I remember I was trying to study to become a soccer ref. It was actually kind of a complicated test. It's a whole other side of the world. You don't really think about that stuff as a player. You take it for granted, and then you take the ref test, and it's like, I never even heard of this stuff before.
Have you ever refed?
No, I just played.
I'm a terrible ref.
I think I'd be good. I think I'd be a good ref. Terrible test taker. Coaches, so how do you get a ref license?
I was going to say,
you know what I mean?
You gotta be willing to chuck crazy parents out of a game. Crazy parents.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, that's a whole.
That'd be my first
subject.
My first step is I would just find the parent that just chirps and immediately give them a red card, establish dominance over all the parents, and then just
the sheriff in town
within minutes. Within minutes, like what, you drove 2 hours to Rockford for this game. Well, now you're sitting in the car, buddy.
All right, we got some sellers coming here on the Nasdaq again. How's the count short from 545 last trade 550? How's the count long? CL from 93 last trade 79, now 80s. Really can't get traction one way or another. It's seen the 74%, 75% long in crude right now. It's been heavy long tilt all morning. Average price 75% long from 67.82. So taking a little right here right now, actually.
On that crude.
Closed. Yeah, what's up?
I would put an order in. Put an order in to get out where we got in, a scratch. It's just not moving. I think though we're above VWAP, we're above that opening range. There's no energy in it. So earlier we talked.
Closed. So it's kind of
Y-
crude might end up doing something because of the euro close. But this is kind
Yeah.
of a chill close for euro. So this might just fade back down 67.60. Stay in that range.
Boy, speaking of Europe, a lot of action is beginning out of Europe. We've noticed that on Coach Jay and I
What do you got?
at the buzzer.
What's going on in Europe, Paul?
Well, a lot of moves are starting in Europe on the London Open, in S&Ps, in energies. And by the time New York opens up, and this has been a pattern the last few weeks, because when we review that, we're looking for, high volume or where breakouts happen. And we've been noticing it's London, it begins in London or Europe. European time. So I might have to adjust my sleeping, go to bed earlier, start the day with D,
Right.
and start watching from there. So it's been a lot of big movements starting out of there. The reason why, I don't know. I'm a technician.
Are they a little bit like less concerned about like U.S. election stuff, so they're just like throwing trades on, or is maybe America is a little bit more shy and pulling the trigger? It's all kind of the same pool of money, though. What do you think? A bunch of firms.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I think it's moving cash around.
Yeah.
I think here in the U.S. we underestimate the power, the size of European trading. I've worked in my way. I've worked overnight desks. You pass the book every 8 hours. Asia still was slow. For the most part, it is, but you can see out from volume, which Coach Jay is awesome at. Volume starts picking up, and movement comes out of volume.
That's right.
And the volume starts picking up when London opens. So there's a good opportunity there, and I'm seriously considering it.
Coach Paul, when was the last time you worked an overnight desk?
Oh, great.
An overnight desk, 20 years, 25 years ago. But
is that what the interns do typically? Like, isn't that like they put all the new guys on the overnight session?
Yeah. That's actually, I don't know. I started with a group, Trans Market Group.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you ever heard of them.
Yeah, Jack.
Yeah, you would. Jack was, Ray Conman, the most underrated, unknown. I don't know how many hundred millions of dollars he's made on spreads, but when the Cymex started, is he tutoring?
Singapore.
Singapore, yeah.
Yeah.
Used to hand off the spread desk in euro dollars from U.S. Next would open Singapore about 4:00 Central. It was all spreads. So yeah, Ray Conman was a character, but he could make a market on any esoteric spread that you can imagine. 2-year, 5-year, 1x2. It's just like he had that mind. He could just make a market. But
all right, well, we're finally starting to see some sellers come in here in the equities, guys. We got S&Ps and NASDAQ selling off
down quite a bit.
Oil, crude still Stephen wants to pull back as well.
Might be Doritoing. We'll see.
Might be Doritoing. Okay.
Higher lows, lower highs.
Lower highs. Yeah, 538, 20,538 last trade in the NASDAQ, 58.65 last trade, and then S&Ps. Gold pushing higher here, 27. We're starting to see some. All right, we got some energy now. We finally woke up after the Euro close. Dobie time. Euro close 5 minutes ago. We got to remember that. Put that in the memory.
Yep.
Euro close in the States now is an hour later.
Keep it in your memory for like a week. Because I think once we switch, then we're back to everyone's on the same. You can't believe we're a global world and we can't get our clocks aligned. What are we doing?
What are we doing?
Seriously.
Anyways. All right, so European close. 5 minutes ago, we started to see some sellers here in the equities. Dow, not so much, but we do have gold pushing higher here. High of the day, 27.58, about $2 beneath that last trade, 27.56. NASDAQ got house account short from 45, 20,545. Last trade, 20,542. It's a week. Deanna says, in the hell, what's up, Deanna? It's a weird week for sure.
Yeah. This
Yeah,
weekend,
that-
next week should be very strange.
Yep.
Yeah, next week. I still wrestling whether I know this. I'm going to cut my size down. Volatility, or when I say volatility, I mean just vicious moves that come out of nowhere because of lack of commitment. For younger traders, my suggestion is step back. Why risk your combine in it? And I'd almost take the week off.
You don't want to
you
blow a trading combine on an event that happens once every 4 years. Like, you're never going to get enough experience or wisdom trading an election unless you've been around for a long time.
Yeah, and even then, it's like it's like right now on the Nasdaq, it's probably a good time to cover.
Rolling. Yeah, NQ's rolling right now, 20,520.
520 MP. How's the count? Short from 545. Long crude from 93. Crude not really moving too much, but boy, after London closed, we got for the last 7 minutes we have been rolling over, as they say.
Yeah, right at the bottom of the range, but VWAP is still barely moving, so I wouldn't be surprised to pop in the next half an hour, pop back up there. It's very uncommitted, and I don't I think this could go on. I don't know I don't predict, but the probabilities in front of this big week next week. Is there going to be a big commitment? I would say probably not.
It's going to be lots of range trading, lots of megaphones, and lots of Doritos. If I had to guess.
Yeah.
Unless something comes out of the Middle East and just really rocks the boat.
How do you like that? I've got on my swing trade, I blow on crude over the weekend. As soon as the close came out, missiles were launched. I'm like, well, that'll be good for crude. It opened $4 lower. So lesson we learned.
They spared the oil
opposite
fields.
land and crude.
They spared the oil fields, so that was bearish for apparently. Yeah. All right. Speaking of bears, we got bears in the house, and NQ bears in the house.
New lows coming. New lows.
Yep. New lows.
When do we get to that? 482s. That's the gap, right? 482.
Yes, it is.
And NQ
482,475. That'd be the ultimate downside target.
There's probably a decent long scalp down there if you're patient enough. You think it'd at least bounce like 20 points off of 482, just cause.
And the S&P? Oh no.
S&P last trade 58.63. Low of the day 60s. About 3 points off the lows there. Again, keeps knocking on the door. Nasdaq keeps knocking on the door, keeps pushing lower. Just needs the volume, right? Needs the volume to push through and actually keep continuation going.
Yeah, that's when you see a VWAP flat like you do in Nasdaq, when those new lows, it means it's not those. The volume isn't making new lows, right? It's lower volume, so that's perfect for scalping. I mean, I would. I have in the S&P, it's right. I have 80 as the pivot of the day. So with VWAP right now at, did I say 80? I meant 60. VWAP's at 72. Probably a good place to buy it here.
We almost got stopped out of our crude trade. We missed it by a tick. We're hanging in there. In there.
All right. Missed it by a tick. Yes, it did. Oh, yes, it did.
So far.
So far, so good.
Yep. Wow, look at that range. The ranges have just fallen
Look at the tilt here.
down. What's the tilt? Yeah, that concerned me. It was 80%.
Yeah, it's peeled off a little bit, back to 63% long in the crude now. So some of those longs have gotten out as we continue to move lower.
Shorts and it's the long average and short average is both around 80. So there's not really a ton of direction.
No.
They're coin flipping. This NQ is the most interesting just because of the gap. I mean, I guess crude has a gap too, but NQ is way closer to.
Dolby, can you pull up your chart? Pull up your chart and show
one?
them what the gap looks like. What we're talking about when we say the gap, if you got it on there.
For which market?
The NASDAQ.
Sure.
We've been talking about this gap all morning. Maybe for those that aren't going to ask. There it is, right there.
Right here.
See that? See, I zoom in on that a little bit, Dolby. So show them what the gap is. Where it started. Opened, yes.
Yep. So this was Friday down here, and it did a high of like 20,041. And then on Sunday, we gapped up, 41 to 525. What was that? How many points is that? 40? Yes, 40 points. And so that is the gap. There's a literal gap in price. And the theory is that the market doesn't like that. And so it will try to come down and fill the gap, which is where we trade through it, trade back down to 42s, and then bounce from there. That's the general idea. And if you go to crude oil, it has another gap, but in the opposite direction. And this one's actually a little bit bigger. This is a big gap, actually, for crude. This is 71.60 all the way down to 69. That's almost a $2.5 gap.
Yep.
So much, much bigger. But it happens. It happens.
Good stuff, Dolby. So, yeah. In theory, the market's looking to go fill that gap. That'll take us to about 80s, 480, Dolby was saying. Last trade.
We bounced off of 520s.
Yeah, we did.
Hey, with filling things out, we got a picture sent to us from Hoag of a time stamper.
Wow, take it just like
Get
a time
out of
machine.
here. That's what we're taking tests on, Jack. I am so angry right now.
Coach Paul, look at that thing.
Back. Oh, that's
look
a
at
new
that thing.
one.
That's
a modern one. Are you kidding me? There were ones where
just a big hunk of metal.
Ones. Yeah, big hunk of metal. Clack. And like
they just use that to scan IDs.
Yes. Yeah, bang, bang, bang. There were people who could
Vince.
That was that was very important. Tool.
That's a new one, he said.
That's a new one.
That's a modern one, yes. So, I'm giving away my age, but
artifacts. Yeah, it's like a museum.
Artifacts. That was the Bible, time and sales. 100%. Your trade wasn't in time and sales and it didn't match.
No good.
You were out of luck.
Yeah, so
wonder how many shorts got trapped at 20,520. Anticipating that flush. They got
getting faced right now
so fast. Gosh. 30 points. Bye-bye.
Wow. Okay. Oh, how about this then, Dolby? Would we perhaps... do we think the range is going to hold? I mean, look at the ES here, 50... Right here, 58.70s. Yes. Is it worth taking a short on these 58.70s in the S&Ps? Look at the 5-minute. We got a big bounce.
Yes. I think so. But back to VWAP. Down.
Short? Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to play the range. Paul?
In the range, right now I'd see the average true range is just about 7.5 points. So that's the risk.
I'm still nervous to short indices without news. Otherwise, I feel like it just floats higher. Unless there's like some real ish going on in the world and there's some negative news, I don't like shorting indices. Got burned so many times. So many times.
It goes up. Take a look at a monthly chart. We had that discussion.
Oh yeah.
We had a discussion at the buzzer. I just because I have to do this. Bring up a monthly chart and tell me who was president without giving the years. It just goes up.
It don't matter.
Yeah. Right? But Warren Buffett didn't get that wealthy by shorting stocks.
No, he did not.
It
No, he did not.
It's like
Buy and hold.
buy and hold does work.
The original diamond hands.
The diamond hands, yeah. How many times I look at this story, or late 90s, I just said, the S&P is just way too overpriced. And I got good at selling highs. I was really good. Except for every time I sold a high, there was a new high right after it. And I fought it and fought it. Blew up an account. Learned a valuable lesson. I mean, that, my opinion means nothing to the market. It comes back to executing a
humbling.
plan and, number one, risk management. Was I around in 2000 when the NASDAQ broke? Probably, what, 50%? No.
Bubble. Tech bubble. Nope.
Tech bubble. And there's always a bubble somewhere, but you know, we see the dramaticness of it, but that there's people who made a lot of money in that rally before the bubble broke, and there's people who exited well. So trading plan, risk management. Without it, we get randomized.
Risk management is everything. You can do whatever you want as long as you manage risk.
Yep. Stay alive.
Question from Thomas Tonka? I'm going with Tonka. Hey, Dolby time. Where's Coach Paul running his VWAP from?
Half an hour, 30-minute session, beginning of the session.
Just like that. Coach Paul, you still like your stop here in the CL trade? We got so lucky.
Yeah,
dodged it by
No,
a tick.
we were good. We were good. We put the stop at the right place. And then it looks lucky, right? But that goes back to risk management. I used one average true range. So usually I use two, but we're late in the day. So with that,
redoing.
we're back. We scratch it?
Not yet.
Good.
We're close.
Yeah.
We're close to
And then
scratching.
right back down. What goes up must come down so far today.
Yeah.
Top down around the 60s, back to the 38s.
Bar
In the
coding in a
NASDAQ, that
range.
is. We are in a
Right.
range.
That's down with VWAP as the resistance. And why do I say that? You know, I've been around. You know, we talk about you know, the timestamp machines. Well, I want to just go through this. We used to
We got
guess at
another one to
volume.
show. Yeah.
We used to guess at volume, and it was very subjective, like lies and deceit. Because you know, some players didn't want their positions out. I know the Turtles, Richard Dennis, and I know a guy who filled their stuff in the grain room. You know, everybody would follow him. You know, and then they have and try and guess how much he bought or sold.
You guys are guessing
So-
at volume?
It was guessing. So
That's
if he
wild.
bought, yeah, because you didn't know. There was no way of
Right,
knowing
right.
until you
No, I
had
know.
to measure open interest. And then you just deceit, like not deceit. They would just shadow it. They give an order to someone else to do it, and then he would fill an order for another fund. You don't know, you know, eventually where that is going to account that's going to end up. Why I bring that up? It was guess game. Volume weighted average price VWAP is not a guessing game. It's actual data. I think it's the greatest thing that since sliced bread for trading. What can I say?
I was going to say,
It's-
timestampers, greatest thing since timestampers.
Well, speaking
Yes.
of timestamp, Coach Paul, you said that was a modern one that Vince showed us. I think we may have
Yeah.
found one that's
There it
looks a
is.
little bit- that thing.
There it is.
That thing.
Yes.
That thing was heavy as hell, man.
Oh,
That
and
thing
they
was-
would
was like
fall
a-
off. That would crush your foot.
Yes, it would. It's like a brick.
Really? What? I need like a banana for scale or something. Actually, how big is that thing? We're talking like 10 pounds.
Oh no,
It's
like,
like-
25 pounds.
Yeah,
It's
that
heavy.
thing was a
25
hu-
pounds.
Look at
That's-
that. That is a
It's iron and metal, and then it has that. You know, it's
punch
oh,
thing.
inside of it was intricate. It's like Well, it is a clock, but it was pretty intricate. And they have guys come in and test it every day.
People stick their
They're like
fingers
a-
in there. Yeah, people stick their fingers in there, see what happens. Just dumb shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Put a
that'll
tie in there or something. That sounds like fun.
He'll pinch you.
You know, it's wild. After the close, when it got quiet, you just hear the 100 different time clocks. Clack, clack, clack. The whole floor would be going off. Wow, that's the old timestamp that I remember.
A little trip down memory lane.
Yeah, actually, there was when I was in time and sales, there was a fight in a pit, and they used to have a pulpit, and it was a fight. You know, it was a brawl. The group came in, hit the pulpit, and the timestamp flew off the pulpit, and it made a crash. Kind of stopped. Everybody went, whoa, whoa. That thing, if it landed on your foot, it would break your foot.
Was there a like a timestamp lobby that was trying to prevent the move to like computerized trading because they want to sell more timestampers?
Good question.
Sure,
Mhm.
I'm sure there was. And the guys who Laser Printing used to make like 90% of the trading cards.
Yep.
Man, that
they're in Bucktown.
Business.
Well, that's
Yeah.
cool.
A small little family shop. Yeah. Actually, a friend of mine still has cards made. He uses them for taking notes.
They fit in the pocket quite nicely. All right, let's get back to this oil trade. Oil trade last trade, $67.71. Not a whole lot of movement right now. It is the lunch hour. Europe does close. Europe, again, just a heads up, Europe did close about 22 minutes ago. Pushing that back an hour here in the States.
We didn't sell the S&P, did we?
No, we're short the S&Ps from 545. 545.
Oh, the NASDAQ.
I'm sorry, the NASDAQ. We're short for 45. We did not sell again. No, not when we popped up to the 60s. No. We're short for
look at that.
545.
Look at that VWAP. It's been the high almost for the last 2 hours. But it still hasn't left.
Up here. Oh, there we go.
Oh, that's getting interesting here. Actually, coming in later in the day.
Might get us here.
The low of the opening range, or the opening half an hour, I should say, not range.
Uh-oh.
67.75.
Might be getting
VWAP
tagged
is still
here.
at 71. In the NASDAQ or in a crude?
CL. The Dorito has to hold.
The Doritos got to hold strong right now. 67, 68, 67, 66.
A well-seasoned, strong Dorito needs to hold.
How about a Dorito Happy or Bloody Mary, Dolby? A Dorito Bloody Mary.
Still wasn't that good. I was actually really surprised at how not.
No.
Maybe it was the Bloody Mary mix. I don't know. I'm a big fan of Mr. and Mrs. T's Bloody tomato juice.
What do we have? McClure's?
I don't know. It was something fancy. It was a nicer one for sure.
It was
Pro tip.
McClure's.
Yeah.
Thank
I like
you.
going on
Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
That's fancy. That's the fancy stuff.
It was good. Maybe I should have tried on it some before I should judge.
Zim-Zam. You guys ever tried that Zim-Zam before? The dirt cheap stuff?
Yeah.
In a bottle, just dirty in a plastic bottle stuff.
It's all about the alcohol, really, when you're drinking that.
Yes, it is. Got to overpower that stuff. Anyways, I'll do a quick round across. Let's do around the world here, around the markets here. We got the last trade in the YM 42,006 Zing Zang. Thank you, Zing Zang Coop. That's Zim Zam. Last trade in the crude oil, $67.66. Getting awfully close to order that shall not be named. Looking at the gold, we're about $3 off the highs. Last trade, 27.55. Again, thank you. So we are in the green with that house account trade for now. Unrealized, of course. 20,537. Tilt's evened off, flattened out a little bit here. Crude 68% long now. We just see it up in the 80s right now. So Dolby, you'll keep us posted on the crude trade. MP will keep us posted.
Yeah, we got stopped out.
NQ
Negative
trade.
303. There's your update.
Oh, they got us?
They got us.
They got us. All right. They got us here, but we got the crude. Or I'm sorry, the Nasdaq trade still going on here. Yeah, we got shoulder tap coming up. We got group coaching coming up. We got trade with Topstep coming up. Of course, Power Hour. Got a lot more Mohammed. Ooh, Robert and Marie Mohammed. I like that trio.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
Mo plus
well, Jack
anyone's always a
Ben.
good time.
Yes. Don't come crying to Mohammed. We'll see how he's been trading today. What's up, Paul?
I won't
Make sure
cry
catch
to him
Chuck.
about this crude trade.
Do not come crying to him. You got Coach Paul in the house. Check him out at the buzzer. Also, coach of the Profiteers, VIP coach. Yes, we are doing more VIP check-ins this week on Topstep TV, expanding the league to 10 teams. Topstep VIP. Make sure we check it from now until January. We'll have the expansion draft, if you will, in January. You got to get your name in the list. The more times you check in, the better chance you have of being selected. Make sure to stay tuned here.
CL is getting a little heavy here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Heavy.
Glad we got out. Good loss.
Good loss is right.
Yep. Little scratch. That's just a little scratch. 303. That is not bad. Not bad.
Dip a toe in the water there. It's just looking heavy. We are drifting a little bit, but guys, like I said, we got. Oh, by the way, I don't know how we're doing on group coaching questions. We always have a lot in the hopper. So pin to the top of the chat. You see the group coaching form. Get your questions in. Full Hoag and Robert today. That's going to be in about 30 minutes or so. Before that, we got Shoulder Tap coming up. Jack and Ben. Right now, fellas, you guys, Dolby time. That was great. Keep MP, if you're out there, keep us posted on the NQ trade. Make sure to catch Coach Paul at the buzzer, as well as the Coach Paul's Profiteers. Anyways, gentlemen, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Jack and Ben in the house. Dolby time is great having you back. Good, Paul. Good seeing you. This was a lot of fun. Anyways, Shoulder Tap coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack. I'm joined today by Ben, my favorite risk manager. Ben, how are you doing on this Monday?
Back in the good graces. Back to favorite risk manager. I'm good, Jack. I'm feeling rejuvenated, well rested. Had a nice weekend, and ready to get back to it. So, seen a lot of activity today, despite not a tremendous amount of activity in the equities, which is usually our most traded products, but lots of trades being placed and lots of movement in the live account balances. Slightly green overall, but not a lot of weight one way or the other, red or green. Give you a quick rundown of those live traders. P&Ls, we've got the house account down 487 at the moment. Ribs hit the DLL today. Deanna's up $1,200, almost $1,300. Nice big green P&L for her today. Dakota's up 1,700. Yusuf down 2,500 after being up almost $4,000 this morning. Alexander up 4,600. Jonathan B up 2,500. Nicholas V up 8,600. And Susan, yes, that's Susan, up 7,300 today. Travis up $5,000. Jerome up 4,100 and Sean up 3,500. So Jack, I saw a bit of a reaction there. I told you I have an update on Susan, but we haven't been talking about her much. At least I haven't heard a tremendous amount. Do you have anything to comment on before I give this update?
Well, yes, I do. First, I wanted to say with the house account, we still are, full transparency, we still are short one NQ, which I believe right now is maybe 10 points in her favor. There's a stop in there and there's a take profit. We'll keep you updated on that throughout the day. Susan. So, have we talked to Susan today about that 7K she's up right now?
Yes, we have talked to Susan about that. More so than most traders, we're going to make sure that she locks in at least $5,000 worth of that. It's time to put up a green day. Jack, as you know from monitoring the trade reports, haven't seen one of those. You did complete I think as you referred to it, the roulette odds for hitting.
We're past it.
36. Now we're past it, but hitting 36 multiples of the daily loss limit, only to then hit the daily loss limit 6 times afterwards. Lots of running to go nowhere, basically. And we want to see Susan stack up some green days. That's not the entire story. For those who are not as closely familiar with Susan's trajectory in this live account, she has been up considerably several times and has had some relatively terse conversations with the risk team about making sure that doesn't happen again. So once again, we find ourselves where Susan's got thousands of dollars of profit, and we're going to make sure she locks that in today. So positive development, stacking a winning trading day in her favor no matter what happens. And, she may add on to that. She may take the 5,000 minimum. Whatever the case is, she'll have a green day, and we're happy about that. So that's your quick Susan updates. I know we haven't done one of those in a while.
Yeah, I got something to add to that. 1 second.
Sure.
Doing some math in the background. Okay, one thing I want to update on this is please take that $5,000. Even since we had, when I stopped talking about this, when there was a day that she was up 17K and then hit the DLL, every day since then, she has at some point been up money and flat. Even yesterday, up 2,400 and flat. Here's a stat that I have no basis for. Okay, like I don't know what would be normal for this, but this is crazy. So Susan's average high P&L, and in our stats, that means high P&L the day when you were flat. Okay, her average high daily P&L is 2,600. Quick math, she's been there on my list for 38 days. That means, and this would be impossible to do, but if she exited on her highs, her account balance would be near $100,000 right now. Okay. Now, I don't know I've never ran this stat with people. I don't know if we ran this across a bunch of combines, what the average you would be below that figure in your account. But let me tell you something. It wouldn't be what her current account balance is right now. Like 75% of that is gone. And even if you eliminate the 41K day, that's what I was just doing the math on right there. If you eliminate that 41K day, that is 37 days of trading with an average high daily P&L flat of up $1,400 and losing the DLL every single one of those days.
That's a very interesting
Crazy.
way of looking at those numbers, Jack. It's a good example. You know, we do all sorts of different calculations from these trade reports. It's a good reminder for traders to go in and work your own numbers. Like, look at what your average daily P&L high is, what your P&L low is. You know, what decisions are you making at those benchmarks? You know, try to take an emotional and mental inventory as you go along. You know, what was going through your head when you were at that mark during that day, and try and better identify your emotions and manage them appropriately as you go along, because Susan's one of those examples where far too often, the greed kind of just takes over, and what is $8,000 realized could be $10,000 realized. And that is a road that you can go down forever, and will ultimately lead in you losing your live account. So we're working with Susan, making sure she doesn't hit that mark. But yeah, interesting take there, Jack.
Yeah, we'll go to the cards. I am convinced. I've never seen the fills on that day, but I'm convinced only the bell stopped her from stopping at 42 grand or whatever that one day. She'd still be in that trade. She could be up $10 million right now in that trade.
Yeah.
Or probably
Only the
rocket
session.
TLL.
If only the session hadn't ended.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
right.
pull up our first trading card. We're actually going to circle back to 1 week ago. We featured Gavriel on Shoulder Tap last Monday, and as of today, has hit the max loss limit and actually lost his live account, hence the tombstone there on the trading card. So I want to do somewhat of an autopsy, and it's really interesting to go through what has happened since the last time he was featured, since the last time his trading card was up on your screen. And these numbers were relatively different at that time. Now, part of that is we only had 7 trading days that we were looking at last week. Today, we have a total of 12, which is still not a tremendous sample size, but it does give you a window into what has taken place. You're welcome to go back and watch that segment, that shoulder tap segment from last Monday, to get an idea of what we were discussing, where Graveel was at, and then kind of what the diagnosis was, what our recommendations were. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get those implemented. Trading is difficult. We want to give him some grace, but I think there's a lot to learn from this card, especially what took place as we got closer to that max loss limit. At the bottom of this trading card, you'll see might be considered some harsh commentary, but it's the reality of what took place in this account. Graveel was trading at his worst when he was closest to that daily loss limit. Last Monday, we had noted, that he had taken a payout, $2,000. Good on you, great. Always pay yourself if you have the opportunity, but recognize what that might be doing to your account balance relative to how much room you have, and how hitting that daily loss limit could really put you in a bad spot. So I believe the exact wording was the daily loss limits can wipe out the remaining balance quickly, and that's pretty much exactly what happened. Unfortunately, the trajectory took a sharp downturn here almost immediately after the payout was taken, which is also interesting. Payout was taken on the 21st. On the 22nd, we had a green day of $700, and then 3 daily loss limits, followed by what was less than the daily loss limit, but ultimately hit the max loss limit today. You can see on this card that this trader is trading the E-mini NASDAQ and then the micro version of that product as well. I would have liked to see, Jack, when I toggled to the micros, to have seen micros being traded as that balance was lower. They actually stopped. This trader stopped trading the micros on the 21st. That was the last day that they were traded. So if you're trading, it's a really healthy reminder. If you're trading a product of one of the big 4 at Topstep, being the S&P 500, NASDAQ, E-minis, or the gold or crude oil contracts, the full size, it would be a good idea to familiarize yourself with the micro versions of those contracts, what the size of those are, and utilize them when you find yourself in a bad spot. I'll give just a quick shout out to Fatima, who a lot of our audience is familiar with. Fatima at one point really salvaged her live account from earlier version of it this year. And she was down to around, I want to say $500 or $600 remaining in the account balance, and was able to bring it back. So it's not as though you can't. It's really important to try and save that account if at all possible. I think a lot of people kind of get the F-its. I'm not sure if that's what happened here, but end up getting the F-its as they get closer to that account. Just say, you know what, I'm going to throw this trade on, and if it works, then great. If not, well, I'll go back to the combine. It's not a great long-term mentality. It's not a winning mentality. It's certainly not going to make you money in the aggregate. I think it's important to shout that out. Jack, I've got a little bit more to say here, but what kind of thoughts do you have just from what we've outlined so far?
Well, first, I just wanted to comment that we did break new session lows in the NASDAQ. Following that, because we got a live account trade going. Still haven't filled that gap, which is down around 482 in the NASDAQ. Yeah, I mean, you can't know for sure. Well, I think you can know for sure that this was a case of F-its at the end, because I think, like I've said a million times, you can't control whether you win or lose money, right? But by and large, you can always control how much you're willing to lose. And the last 3 days were just, I mean, they were just, and I don't have the last day, but it probably wasn't much money. It was just the rest of the account. But yeah, 3 daily loss limits essentially, with probably somewhere around $3,000 in the account, losing 1,000 a time. That's probably the efforts. They got that $2,000 payout, but you know, interesting card, because this is officially a club DLL card. Um, we see it time and time again. Just because you can lose $1,000 doesn't mean that that's right for you. I mean, this isn't financial advice, but I think that's decent financial advice. I mean, just because you can do anything doesn't mean you should do it or it's right for your account. What's right for your account depends on the size of your account and your risk tolerance. So, yeah, I don't know. It certainly seems like it, especially trading those NQs.
It does seem that way, and if you peel it back even further, you're looking at the the winning trade percentage and consecutive wins and losses columns there on the trade report. Things really go south those last the three most recent trading days, where I don't know if it's just patience or not seeing the market well, or it truly is just the heck with it. I'll just throw these trades on. Really poor win percentages and profitability. Only a couple of winning trades, single winning trade actually in 3 days trading. So yeah, that's a poor performance, and unfortunately, it is somewhat common to see. This is not an uncommon phenomenon of having particularly bad performance as you get closer to proximity. So hopefully, not just Reveal, but everyone is able to learn a little bit from that. Just take a step back. Be surprised what scaling down, to 1/5 or 1/10 of your normal size, and then putting together some winning trades and winning days can do for you. You can recover some significant account balance. Most importantly, get yourself back in the right frame of mind for trading, and then kind of scale back up from there. So, interesting card, and certainly something we can take lessons away from. Anything else here, Jack, before we move on to the next one?
No, I think that's enough for now. I mean, story old as time there. But yeah, I mean, you'll never lose an account if you stick strictly to only losing a set percent per day.
That is
I mean,
mathematically
take it to the
correct.
yeah, take it to the extreme. Yeah, there'll be slippage. You'll eventually lose it, and it's not probably worth it to try and trade futures with something with $10 in your account. But
Right.
we certainly don't. That's the biggest thing for this whole show. I just encourage people: just some percent of the money you have available to trade, set that as the percent, and if you make money, that's going to increase. If you lose money, it's going to decrease, and you will hold that account for a very long time. even if you suck, you could lose every day. You're still going to hold that account for a very long
Yeah.
time. So, all right,
Yeah,
who we
most
got
definitely.
next in line?
Yeah, interesting that you say that. Let's pull up the trading card for Bhagwanpreet next. Bhagwanpreet is someone that we've featured before, but not in some time. And trader's been trading this account for 83 days in the live account, 100K account size, and Bhagwanpreet actually just hit his 1 year anniversary with Topstep 2 days ago. So congrats on your anniversary in our program, and having been in the program for that amount of time and to be in the live account for 4 months is kind of impressive just on its own. And there is pretty much a treasure trove of data to pull out of here because of that volume of trading days and trading information. Let's start with the average daily P&L. I think tells a relatively accurate tale here. Just a very, very, very slow lead in this account. We have some negative drift as we're going along. We're not seeing you really zoom out, a positive P&L curve. But there are a lot of positives to take away from this information. Don't want to bury the lead here. Bhagwanpreet has paid himself 7 different times. He's taken 7 payouts for a total of $8,500. That's awesome, and I love seeing the consistency of the payouts. It doesn't have to be a large payout. You don't have to take out 50% of the account balance each time, but steadily and consistently paying yourself for your efforts in trading, I think, is incredibly important. So Bhagwanpreet's doing a great job of that. The big issue here, and the issue with everyone, but I think the main point of focus is studying, whatever strategies that Bhagwanpreet is deploying. Studying those strategies and looking at the market conditions and trying to figure out where you can squeeze out some edge from either the winning trade percentage or from the reward to risk that you are putting on. That has to be the marriage between win rate and reward over risk has to be a happy marriage. They've got to get along, and they've got to ultimately show profitability. Because in this case, they're showing very slight losses over time. And, I think that there is somewhere in there, it's a lot of trade data for us to look at. The exact strategy would be difficult to determine without first looking at the fills from every single day. And then second, a long conversation with Bhagwanpreet about what he's doing. So, that's not really feasible for our team to dive that deeply into him. What we need to do is, more specifically, what he needs to do is look at that information for himself and say, okay, what are my best trades? What's working really well right now? What are the current market conditions? And how can I lean into my strengths and reel in some of my weaknesses? Am I over trading? And am I too cozy with the daily loss limit? I believe that is one of the weaknesses of this trader, and this particularly the trading in this account. Right now, he's on a bit of a losing streak, but even when he's not, on an active losing streak, usually a lot of the positives that are coming out of this account are getting wiped away by, a daily loss limit or daily loss limit plus a smaller losing day. It's difficult to have, positive growth in that account balance, especially to escape the, payouts that you're taking along the way to ultimately, improve in the way that I'm sure Bhagwanpreet would want to improve trading. So even if it's as simple as, cutting the daily loss limit in half, saying I'm not going to lose more than $1,000, I think that could be very productive given the, winning trade percentage and the winning day percentage. If you can keep those numbers at roughly the same level while cutting your worst losing days in half, you're going to very quickly turn that average daily P&L number from negative to positive, because with the current winning day percentage and then the average winning day, you can be positive if you're losing $1,000 or less on average. But currently, $500. I had the wrong card up. Forgive me. In the 100K account, it would be $2,000. So you need to lose $1,000 or less and then your average winning day is greater than 1,000, and your win rate is higher than 50%. So that's a very easy calculation. You're going to be profitable with that formula. So that would be my recommendation for, first point of attack is minimizing the losers. But the other side of that is being able to squeeze more out of your winners as well. So I think there's a lot to unpack for Bogwan Pete himself. And Jack, I'm curious, there's obviously a lot of information to dump on you, but anything you can pick out of this, maybe from the averages or otherwise?
I mean, you gotta say, 83 days in this account, so that's a lot of data. And so you can kind of deduce at this point that's like, okay, what I'm doing isn't necessarily working. And you're right about the loss limit. I think that there's just, for what the results are, there's too much dispersion, right, of these results. If you're coming up to a grand total, and for instance, that with that 58 number, he doesn't have these huge days, but he has made, 7 grand in a day before. Yeah. If he makes 7 grand tomorrow, then he's scratch. But that's still, if your grand total average is minus $59 per day on 83 days trading, that's not ideal. But what makes it less ideal is you don't want to see that happen on like losing 2 grand, making 3 grand, losing 2 grand, making 1 grand, losing. It's just like too many swings for basically what amounts to break. There's easier ways to break even, right? So I completely agree with cutting down with this many days. Even if you cut your loss limit to like $1,500, I bet that would make a big difference. I would cut it more because 83 days with that expected value, I think you cut it in half and see what you could do at least, right? And once again, bring it up. If you do well, no one's saying you can't raise it again, but yeah, too much sound and fury for nothing here, right? So, and I would almost say differently. If he was someone that had like the occasional like $30,000 day or something, then it's heavily dependent on like, will they do this? But there's a pretty established pattern here, and it's not working. So, size down, my friend. Size down.
Yeah, and to his credit, up money today at last check, up about $800. So obviously the session's not over, but I think it starts with that, figuring out when you're in profit, what you're not willing to give back. Because although it hasn't happened a ton, Bogwan Creek has been green and then gone red. So those little things, that's the low hanging fruit to me. What is the easiest kind of change that could be made with the biggest impact? Reducing the losses is number one, and then really lean into, maybe segment out, if you haven't done this already, your strategies compared to the market conditions, and when is it time to put a little bit more on for an ideal setup given the market conditions, and when is it time to size down or treat it more like a B quality setup. So lots of room here, but that's where we will leave it today, Jack.
Yeah, let's leave it there. We got group coaching next with Robert and Hoag, and then a whole afternoon of Muhammad. Anne Marie's going to be there too in the 1 o'clock hour. Muhammad, of course, is one of our top funded traders and an incredible personality. I'll say one last thing on that. I feel like because people pay for these accounts, and one of the things you're paying for is the ability to trade a certain amount or have a certain loss limit. So I see a lot of these cards where it feels like I am not getting my money's worth for what I paid for unless I keep taking trades until I have used the loss on the day that I have paid for. And I think that is self-defeating because you're ultimately impairing your account. It would be like if you ate lunch, say you lived on a cruise ship and had access to the buffet every day, and you've got all you can eat buffet, right? You
Right.
may say, okay, well, I'm going to eat all this shit every day because I pay for it. I'm not getting my money's worth. But then you get type 2 diabetes, you get heart problems. And
Yeah.
yes, you did get more for your money, but you also effed yourself in the process. So don't be like that. All right. Your loss limit is your own. So that is how we'll end shoulder tap today. Ben, thanks for stopping by.
Of course, yeah. Thanks for having me. See you.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with Hoag and Robert for group coaching. Talk to you later.
All right, and here we are. You made it. Group coaching, one of my favorite segments of the day, and it's especially favorite because we have Mr. John Hoagland there in the corner of the screen, and he is not only the man of the half hour for group coaching, he's the man of the hour, passing the latest to pass the Series 3 of the group. Congratulations again, John.
Thanks. Thanks.
I had
it was,
no doubt.
Yeah, it was. I knew everything. The only part I was really worried about was the regulation stuff because, you get layers of regulators with CFTC and NFA, and then the exchange also has, has regulation as well. So you get these layers of regulation. It's like bureaucracy. They all have a little bit different time frames and requirements and all that stuff. But was able to get it done, which is fantastic. It's behind me now, and looking forward to this session. Always one of my favorites is when we get to do group coaching. And Robert, thank you very much for joining me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anytime. I had no doubt that you'd be passing this. The common theme about this, and we'll move on, is that a lot of you guys that have been in the markets for a long time, knowing about that options and hedging and bonds, and you all passed it right straight up. And those are some of the parts that we're all, us newer guys, have a little trouble on. So we're gonna look for you guys, and we appreciate it. Here we go. Group coaching on the way. Thank you for your questions. As always, we have the first one for Sunny. Sunny says, I make money, but I can't cut my loss. I blow my accounts on one wrong trade. Almost 200 evals blown. How am I going to fix this? Well, John, I'm going to put that right in your court right away. Take it away.
All right. Sonny, we talk quite often about how becoming a consistent and profitable trader requires you to rewire your brain a little bit. Most people, when they come into trading, have a very difficult time admitting they're wrong, taking losses. Usually that's going to, and I have a feeling this is happening with you, Sonny, is you're defaulting to, well, the market's against me now, but if I just wait, the market will come back and make me whole again, or maybe I'll be able to turn a profit on this trade. And it seems 9 times out of 10 when that thought pops into my mind, I know I'm better off just getting right out of the trade right away because I've been down this road. You know, you have to be able to accept losses. You have to be able to, to cut those losses when the market is telling you that the trade is no longer valid, and you just have to accept the fact that it's a loss. What I could suggest for you, Sonny, is I was standing next to a guy in the pit for a while, and whenever he would have a losing trade, as soon as he got out of it and wrote it down on his trading cards, he would just take a deep breath and say, "Okay, good." And after a while, I'm like, "Why do you say okay, good after a losing trade?" And he says, "Well, I don't view it as a losing trade. If I did that, I'd probably feel pretty bad about myself and probably do things, the wrong way in the next trade or anything like that." So what I look at is I'm just buying information. The market just gave me a little bit of information that I had to pay for. So I don't view it as a loss. I view it as paying the market for a little bit of information. Maybe with that information, I'll get into a better trade next. But Sonny, one of the big things I think is, and whenever we take a loss, we have a tendency to take it personally. We have a tendency to equate that to who we are as a trader or who we are as a person. And just because you take a loss does not mean you're a shitty person. It does not mean you're a bad trader. It just means that the trade didn't play out the way we expected. We need to get out of it, and we need to be able to move on to the next trade. It's not as easy as it sounds when I talk about it, and it's not that easy for me either. I find that if I have 3 straight losing trades, that's when I start to become a little bit unglued. My cheese slips off my cracker a little bit. And so I have to take a little bit of a break. I start to get that venom in my veins. And I'll say, you know what? This is not something I'm going to do today. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to let go of this venom. And if I come back and when I come back, I'm going to try and just view the market fresh with no venom in my veins and look for the next good trade. So, Sonny, don't equate losing trades to who you are as a person. You're going to have losing trades. This is a very ambiguous environment. We don't know what is going to happen at any moment. So if it's a losing trade, as long as it's part of your strategy, you should know where you need to get out of it and just get out of it. Just take the loss and look for the next good trade. Sonny, it's a very difficult thing to try and do. It's a very difficult thing to try and learn. And it's a very difficult wiring to try and change in your brain. But if you do it and you just say, you know what, I'm not taking losses personally. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to just wait and see if the market will come make me whole again. Once the trade is no longer valid, you have to get out of it. You have to take that loss. The smaller the loss, of course, the better. But we always want to make sure that we're managing our risk. Technically, if price advertises to this level, this trade is probably wrong and I need to get out. Just get out. Look for the next opportunity. If you can make money, great. It's losing less that it sounds like you need to work on, Sonny. And I hope that helps. You are not your trading.
Wonderful answer, John. I agree with 100% of everything that you said there. And you said something else that sparked it. Just good. It's a learning experience. Good. And reminds me of a video that Jack can go and Google from Jocko Willink, and it's about good. Something happens. Good. The mission. We didn't go on some mission. Good. You have time to trade for the next one. Something didn't go the way you wanted. Good. So now you have more time to do something else. So that's always take those as learning experiences. Take the loss. It's part of the game. Move on, and you'll be all right. So super. Thanks again, Sonny. And again, John, that answer's wonderful. Nice, comprehensive. Stefan is next up on the list, John. I see Stefan around a lot, especially in leaderboards. And the comment in question here says, Hoag talks a lot about overnight inventory. What is overnight inventory, and how do we implement this in a strategy? John, again, this is all in your wheelhouse, so take it away.
All right. Let me look for the right chart here. I think Gold has been adhering to overnight inventory quite a bit. Okay. So, Stefan, thanks for the question. And overnight inventory. Here are 2 days where overnight inventory may have affected price action during the regular trading hours. Okay. We have settlement price down here. This is last Wednesday. The market opens at 5 o'clock p.m. at this level. Let's just call it 27.30 even. Well, all night long, buyers continued to push price higher, continued to push price higher, continued to push price higher. And then when the regular trading hours open, you've got this whole stack of usually weaker hands, short time frame traders that are holding long positions as price has been pushing higher all night. We can assume that it's traders that are aggressively buying, probably holding long positions. When the regular trading hours open up, they're looking for what? They're looking for the regular trading hour traders, some of the bigger traders, some bigger speculators, or some banks or some funds, whoever is trading gold, to continue that move to the upside. But when that move to the upside fails to continue, eventually that overnight inventory and those shorter time frame, weaker hands longs are probably going to get a little bit nervous. And when they get nervous, longs have to turn into sellers to liquidate those positions, and you'll get a push back towards settlement or towards where the 5 o'clock bar opened to unravel a lot of that inventory. So, we've been saying that gold has been moving higher in longer time frame. That is true. We're really kind of in a range now. So here's another one. The market all night long looks higher. We continue higher. We get a look up above that weekly kickoff high. That fails. Then all of these longs over the last two sessions decided we're not going to take any more heat on this if we're long at the top, and if we're in money, I'm going to take my profit. And they brought price all the way back down through settlement to the level that, the settlement level what we were just looking at. Now look at the next day. Here's here's another good example. Overnight inventory. The market opens at 5 o'clock that night at, let's just say, 27.48 even. Price continues to push lower. We get a little bit of a pushback. Sellers come back in. And by the time the market gets down here, there's probably a lot of shorter time frame, weaker hands, shorts in this market. When the market opens the regular trading hour session, those shorts are, especially the ones that are short in the hold down here, they're going to be the first ones that are going to bring price back towards where the market opened that night or back towards settlement. Now, this was more of a double distribution. There was a little bit of a distribution of time and volume here. But when the distribution of time and volume did not push to the downside, more of our overnight inventory probably got nervous, and they brought price right back to settlement and then some. So when I'm talking about overnight inventory, it's more an idea or a context that says, okay, we've got a lot of overnight inventory to the short side in this market. Overnight inventory is usually going to be comprised of weaker hands, short time frame traders, speculators. And if they don't get what they're looking for, they have a tendency to turn the other direction en masse, and they can bring price back up to where that overnight opening price was, or settlement, or beyond. Does it always happen? No. Is it contextual? Yes. If you're in a strong uptrend on a longer time frame, and we have a lot of overnight inventory to the long side, well, are we going to see buying continue in that direction, or are we going to see an adjustment in inventory that could bring us to better trade locations if we were going to be looking for longs? Just the reason that I use this example is because we're largely in range and in value and in balance for the last 4 sessions, now 5 sessions in gold. Well, when you're in balance, there's less longer time frame participation in the market and a lot more short time frame control. When we are in short time frame control, the probability of an inventory adjustment like the ones we just saw last week in gold has a little bit of a higher probability to it. But great question. And this is just something I'm always noticing. There's a lot of things that we have to notice. There's so much information coming at us as traders. This is just a simple way to say, Yeah, our overnight inventory is pretty long. If we don't continue, they're probably going to turn and bring price lower at some point. And if I'm looking for longs, I may be patient, wait for an inventory adjustment, and then start looking for longs. It's all contextual. Wonderful question, and I hope that helps.
Sounds good, Hoag. Another comprehensive answer, and thank you again, Stefan, for that question. Now, John, as you were explaining that, I was thinking to myself, I wonder if this has anything to do with like failed upside or downside auctions. And lo and behold, Peter has a question right in the list here. So from Peter G, is the term failed downside or upside auction a misnomer if the objective is to facilitate the trade and balance the auction? That's a great question, and I do not have a clue. So 3 in a row. I have no comment. Right to you, John. That's why you're the serious 3 and I'm not. So take it away, my friend.
All right. So the market's job, Peter G, is yes, it is to facilitate trade. If we're going to look at a failed upside auction, similar to what we're looking at here, just a second. Okay. So this was last Thursday. The market opens. Range, value. All right. Nothing really to do very early in this session. The initial balance, which is the first hour of trade, is represented by this dark blue line right here. So that's the entire range for the first hour of the regular trading hour session in gold. One thing about gold is the actual real regular trading hour open is at 7:20. This platform allows me to start these profiles at 7:20, so it may look a little bit different if you have the market opening at 7:30. That said, just by looking at the information we have here, the market opened and ranged inside the initial balance. The initial balance low was 27.4710. Initial balance high, 27.5460. At one point, the market looked above the initial balance. This was an attempt for the market to continue to auction above the initial balance. The market failed to continue the upside auction, creating a failed upside auction. And then when the market, rotates, typically you're going to see the market probably rotate to the low end of the initial balance. In this particular case, it rotated way below. If you remember, though, we had a lot of overnight inventory in this market. A lot of overnight inventory to the long side. Once the upside auction failed, it was probably a pretty good sign for some of those longs that were holding from overnight to start to get a little bit nervous. And then, of course, the market returns back to basically where the market closed the night before. Okay. So it's a failed upside auction because the market is attempting to facilitate trade above the initial balance, but fails to bring new business. Buyers took it up there, but the buyers weren't powerful enough to continue this upside move, and sellers took the opportunity to sell it at a high level. The market looked higher, rejected quickly, and then the market continued its move to the downside. Timing is of the essence when it comes to failed upside or downside auctions. I'm not going to go and look at the whole chart here and say, you see, when this happened, how it happened, and why it happened. But when we have a failed auction like this, and again, the price auctioned above the initial balance high, failed to maintain any participation or time up there, was rejected quickly. Now, if the initial rejection happened, with 20 minutes left in C period, we can probably try and preempt the fact that it's going to kind of confirm that it's a failed upside auction, but you've got to wait for the next 30-minute bar to do so. So when we saw the market put up here and then come back inside, this is something that you can consider a potential failed upside auction. Your risk is if it continues to auction above this high, and you can have a pretty decent 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1 reward over risk opportunity because of that. So is it a misnomer? Not really, because the market was auctioning the first in the initial balance. It auctioned higher than the initial balance, but that auction failed to continue to bring new business. That auction failed, came back into the initial balance, and then we saw what happened throughout the rest of the day. We never know if it's going to actually play that way. We just don't know. But we've seen through repetition and pattern recognition, when we have a potential failed upside auction, it can provide a really decent opportunity and offer the opportunity to limit risk. Great question. Much appreciated.
Definitely a great question. Much appreciated. And another great answer. Hope, this is your day right here, man. It's like all these questions are right up your alley. So I love it. We're going to talk with Lee. Lee sends a question in here. Says, thank you, Hoag, first of all, for taking my question. And I heard that the big institutions, they try to hide their orders. Now, is this true? And if yes, how can they hide their orders? I'll give you my 2 cents on this, John. We have level 1 data, right? Last price bid and ask. Level 2 data, 10 or more levels above the bid and the ask. And then level 3, where I think, is that coming from the institutions and the Bloomberg terminals, where they can actually see who is tied to which order. And then, of course, we have the icebergs that we tend to reference quite a bit. So that's my thoughts on it, and you can take it away for Lee. What do you think? Are they hiding their orders on us or what?
Yes, of course. Lee, if you were a big time hedger working at a bank you're hedging millions and millions and millions of stock using the futures, you're going to be using you're going to be using hundreds, if not thousands, of contracts in your management of those big baskets of stock or whatever you're hedging against. So if you were to, let's look at the dome here. I mean, if you were to have 3, 4, 5,000 contracts that you need to execute today to hedge a position that you need to hedge, if you put in 1,000 lot, I mean, this is the NASDAQ. Let's look at the S&Ps. NASDAQ is really thin. So if we're going to put in 1,000 lot in the S&Ps, we're going to knock price 10 ticks probably before we can get 1,000 done, because there's 43, 90, 100, 85, just about 100 average per tick. So if I buy 1,000, I'm going to knock price. And that's going to alert people to my presence. If I have to buy 5,000 contracts, I'm going to hope that the market is relatively range bound, and I'm going to be placing bids, just placing bids in small numbers, random numbers, 14, 22, 16, 56, 100, 102, 32, 35. But they're all going to be placed on the bid because I'm trying to get an accumulation, letting the shorter time frame traders, giving me that liquidity to have that accumulation by the end of the day. So when we do see, or if we can sense that there are iceberg orders there, we can sense, okay, there's probably another presence in the marketplace. We never are able to point out anybody in particular or any particular time frame. It could be a larger speculator just trying to get a large execution accomplished. But they do that. They're not going to put 5,000 into the bid. Once in a while, you may see 1,000 or 2 in the dome. For whatever reason they do that. They're just trying to attract that liquidity. But most of the time, they're going to be using iceberg orders, which you're not going to be able to really see. You may be able to catch them if you're watching time and sales relatively attentively, but you might also be able to see that the delta is increasingly negative as price continues to push higher. Well, here's today's profile. It's narrow range. We're right in the middle of the range. The market has been trying to push lower. We see Delta is negative 10,500, almost 10,600. Well, we haven't really been able to extend the range very much to the downside, have we? Is this an indication or an implication that there may be some longer time frame buyers adjusting inventories in this current range? It might be. We never know for sure 100%. So when institutions are hiding their big orders, yes, they are. Is Delta or watching time and sales an opportunity to maybe see if we can spot them? Yes. Is there anything that's going to be 100% for sure that we're seeing them? Probably nothing 100% for sure, because you don't know what that participant has. Maybe he's got 1,000 to do and he's just going to do them and then he's going to be done for the day. Maybe he's got 10,000 contracts to buy and he's going to take all day to do it. Or let's just be ridiculous and say maybe he's got 25,000 contracts to buy, which isn't all that unusual. Well, you can be sure that that is going to create a shorter time frame community of traders that are holding way too many shorts at the end of the day, and that's when you might get that short squeeze at the end of the day. Now, there's another way that's a little bit more diabolical, because iceberg orders are always being traded on the bid. They're adding negative delta. Every time they get filled, they're adding negative delta. They're adding negative delta. And when we see delta increasing in negativity and price not breaking or actually moving higher, that is a tip off that maybe there's a longer participant here that is really just trying to get an accumulation done here. And if they get the short time, if they get all my direct competitors, all the shorter time frame, weaker hands traders all short by the end of the day, we may see that short squeeze at the end of the day. So this is information that you can use as a trader. One other thing that they use is called a growler order, and it's much more diabolical, because a growler order will, let's say, buy 40 on the bid, and as soon as that 40 on the bid is established, it's filled, they buy 40 on the offer. They buy 40 on the bid, decreasing delta by 40. Then they immediately buy 40 on the offer, taking that delta away. So they keep delta neutral while getting a large accumulation of orders or positioning done. They're very, very difficult to fish out. But yeah, they do hide their orders. They do hide their participation as much as they can. And that's two of the ways that they do it. Great question.
Diabolical, to say the least. John, I'm going to throw you a softball here if you want to get ready your slide for your balance beam. And we're going to wrap up the segment, so you can pull that slide up momentarily, because I'm going to read a question that's going to tie right into that. We only got about a minute left. So while you're doing that, the question from Hoag is how to avoid the fear of loss and keep cutting my winners short. And I think it's going to play right into that. Take it away, and we'll close out here momentarily.
Okay. Who is this again? Highway. Okay.
Yeah, Highway's line 133, and it's Highway, one of our wonderful Taiwan traders.
Okay. Well, Highway, we kind of talked a little bit about this earlier, with somebody that was having trouble getting out of losing trades, right? The fear of loss is diabolical, right? I mean, first time you put a losing trade on, you probably thought, well, if I just wait, the market will make me whole again, and that's the wrong thing to do. You really want to be able to say, all right, if price auctions to this level, this trade is no longer valid and I have to get out. So don't fear the loss. Take the loss, learn from it. As far as cutting the winners short, that's just kind of human nature, right? Nobody likes to take losses, so we avoid them. Everybody likes to take wins, so we take them. So we end up with big losses and small wins. Got to try and rewire your brain to say, I'm taking small losses and I'm going to be looking for bigger wins. And it's a muscle like anything else. It just takes time. Just think about this, Highway. When you're adding risk to your plan, if you're in a random sim account, there's very little risk of injury, right? I mean, you'd probably be able to just kind of walk back and forth or dance across this balance beam that's on the floor. But getting into the trading combine, now you actually have skin in the game. and actually having skin in the game makes it a little bit more difficult to make the same trading decisions or following the same process that gets you from one end of the balance beam to the other end of the balance beam. Trading combine, you're 2 feet off the floor now. You're probably going to be stepping a little bit more carefully. The process is the same from going from one end to the other. Just the fact that there's more risk is going to get into your brain a little bit. And then funding, having real money, if XFA or a funded account or your own account. Now that balance beam is 4 feet off the floor, if you fall off of that, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. But the process is exactly the same from going one end to the other. So there's lots of ways that fear of loss can kind of sabotage your trading. Wonderful question. I know we're really short on time. We'll look forward to kind of discussing all of that and another session. Great questions, everybody. Robert, thank you very much, and hopefully that's going to help you all.
Sounds great. Always a pleasure, John. You're right. We do need to scoot out of here, but you're going to stick around. I'm going to be here for the next segment, Trade with Topstep, being joined by Anne-Marie. I see her in the green room getting ready right now. And we have everybody's favorite Mo Mohammed. Don't go crying to him. I got a nice AI background set up for this one, queued up and ready to go. So we will be back just a moment. Stick around. And welcome back, everyone. We're still sporting the hat, still channeling the JD here. We get a nice little, I would say surprise, but first time event here. We have Anne-Marie Band in the middle, and we have Mr. Muhammad on the other side. Watch me get the wrong weight again. Yep, wrong side. All the way on the other side. Mr. Muhammad, don't go crying to him. And Muhammad, I don't think I've ever been on specifically with you, so I made you a nice little background back here, and it is a whole bunch of traders on the ground crying at the charts, and Muhammad's in the middle. You're not going to cry to Muhammad on this. That's the theme of the game right there, so we're just going to have some fun. Let's just get right into the trading here. The house account is still holding it short at 20,545. I'm not sure if it's a quarter or not, but that's what I have marked down. And I don't know. I think, Mohammed, you said somewhere you were short. I would love to place that on the chart also so we can kind of keep tabs on it. And my account here is the house account. It is authorized for NQ also, YM, and for ES. So if we see something else, we're not going to hesitate to jump in. So, Mohammed, do you have a trade on, and where is it at, please?
Yes, sure. First of all, let me say my appreciation for having Anne-Marie with me for the first time. I'm really excited for this show. I think we will have a so pleasant show together. I'm sure that it will be beneficial. I hope that I am listening to Anne-Marie and me together. That's wonderful. For today, actually, I already have a short at the high of this range. And just because of the show, I have it a zero risk trade. Doesn't mean that it's a wrong trade. However, I don't want to lose in this one. So, because my concentration
what are you trading there, Mohammed? Are you on a combine here? And how many times and at what price? Leave? I'd love to mark it off so you can monitor it.
Yeah, this is a combine, 5 copied combine. I'm already 2,000 for each one today. Nice. The recent short was out of a scratch actually, so I'm square now. Why I'm taking this as a short? First of all, today, what kind of day that we have? Today is one of the easiest day for me to read, not to trade, to read, because there's 2 angles here. You need to read the market behavior or market price action, and you need to trade it. There's 2 angles. Sometimes it is very difficult to read the day, so that automatically makes it very difficult to trade it. And sometimes you can read the day, however, it is difficult to trade it. Today is one of the days that is easy to read with this spike up in the beginning of the day. This is a spike, clearly spike. Everybody in the world trading NQ has seen this one. Nobody will ignore it. So in this case, we mark this spike, and what happened after the spike makes the shape or the pattern. This is a spike and channel. Sometimes it becomes like spike and flag. Sometimes spike and range. Sometimes spike and Doritos, you know. So it depends on the shape of that we see after the spike. Anyway, we see the spike. Whatever the shape after, you mark the low and you mark the high and draw the Fibonacci from the low to high and find this area. Not this one. Let me do it with you. So from the low to the high, I only use Fibonacci only if I see a spike. Only. Some other traders are using them different way, but if I see a spike, that means everybody is interested to trade this spike. So what happened here, this should be, so we mark from the 50 Fibonacci to the 60 1.8 Fibonacci. So this area, so I remove this, I don't need any other level. So this area is an area of decision. Staying above, that means it's higher probability that we do the AB equal CD pattern. A, B, C, and D. Currently, C is here. It was here before. Now, because we make lower low, now we have to adjust and we say, okay, this is the C. So if the market goes back higher than this area, I call it the forbidden area, forbidden to trade area. Don't trade in this area because it is a decision area. You don't need to fight here with them. If the price is below this area, so it's higher probability that this pattern will fail. Failing means testing the law of the spike. So what happened, as we see here, we already broken this area. They tried here and then they broke it. So any long trade is preferred here for me. However, going back below, that means stop buying. Look for a short. Look for a short. This is why I took this short up here in this area. I took some profit and then I get out once the market get back to the forbidden area, not to trade area, which is between 553 and 580. So in this area, it is balanced. It is in the middle of the day today.
So Mohammed, that's exactly what I was going to ask you about. You defined that rectangle there. You seemed very sure in that frame out. Now, is that a Fibonacci measure, or is it a region where? Okay, so tell me what that Fibonacci measure is.
It is from the beginning of the spike, up to the last point of the spike. This one.
Oh no, I get the real range. What is the rectangle measuring?
Between 50 and 61.8.
Got it.
Of the Fibonacci.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
So
very good.
Yeah. So that area is a very risky area. It is a fight between buyers and sellers. Buyers would like to protect the spike. Sellers would like to make this spike fail. So don't fight with them here. It is very difficult to make a hard decision over here. If it is broken, so wait for a test and enjoy the short. If it is higher, wait for a pullback and enjoy the high. Either way.
Wise words. Mohammed, I have a question. Finish your statement first, and I have a question for you.
Yeah. So I like the short somewhere below that area. If any pattern here, you see a strong red candle like what we are about to see right now, that will be very, very interesting short, and only risk the high. You don't want to stay in this range. I don't want to see the price here. Go ahead.
Very, very, very good. House account is still short at 20,545. We're holding on to that, and in the chat was mentioned that, man, we didn't get stopped out, and no, we actually didn't. The stop is the order that is remaining unnamed. That's actually just not a large account on there, but it's a little bit higher than the high of the day since the trade was put on, since the position was taken as a short. That stop has not been hit. I'm just checking in with the crew. It is still long. We're holding on to it, and we'll see what happens. And hopefully Mohammed is right on. Well, he's right on. I believe he's right on. If it breaks out to the top, keeps going. Breaks out the bottom, it's going to keep going that way. I'm with you on that. We'll see what happens, and hopefully we're to the short side. Mohammed, my question was this: you said A, B, C, D. Are you using some of like the Wyckoff method or like the Elliott wave? Is that where you got that from? I'm kind of a nerd on these things too. So what do you think?
It is a harmonic pattern. I took it from the harmonic where you have A, B equals C, D, which is when you take it like this one, so you have somehow of a measured move from there to there. So I don't take it only I take it only if I see a spike, a clear spike. And this is a very clear spike from today's opening. I don't take it, for example, here. I don't take it here. A, B equals C, D. It doesn't work, for me at least. I don't understand it if it happens. But because this is not a real one move. It is not real one move. You will have a lot of people that they see different things. However, everybody agrees that this is a spike.
Yeah.
This is a spike. So it is clear. I use my Fibonacci in there. And then if I see a correction to the 50 up to 61, then there is a good chance higher probability that we will see that ABC pattern. However, if it is failed, that means the beginning of the spike is the target for those buyers.
Okay, so let me
That's
ask
excellent.
another
Looks like
question.
we may be dropping off there. Anne-Marie, go ahead with your question, please.
Yeah. So, Mohammed, when you draw that first spike and it comes into the 50 and the 61.8, is it reasonable to assume that you're going to look for a long there?
Long.
And
Yep.
show me how you would go, okay, I'm going to do it here, but it stops me out, or I want to do it here, but it doesn't give me the confirmation candles. How would you look at that?
Yeah. The entry for this one, I am looking long during this drop here. I was looking, but I don't buy a limit order somewhere. No, this is not how I do it. What I do, for example, the market reached this point and then it rallied there. There is no entry for me here yet. I don't have an entry setup. Where is my entry setup happen? It didn't happen even here. Why? Because the market's still under seller's control. I want to be long, but I have to wait until buyers take that control. Where did they do it? Exactly here. And that was my trade, which
because
made
it's
my
above your
$2,000.
ribbon. It's above your moving
Because
average ribbon.
Exactly. We have it. We have a correction here. The correction tested the moving average, and we have a nice green candle. So this one was my entry here. My stop was only here. So the market went higher until this. I think I took my target here, and I get stopped out over here. There is no other. This one was a trap. This one was a trap. I didn't take it, fortunately. That was an A setup trade for me, long. This one as well. The market again do it, testing the moving average, give me a nice green candle with a trigger, and unfortunately the market goes taking the low as an exit. So this is a nice trade, even if it is a loss. However, look at the exit here and look where did the market went after that.
Well, the risk is fantastic there on that trade. It's really well defined. I like it a lot.
Very good. I love the way he breaks this down and calls it out. Mohammed
Me
is
too.
the man.
And
Mohammed, I think that short you have is closed now, correct? You close your short?
Yeah, I closed it at break even because I wasn't paying attention to that trade. When you on TV, it's sometime you need to. I don't like to just leave a trade without watching. I know that I will. Maybe if I am in a power hour, I will keep it.
Sure. If we get a P&L update from you, and while you're getting that P&L update, I see a chart in the background, some wise words of wisdom. So lay out your updated P&L for us. We can update the charts, and then we're going to pull in and zoom in on your background there for a moment.
That says my P&L is plus $2,000-ish, $2,000 on the day on 5 combine. And this one is saying don't do something today that your future self will thank you for.
That's beautiful.
I have another one. I will get it from there.
Please, yes, I love those things. It's Anne-Marie, we talk about these things all the time about how you can positively influence yourself. And I made this comment not long ago about even your password can be today will be a good day. With an @ sign. What is this? Sometimes.
That is in front of my face.
Oh my God. Okay, that is the funniest sign I've seen in a long time.
That's amazing. I would change the first word from sometimes to all the time. I think that's about it.
Okay,
I love it. If you see any trades, let us know. We'll follow you with the house account. House account is still short from 20,545. Came close to the stop earlier, but we didn't hit it. Everyone else is flat. Emery, did you take anything today on any other accounts? Or I know you like dabbling in YM sometimes.
I did, actually. And they're on my chart. I took the ES short coming off of this high. That was.
You can maximize that screen there so we can see it.
Oh yeah, actually, here's the one that I I traded gold and I traded the YM today. So I will use the YM. All right, let me choose a default. It's the only thing I don't like about these things. Nope, that's not it. All right, so I will move this to 1. And then I will put in my YM. Had a couple of trades here today in the YM. I felt like the chart was stalling out, and so I shorted the top of the range. And every time it came into a higher low, so I said, I'm not going to short it anymore, because if it keeps giving me a higher low, it's going to give me a blow off top as long as it keeps trending higher from underneath. It's just going to collapse, I think, from the sellers just going to get out of the way. And so I did that. And then I took the gold short, actually wrote it into the chart. I said, hey, listen, this looks like a double top to me. And so I shorted that. That was nice. And yeah, that's pretty much all I've done today. Just really, really simple, straightforward. If it wasn't screaming at me, listen, you got to take this trade, I just didn't take it.
Well, simple and easy is perfectly fine. I'm just going to do a little markup.
Absolutely.
We don't need my charts. I'm going to say where we're at right now. NQ is on a 60-point trade. That doesn't happen very often. It's probably because of that big gap up that we had coming in. Big push up that we had coming in right at the Asian Open. So we just kind of faded down the entire day. I did mark off one trade. I did not take this one trade that I marked off, and I was on production, so we can't trade that way. And it is a dang good thing I did not take this trade. It was a little larger zone than I'm used to, and this zone on NQ was in the entry. Again, this isn't in hindsight. It's just something I plotted out. Would have been 513 and the target somewhere around 495. So it's a little bigger than I typically like for a target. However, had I been on air at the time, I definitely would have thrown this trade in, and this trade would have been a loser. So I'm fortunate that I was on production and didn't have the opportunity to put this trade on, because we'd be walking away a loser at this point. But it happens, That's just all I had plotted off. So we'll see what happens if we get down through there again. Mohammed, if you see that failing, just like you indicated with the breakout above and breakout below, let us know. I will jump in, because right now the house account is heading in our direction. So keep going down, baby. Down, down.
It is going down. However, I haven't seen my setup or entry setup yet. Until then, let me show you what happened in YM. It is very interesting.
Please.
And today it is a spike and channel lesson for everybody. Here is the YM. Similar thing. We have a clear spike. And when we say a spike, it could be 1 candle, 2 candle, 3, 4. It has to be in the same color together. Each one following each other. I don't want to see zigzag move.
Okay.
It has to be a spike. If you hesitate to name it a spike, it is not a spike. It has to be a clear spike. So we have a spike. What happened after the spike? A channel. Then we see this nice correction. Where, from my eyes, I think it is the forbidden area. As you can see here, this is the 50 to 61.
That is
area.
Fantastic.
So now, where is
Take
the target?
notes, baby.
The target from the spike to the end of the spike, AB equal CD. Here we go.
Look at that. Very nice.
So this one
Love
is
it.
a successful pattern already done. So after that, now you look for. Now you don't need this spike and channel. It doesn't work anymore. You don't need to work their levels or something. This is done pattern. In NQ, we still haven't achieved it, and it looks like it will fail, because the spike, it should go from here, maybe from here. However, now it is clearly the price is below that area. So it is a selling. Don't cry to me buying NQ today.
No
Love
crying
it.
to Muhammad. No.
Yeah,
That was a great
so-
trade. I agree with you. That YM was really
Yeah.
good. What else are you seeing?
For the setup, what I'm looking for now, I'm looking for the market to go higher somewhere and show me a strong red candle. I want the sellers to try or the buyers to try and fail. They already try one. This is the second try. When they fail the second time, where are their stops? It's here.
Mm-hmm.
So waiting for a red candle and I will jump in short. Wow, this is strong green candle.
So do
And
you
also-
always look at the 500 tick chart to execute
sorry.
in
No,
the
no.
NQ?
Thank you very much. No. Should be 1,000 tick short.
Okay.
1,000. But I jumped to 500 for YM.
Okay. Yeah, because it's got
YM
less
is
volume
better,
for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now,
one more
Mohammed,
thing
you
here.
mentioned. Oh, please go ahead. Finish that. Go ahead.
What was that? Anyway, I will remember later. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask. You using the Fibonacci's 50 to 61.8, the sequence. I'm curious. Fibonacci number is actually 55, right? Not 50. Have you taken a look at that?
Yeah, I agree. 50 is not a Fibonacci number. However, it is a common number used by a lot of people.
Traders.
Everybody, okay,
Exactly.
it's already 50%. If 50%
Yep.
of this move, I will jump in. So
Yes.
I didn't try
Excellent.
55 to be honest, but because the 50% is a number that everybody is looking for, even those
Yeah.
who are not using Fibonacci.
Yes.
Excellent.
And
Oh, and
even-
trust me, I'm not questioning that or judging that. It was just really just a question for you to
Yeah.
see if that's something
Yeah,
you might
it's
take a look at in the past. So
interesting. Interesting to think about it as well.
Some of
my
these
thought
numbers are self-fulfilling, right? And so
Yep.
we know 50 is not a Fibonacci, and it's still used all the time. So
yeah, and I would say
Here
that
we
if we're
go.
going to trade in the direction of the Fibonacci, so you would want the 50 to 61.8 to get you in a little sooner.
Oh.
But if you're trading a retrace back, you might want to wait to the 55 so you don't get that little wick out if you're in a larger position.
well, it depends on
that's
the
what I would add to
overall
that.
direction. I think
Exactly.
it would depend on the overall direction of the trend.
Exactly.
Also, I don't enter a trade at a limit order. I still need to see the market to take control of buyers and see my setup. So it doesn't matter 50 or 55 for me.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Super. Hey, this is a great session. I'm glad, Mohammed. I don't think I've been on with you here, and the two of you at the same time. How about we get some Mohammed? You're better at this than I am. Let's hit the chat. Get some likes, get some subs, push it out there. I'm gonna put your information out there as well. So I want to leave it to you. Go ahead and ask our chat. They're gonna listen to you more than me.
I already had asked them in the morning.
I know last week.
Today I told them if it is less than 1,000 likes, I will not join the session. And here we go. Now we already 1,000.
You didn't tell us. You didn't tell us that.
Yeah,
we'd be waiting for you.
I wrote it. I wrote it in the chat up there. Around,
okay, gotcha. We'll do it again.
Fast market. Now we have to reach 1,500, please, before the session. Otherwise, I will leave before power hour.
I love it.
No power hour. We will shut down.
If you leave before power hour, our
show.
whole crew is going to be crying to you. So.
No, even the crew will leave with me. We'll shut it down early.
Oh no!
Yeah.
My finger's on the trigger, so.
Sometimes,
oh my gosh, it's hilarious.
To be honest, we shouldn't ask for likes. We shouldn't do that, man. This comes without saying, you don't need us to ask. I know you need to be reminded about it because everybody here is liking this show. Otherwise, you will not stay.
For sure.
3,000 people cannot be wrong, man.
No,
He's right.
exactly. The things I just put in the chat, the things that we do, we talk about when the market's slow. We're just waiting for a trade here. This is a lesson in patience if I have ever seen one. Oh man,
I am
when's the last
short.
time anything was stuck? Oh,
you took another short?
I am short now. I am short now. It should be 5:30. However, I entered at 33. My stop only at 50. So I'm risking, what is that? Around 20 handles. Target.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? House
First
account
target
trade for
is-
this? We're already in NQ short. Should we put the house account
know.
on and your whole position?
How
What do you
many?
got?
How many contracts? House account
for you? House account? I don't know, 5, 50,
Currently,
20, 50. Whatever you want to do. We'll talk it out.
And how
We'll
many?
talk it
How
out.
many?
If you think we're
how
short,
many?
short.
No, you are short already.
The house account is short right now. I'll need to get the number of contracts. They'll put it in our internal. I don't know the number of contracts from earlier. I believe
just
it's
short
5,
one.
but I will confirm that. We're short 1. Okay,
Only
we're only
one?
short 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
what
think,
do you think?
go ahead. Short 3 with a stop for those three at 62.
Okay, so I am now short the house account on my entry in the house account at 20,533. I will move my stop up a little bit as you had suggested. And how about my target?
Take to around, because we are looking for the stops here. Yeah, let's say, let me make sure that math should work here. So the 1-to-1, yeah, let's take it at 502.
We're taking 2 of them?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to do a limit by 2 at, you said 502?
02. Yep.
Okay, we'll move down to 502. And how about the remaining one?
The remaining, maybe the end of the spike or the start of the spike, which is 475.
Okay.
A question for chat. We explained the spike and channel today. Do you think this is a spike and channel or not? Yes or no?
Where do you mean? So I could be part of the answering myself, because I've enjoyed this so much.
Can you share my screen? So because I draw it on my screen. Yep. So do you think this is a spike and channel, and therefore we draw our Fibonacci somewhere here and we look for ABCD, or this is not a spike and channel?
I'd
Yeah,
like
what
to
do you think,
hazard
Anne-Marie?
guess while they're thinking
Yeah.
about things. You said they all needed to be in one color or one direction.
Yep. Has to be
and we
strong.
Yeah, and I mean, except for that tiny little red candle over there,
Yeah.
everything's really fairly green, and it's got that channel. So I suspect that it's a worthwhile test, especially if you're a trader like me that looks for price action to stop heading higher. I'm going to take it at the top of that channel when it starts to flatten out, right? I'm going to look at that trend line there, and I'll take it short into that 50. I love that setup. It's really nice. So that would be my guess.
Yeah, you're almost right. but defining the
Almost.
spike and channel. Yeah, almost. It is 90%. Let's
Which is
see
wrong.
the difference. Let's see the difference between this one
Okay.
and this one.
Okay.
Nobody will disagree about this is a spike or not.
Gotcha.
Here, you said, oh, there is a small, tiny can.
Yes,
No,
yes.
If you
Gotcha.
start saying that, that means it's not a spike and channel. Another thing, usually, most of the time, the spike clearly will take control from sellers to buyers in that spike. So control here clearly with the seller, lower low, and hop, one candle or handful of candles, the control becomes now for buyers. In here, it's not
so much.
Buyers didn't take control. Actually, they don't. They haven't taken control. So this is not a spike and channel. Even if we assume it is spike and channel, where is the correction area or the forbidden area? It's here. And now we are below it. So that means it's a matter of time until we see the low of this. Arguably, spike. So this is helping our direction. It's not a real spike. And we are below the 61 Fibonacci. Hopefully that we see the failure of this not spike and channel.
I'm seeing that hopefully we're getting down below the 520s. And then we have one more setup to go below the 520s. We had a small drop down around 505. Then I can definitely see the bottom out. So I don't get to do this often. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to request a poll in the chat. How about that? I don't get to do this very often. So you're all going to hear from me. I would like to have a poll in the chat to see if we are going to clear that opening spike. So let's put the poll. Are we going below 480? 20,480 in NQ. Will we be going to close that spike up that we were talking about last night? Please and thank you, whoever's on the polls right now. See how I did that? I love it.
Are you talking about the close of the market or visiting the area?
The entire as long as we reach there by the end of the day. So we'll do that. Are we going to close the market by the end of the day under 20,480? I would love to see that because that would cover that spike up that we saw at the Asian market.
Yeah. But when you say close, the market could reach the low of the spike and coming back again inside. So most important,
sure. So we'll say visiting, as long as we reach it.
Yeah.
Yep. As long as we hit it.
Do you think that? Yep.
We'll give it a shot. We're all short. The house account short, and the other account on NQ we have 3 short from 20,533. Mohammed says we're going to peel 2 off at 20,502. And that will automatically adjust the brackets I have on the screen that you can see on the left-hand side. That will automatically adjust them to 1 contract remaining, which will take off at 20,471. We'll just let that drop down.
Let's sing that song. 5 little orders jumping on the bed. Hopefully those will fall to the down of the range.
And there's the poll. Thank you very much. I don't get to do that very often, so thank you. Anything else going on in the YM? Amory, you were looking at that earlier?
Let me go back to it. I was staring down the NQ with everyone. No,
I see comments in chat, probably not below 20,480 for long. I also would agree with that, but hopefully it gets down there and gets close to our stop. But we can close the trade out if we're right in that area because we'll get within that 10% of our final contract and we can pull the trade off at that point. Hey, Marie?
Anybody big reporting after the close? It feels like we're in a wait state.
Yes. Actually, it's not waiting for report. I think it is waiting for the election.
Oh, you think the whole market?
Yeah, I don't see anything on the eco calendar. I see nothing on the eco calendar for after the close today.
Yeah, if you go to a very high frame, let's say the daily time frame, the market
Yeah.
is just at the high
Sitting
of a
around.
range.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, sitting cannot break that high. So maybe within the news that the reports for Microsoft, Alphabet, and I think AMD,
That's
maybe the
Wednesday and
market will
Thursday. Yeah.
visit the low, and within the election, it will break out up or low.
Yeah.
It will be a very hot week next week. Actually, I remember 2020 election. Market was so crazy for a
Yeah, it
full
was
week.
insane. It really was insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had some comments in the chat that the market's been bouncing off those lows all day, which we see, which I do agree with. However,
Yeah.
I feel I'm with Mohammed on this. I think Anne Marie,
Yep.
we're not going to put this trade on unless we agree with it. That it's
Yep.
going to break down at some point is what I feel.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, what happens? We get a stop out at at 560, and that's the way the ball bounces.
Yeah.
We'll see. Hopefully, we get down a little closer. We take some off with this, and
Yep.
we'll see how it goes. But we're in it,
Yeah.
and we're in it to win it.
Yep. So
Yeah, and we are making lower highs.
Yep. And if the market
even on the tick
breaks the 500, if the market breaks 500, you wish
we're gone.
to be a short.
We got in sooner, so that's even better.
Yeah, that's
If
fantastic.
the market goes higher, we will exit so we can protect our account. If the market goes lower again with a nice setup, we'll go back again. So
exactly. Let's
nice,
see. We're pushing down. I mean, the 520s is what's been bouncing off. Since since around like 10:30 Central Time. So
yep.
You can see this 1000 tick chart, nice juicy red candle here. This is screaming done. If I am a buyer, I will exit immediately now.
You actually said that at the beginning of this segment. You drew it right up on the screen with big. You wanted to come up a bit and have a big red body candle, and that's what you're seeing right now.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be crying to Muhammad. We'll be clapping for Muhammad, standing up in the middle. I guess you're in the middle of the background here. Awesome. See you go.
Once you draw a scenario or you are looking for something to happen and waiting for it to happen, once you see that happens, that means you are in a nice rhythm with the market. You are syncing with the market. Trade that scenario, because the only thing left is your target to be hit. So half of the journey already taken. The market is doing what you are saying, what you are expecting. So hopefully it will continue reaching your target.
Now, Mohammed, question for you. Let's
another word.
Here it's going down. Go.
If the market is not doing what you are expecting, that means exit your trade, because the market is not. You are not in rhythm with the market.
Well said.
Should we take one off and lock in some profits?
No.
Well, we do have that one up at 545.
No, not because I think it is going lower. No, I don't know. Nobody knows. But because your risk parameter now is broken. You are risking more than what you would take from the market. And nobody would love to play a rigged game. You are rigging yourself, actually. Because we have a risk for how many points, and you are taking half of it? Come on.
I was just throwing the question out there. I would leave it myself, but I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. I see that the DI minus is dropping up, DMI, the ADX is curling up, which means it's going down further and faster. You have those funky MAs going down. You have your trade on, and we're going to stick with this. I don't have any problem with saying that. I just want to throw out a conversation.
Yeah, maybe you can take it at 510, 90% of your target, as Hoag said always. Fine. But here, you're still in the middle of your risk.
Right. Agreed. And I'm checking on the previous earlier house account trade to see how we're doing with that and where the target was. I happened to be at lunch when that was put on, so I'm just going to check with the team and see where we are in that one. Excellent. Wow. When we say watching paint dry, at least we're coming down to we've broken down below the 20s. Now we're at 516, and we have one more little spike to drop off. I see that around 12:14 Central Time.
Yeah.
The low of that candle was at 506. So, Mohammed, I agree with you. If we break the 506, we get down below 500. It is look out below.
Yeah.
Very
You can take one
pretty.
here if you want. Take one.
Yeah.
Okay, I will take
And
one
that's
off right
the
now.
one from 545. Yeah.
Take one.
That one's
And
nice.
I will-
The other one. The other one at 505. Fine.
505.
Oh, here it goes.
Bam.
Here we
there it is right there. Now we are
go.
one. Are we keeping our target at 471?
Keep one. So we are
I have
short
one-
2 now, correct?
I am short
House
one.
account. But the house account already is short 1 before.
Yes.
Yes, it is, and I'm checking to see if that is still in. I did not know where the target was on that one. I was just at lunch coming back, so I'm checking with the team to find out where that target is.
Okay. So for this trade, I advise to take the stop to 39 now.
To where? Which where?
39, 539.
20,539.
539. It is coming down to 539. There it is. We'd be risking $100 at this point. We've locked in 932, unrealized $480. Was our target staying the same place? All right.
Yeah. And at this
Here we have
point,
it.
yes.
Yep.
Which
Mohammed,
target?
what do you?
The other target
you-
is at 475, correct?
471. I'll go to 475. There we go.
Fine. Yeah. Actually, once the market is there, we are putting our legs on top of each other, and we will decide whether we take it or not.
Yeah. Well, it's working out great, Mohammed. So far, this is excellent. Working out in the
Beautiful
favor.
trade.
In 932, unrealized 420. There was no loss to this trade because the most we would ever lose on this trade is $100 because of where our stop is. So we're at currently 932 realized. The worst we will get is 832 realized. Got to hand it to you, my friend.
Great job.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
fantastic. Love it. So, Mohammed, I want to ask you a question. I look at settlement a lot. And this morning, when I was looking at the NQ with the fellas on Fast Markets, I said, hey, we should hit settlement. So before we go long, let's wait for settlement. And settlement is at maybe 498.75. Do you ever look at that number? Does it matter to you? Or do you feel like once a chart's in trend and in motion, then settlement doesn't matter?
I must concentrate on the Globex timing. The market, for me, the low of the day is here around 475 or 476 or something. This is what I focus on. The settlement, I don't know. I never looked at it. Maybe I should. But it didn't affect my decision if the market is settlement or not.
Gotcha.
Maybe I should. Maybe that will improve also my decisions. Why not?
Excellent trade. Emery, did you jump in that as well? Or are you just kind of...
I did not. I wanted to watch because I'm very keen on taking in the things Mohammed says. Normally when he's on Power Hour, Mohammed, you make me laugh a lot. You say very funny things. You make things super lighthearted. Well, my goal today was I'm really going to study what he's doing. And in order to do that, I can't be engaged in a trade because my brain is worried about what's happening with XYZ.
Understanding.
And I really wanted to focus on what it was that he was saying. So I didn't follow. And I really wish I had, to be honest. So,
well, you can have another opportunity. He's on Power Hour today. You're going to stick around for another hour of Mohammed. He'll be joined. Andre's taking the driver's seat. Jack will be on as well. Then Hoag's coming back after his break right now. But Muhammad's going to be sticking around for another hour. And let's see what happens with this trade that we have on currently. Again, worst case scenario is we get stopped out that $100 stop, and we close out at positive 832.
Yeah.
Worst case.
You can put your stop at point of entry. That will not hurt because why not? Well,
Where do you want it, sir?
You can exit. I mean, at the point of entry if you want to keep the 900 that you already made.
Okay,
we have a
we'll
luxury
to break even.
Yep.
There we go.
Why not?
Move it to break even. So we are at 930. Close that trade. Robert's house account, because we still have the other house account going, is positive
Exactly, yeah.
931. Thank you very much, Mohammed. That was wonderful. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I love the confidence that he went into with the trade. Love the setup. Love the organized methodology. I know you have a room, Mohammed, that you teach folks in, and I just want to say that I'm sure people are very excited to be in there because your rhythm and flow is very organized. You have a great teaching way. That's really, really awesome. I love it.
Thank you. And to be honest, making jokes in native language, it's very hard. It's not easy, you know. I can do it in Arabic very easy, you know. All day I do jokes, you know. But in English, sometimes the translation you want to pick.
I'm sure.
Otherwise, it will not be funny. So if you are not laughing, so I'm sorry. You know, you need to learn Arabic. So.
Well, how about we do one? How about a nice clean joke in Arabic? We can clip it out here and go for it. Nice clean. In Arabic.
Wait, sorry, no, he's going to say it in Arabic? We could. Well, we won't know what he's saying.
We can still laugh. And he's got a whole.
Who says it has to be clean?
I know. If we can't understand it.
Yeah, I can use F word as much as I want in Arabic, you know. Once it comes to my mind, I will say it. Currently, it's somewhere there back in my mind. So
that's really funny what you're saying about the crosses of languages, because last night I went to the movies with one of my sons and my husband, and we went to see Venom: The Last Dance. And it was in English, and the subtitles were in Finnish and Swedish. And I was laughing my face off because of all the English jokes. Nobody was laughing in there. There's nobody in there that was laughing. It was only me. People were like, what is wrong with her? Yeah, so I have a feeling that translation for Finnish jokes versus American jokes, same sort of thing. So I get you.
Yeah, sometimes when I watch a movie, and you know, there is a translation in Arabic when I watch them, and they do jokes in English. If somebody next to me doesn't, you know, understand English, and I translate that joke to him, he's not laughing, you know. I feel stupid sometimes.
It's funny. No, I felt dumb in the theater last night. I did. I didn't care. I still laughed, but I did feel a little awkward for a time.
It's always something going across the cultures. You know, I don't know if this is still true or not, but years ago when I was I'm talking years ago, like in the 80s, in high school, learning Spanish, we would do these shows for Spanish and Spain-wide shows like that were popular there. And one of the things we were taught was you can clap your butt off and yell and cheer, but you can't whistle, because in Spain, whistling was considered booing. So you have to be really careful and understand. I don't know if that's true right now. This is back in the day. So we were in the audience clapping, you know, doing the whistles, and they were like, no, don't do that. So you be careful sometimes. But one thing means something else, and another language is translation. Well, listen, folks, this trade is finished up. Mohammed, always a pleasure. Like, I see you all the time on here, and I
Absolutely.
finally had the opportunity to share the screen
I'm
with
so
you. It was
excited.
absolutely my pleasure, sir. Great trade call out.
Mine too.
My
Anne-Marie,
pleasure.
as
Yeah, me too.
usual, and the two of you on here. So let's give you each a minute. Let's start with Anne-Marie. Please take a minute. Say your last piece. Mohammed, we'll give it to you, and then we're going to move out to Power Hour.
Well, I'm super excited. I got to watch Muhammad and actually pay attention to the trade. I love, folks, if you're watching this segment, you've got to review it and look at the way he sets these things up. They're just very anatomical. And that makes for trades where you can sit back and go, yes or no. And so I jumped right into one of his examples, and he said, if you have to go, well, then it's always a no. And so that's just very clean thought process for action events. And I'm so excited that I got to spend time with you. I hope we get to do it again, because I'm sure it'll be something different that we'll get to learn from you for sure.
Great. Mohammed, the final word, sir.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. It was my pleasure, actually, and was so excited. The market also today was so nice with us today. He showed us a nice example of a spike. We clearly explained it together, and we benefited of the failure of that spike. So if you see a spike, don't be excited that you want that spike to succeed. Maybe you can benefit of that spike to be a failure, because you are here not drawing the market. You are analyzing whatever the market is drawing for you. You are not drawing the market. I see some people, they try to do some nice drawing. You know, this is not a kid drawing lesson. You are analyzing whatever the market is showing you. So if the market decided that they will do a spike, you cannot do anything about it. You just watch it, trade off it.
Exactly.
Wise words. We thank you very much. We're going to wrap this segment up. We have Power Hour next. Andre is going to be taking over the driver's seat. Jack joining him. Hoag coming back on air. And don't go away. We have one more hour of Mr. Mohammed. And we're not crying to you today, my friend. Thank you for a wonderful segment and a great trade.
Today. No crying.
We'll see you in a minute.
Yes, yes, yes. The people wanted more Mohammed. Well, we delivered. More Mohammed in Power Hour, joined by Hoag and Jack in the house. First Power Hour of the week. Let's get right into it. House account is short one time from 20,545. Mohammed is short two NQ from 20,527 half. Correct, Mohammed? 527 half?
Yes, correct. Yeah, and this is my second short actually. I took one the last segment with the house account as well. We took our profit. We exit for the last contract at point of entry, and now the market is giving me another nice setup for short again after testing this area, which is between 577 and 552. Testing this area and going back again. I'm looking for a failure of this spike in the morning today. Okay, because we broke the 61 Fibonacci. The low, 475 is my ultimate target. I will take some profit in the middle here. I'm short two, so I will take one at 85. I will take one at 85.
Okay.
And it's almost the low of the spike. The whole thing that I see this spike failing today. We have a strong spike up with a channel. I draw the Fibonacci level from 61.8 until 50. This area, if this area is well broken, the higher probability that the spike will fail. As long as the market is below it, that means the five little monkey jumping on the bed will fail at the end of the day.
All right. Well,
You heard it,
Andre,
Jack.
I was saying off screen there that naturally we have only one NQ on while this is in our favor. Michael has done us the favor of disconnecting his screen. So we have to assume that the original stop loss and take profit are in there. I'm trying to figure out where that is right now. But it's about
I think I have an idea.
25 points in our favor right now. To go big and close that gap would be down to 2482 in the NQ.
482, okay. Working that.
Weekend gap.
Hoag in the house. Yes, gap closed. Can they do it by the end of Power Hour?
I heard from a little bird that the take profit was set at 2493, or sorry, 2493, and we have no control over it. So there we go.
Set and forget. Sometimes these trades are the best. But last trade right now, 20,000, and this is NQ, 20,517 last trade. See if we can push to the low of day, 20,504. Hoag, we're talking about these 480s, 482s all day. What's going to take to get down
Yeah.
the
Why do I feel that? Why do I feel that I am a host and you are a guest? Maybe because I spent the last segment with Anne-Marie and Robert, and you are coming to me now. So how are you doing today?
Yeah, what you should host, Mohammed. I'm doing great.
Yes,
How,
Mohammed, please host.
Good to be here again,
Go ahead.
Mohammed. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us, Mohammed.
On the upper left hand side, you have the hashtag Power Hour. Please go and share your
Yeah, could you take the Power Hour, Mohammed?
Go.
There we go.
And come on. It is only 1.4 likes, please. We need 1.5 today. That's it. Only 100. After that, we will close the like button. You will not allowed to do the like button anymore.
Oh, Mohammed, yes. Like Mohammed was saying, the upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Twitter, TopstepTV. Also, give us a follow on there. Send us cool submissions that you'd like for Mohammed to share back with everybody here on TopstepTV. Mohammed, that was amazing.
He's after your job, Andre.
Hey, by all means. By all means, hit the like button. What are we at right now? 1.3 thousand. After Mohammed asks, we are now up to 1.5 thousand. Jeez, 1,500 likes.
All right.
Mohammed,
somebody's eating
you have
tonight.
a nice touch. How do you do it, Mohammed?
Yes. We are not doing it.
question
You
in
are
the-
doing the whole thing. You know, the people behind the scene are doing crazy job. They deserve, as I said, this should come without saying. Liking this show, we should not ask for it. Actually, we should prevent it. You know, you're not allowed to like us. You know,
This is not Barney.
Exactly, and this show deserves more than just likes. 3,000 people are watching right now. It should be 3,000 likes right, at least.
I think. Yes.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. You heard the man. Click like, click
Why
subscribe.
you are watching? Why you are watching something that you don't like?
Oh, to hate chat
There's no
too.
answer.
That's fun.
Yep.
Even if you hate us, so you're enjoying hating us, like, please.
Thank you, Mohammed. Absolute best, man. You are a star, Mohammed. So glad you're part of the Topstep TV family. The people love you. You're trading, very insightful, very profitable as well. Mohammed short. 527 half right now. I was going short from 545.
Well, literally, I am shorting the low now. So
yeah.
Might be the longest house account trade we've ever had by accident.
Right.
I feel like we put this thing on and around like 10:30 or something like that, maybe a little bit after.
yeah,
It's
it
through
looks
neglect.
that the market is waiting for something. You know, it's just hesitate to go higher. Obviously, I mean, after this spike high, buyers are disappearing from this market, and also it's hesitating to go strongly lower. It looks that there is some little monkey on the bed are bidding on this market. You know, they doesn't want the market to go lower, otherwise it will smash quickly. Somebody is protecting the market from going lower.
Yeah, three big
We're trying
monkeys
to defend
jumping
this
on the bed are Tesla, Nvidia, and Microsoft, which are all down right now. Tesla's down about, I don't know, $7-8 from its high earlier today. That might do it. But the VIX is down too.
Do we have any report after close today, or it's tomorrow?
It's more backloaded this week,
Any
I
major-
believe. We got
major
Meta, we got
we
Alphabet, we got Microsoft, Amazon.
But not today.
Yes.
Apple, perhaps.
Well, like
Yeah,
Tuckman was saying,
numbers.
Tuckman was saying today that all these other Mag 7 stocks besides Tesla were at their, all-time highs basically right now. So their earnings got to really impress to bring it up, whereas Tesla was beat down after its robo-taxi event and just kind of made that money back, right? So a lot riding on these earnings.
So we did get the party started. Take a look at tilt here. We've seen a long bias all day in crude, 75% long right now. Seen a little bit of selling. There you go, John D. We got Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon all this week.
Them some companies.
Those the heavy hitters. All right, Jack, when you come on here, I'd like to talk to you about Fed Watch, 10-year rates, bonds, treasuries, all that good stuff. So what are we seeing over there in Fed Watch? I know we have a FOMC meeting next week on November 7th, a couple days after the U.S. election. So,
Andre, what we have here is as close to certainty as you get in something like the Fed Watch. Currently, the implied probability for a quarter-point rate cut is at 96.3%. And then 3.7 that it stays the same. So not much going on there.
96% certain. Unbelievable. Yep.
In 10-year world, in the spot 10-year, the cash markets, we made a run at 4.3%, and the yield today got rejected off of it. As I mentioned earlier, that's a big technical level going all the way back to, go to my day chart here. Unfortunately, you can't see the screen. Going back to July of 24.
Okay. July 24th. That's when the Fed had a chance to make its first cut, failed to do so, and impacted equities quite negatively.
You have some delta here, Andre.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Hoag.
Yeah, negative 10,500 in delta in the S&Ps, negative 4,300 in the NASDAQ, I've been trying to push this stuff lower. It's up to you to decide to go lower.
We got about 43 minutes left in the session. Of course, we have MOC coming out in about 33 minutes and some change. Right now, Muhammad short. House account is short. The NQ. You have the house account open. There's some more
I have a
trades if
question
need
in the
be.
chat.
What's up, Mo?
Chat is asking for ES what time frame tick chart you use. I'm using 1000 tick chart for the ES and 500 to the YM. 500 to the YM. You might use the 2000 in ES if the volume is huge for that day. But I usually would use 1000. Another question about the EMA. It is 21 EMA. One for the close, one for the high, one for the low.
Awesome.
Do have a
So you
poll
got
up in the chat here.
Yeah. Will
Yeah, go ahead,
MOC
Jack.
push the NQ higher or lower? The correct answer should be I have no idea. But if you do know, let us know why you know. We'd be interested in that information.
Yes.
Lower because
OC's
Muhammad is short.
There we go.
Tell him, Mo. Tell him, Mo.
Yeah. Because I'm short, it should be lower.
We're bearish
It's a
right
matter
now.
of time.
Again, looking.
Yeah. If you
looking for-
just look this market, the market keep doing lower low. Every time they do a spike higher, they break the low. Do 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 spike higher, they should do. The market should continue what it's doing until proving otherwise. So I see this market is breaking lower because this clear spike in this morning. Everybody is looking to this. Everybody is every short at least is looking for the low. Maybe at this low, the market will start rallying from here because it took too long until they reach this area. Because imagine that you are a buyer and you bought somewhere here. I'm not saying the high, but you bought in this area. Usually you will say to yourself that there is no way the market will go here. So, and you keep that long, one contract, whatever, and just the market giving you some hope and kill you. Some hope and kill you. Some hope and kill you.
Kill you
until
again.
you get out, and then you say whatever everybody's saying. The market take me down and then fly. That's what will happen here. Because all buyers, most 90% of the buyers, I mean retail buyers, I don't think they have lower than this area as a stop loss. I don't think so. Maybe here, 459, maybe.
We also have a pretty big planned ahead of time volatility event coming to the United States in about, I don't know, let's say 8 days. And pushing pretty high. I don't know. It's kind of attractive maybe to de-risk a little bit.
Yeah. Cash in the chips. Keep the powder dry. All right, see if we can get some more selling here. We're about 3 points off the lows in the NQ. Last trade, 20,507. Low of the day, 20,504. Again, perhaps looking for a gap fill down to 20,480, 482-ish. Seems to be meeting some support, a demand area, if you will, right around these lows.
Yep. They will not make it so easy. They will not just go to our target. No.
I wish they would make it easy, Mo.
Yeah, they like to do some drama on that. You know, it's not fun.
Never be a straight line. We're taking a look at some of these other markets. ES, much tighter range, obviously. As volatile as, I guess NQ's been pretty tame as well. Keep looking at these 58. Everyone's talking about the 58.50 level in S&P's. Last trade, 58.66. just kind of wait and see right now, Hoag, until we get some more information, like earnings, perhaps, inflation stuff. I mean, we got jobs at the end of the week as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was really kind of postulating this morning that we would be relatively range bound. We all knew about the gap. Markets are very visual. If that's what people are looking at, that's where price is going to go. It seems to be working its way down to that level here, very slowly but surely. But we do have a lot of big earnings. We have important economic information this week. We know that the unemployment numbers, non-farm payrolls are coming out on Friday, and then with the election on Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, a lot of folks are just going to be kind of watching to see what happens, and whether it affects the market or not is unknown, of course. But it seems to me that a lot of folks are just kind of hanging around, waiting for new information, and that's okay. There's still opportunity here. We got Mohammed here with a nice winning trade on in the house account here, and just very small range in the S&P is 20 3/4 of a point range in the S&Ps all day long. A lot of repair, a lot of repair today.
Do we have failed? No, in S&P, the spike is not failing. So, as I remember, S&P is more honest than the NQ. The NQ is the big liar here. So, as long as S&P is above 5,863 at this area, which is between 5,857 and 63, as long as the price is higher, I think we have potential to visit the ABCD from this spike, which is currently around 5,900. If the price broke the low, if the price broke the low of the 61 Fibonacci 5,885, then there is a big chance that we will visit the low of the range 5,843. So S&P is stronger than NQ.
It is.
In NQ start to, I don't know. NQ pattern is failing. And it tested the area so many times. The same area, the same setup, but the area is up here. And it has been broken and tested 1, 2, 3, 4 times already. So maybe at the time the price goes to the low of this spike in NQ, we can see the S&P already in the interest area to go long, which is 8,557. So 5,857. At the same time, you will see the NQ at the bottom of that spike. That's how can I
keep an eye on crude. Keep an eye on crude here. It popped about 30 cents in the last couple minutes. Gold catching a bit of a bid as well.
And Andre, here's a deep cut.
I am so bearish. Yeah, I am so bearish in crude oil, actually.
Hit me, Jack.
I don't know what's happening.
The deep cut is that if we make a low in the NQ today for the week, there's 100% chance that it'll make new highs by Friday. So we got to keep that in mind.
100% of the time.
100%.
Yes.
100% play. Oh, Jack, well done.
We also do have a little housekeeping from this morning. So bear with me for a second, Mohammed, because we promised MP we would do it. We do have a Series 3 question because that's so important. Even though Hoag passed, even though I've passed, even though Andre has not passed yet, it's still important to do this. So let's go ahead and see the question. And because I passed, I just wrote this myself.
I took the ACI. I took the ACI certificate. It's somehow similar to the Series 3. Go ahead.
How'd you do?
I
Did you
passed
pass?
it, but that
Okay.
was 15 years ago.
Our question today:
I got
a
it.
short hedger describes someone who is A, long futures, B, long the basis, C, short the basis, or D, short the underlying commodity.
This is very easy.
Mhm.
Long the
Don't
bases.
don't neg my question.
Long or long the futures.
Now you got me.
No, I think you guys can just say
Yeah.
what you think it is too. Okay, let's go ahead with it.
Along the
Let's
basis.
see what the answer
B.
is. B.
I got B.
Long the basis.
All right.
Yep.
If I had put short the
Nailed
futures,
it, Andre.
that would have also been right.
Thank you.
You're gonna pass, Andre.
Short the. Yeah. So far, so good. Man. Next week.
Which day?
It's going to be Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay.
On a Tuesday.
Election day. You'll be able to vote that day
It
too.
is. Yeah. Should probably go vote today. I can. Yeah. You voted over the weekend, Hoag?
Yeah.
Nice.
Me as well.
Get that
Easy.
out of the way. Fish and Ticks in the chat says, Andre, bro, don't fail. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Seriously, Andre, it would be so embarrassing if you come back on Wednesday having failed it on Tuesday because we're gonna ask if you passed.
I know. I think I got it.
Yeah, just if you don't want,
Has
if
like
you
that
don't
a
know the
while.
answer, if you don't know the answer, just choose B.
Is that the trick? Okay.
For
So
Barney.
C, but all right, I'm going B. Yeah, I'm going B.
B for Barney.
Got some B for, this is not Barney, Mohammed. We're up to 1.6. We got 1,600 likes because of Mo. Do I see 1,700? Not quite
Thank you,
yet.
thank you, guys.
You trying to buy it here?
You got a short squeeze coming here, Andre?
Oh, that means they would short squeeze. Depends on the delta. What's delta looking like, Hoag? It was minus 10,500 in the ES and also minus 4,300 in the NQ. Can we get an update?
Still minus 4,300 in the NASDAQ, but now it's minus 9,700 in the S&Ps.
700. Okay. Lightening up a little bit.
Back to the center of the range.
No, Tex, I don't think we need Susan for Power Hour.
Huh.
Jack's nemesis.
I think it's unlikely that on the vast majority of days she is still trading at that time.
I am catching a slight bid. Yes, and NQ as well. Nothing wild just yet. Still 82% long in the crude on the tilt. Everything else pretty much 50-50. Last trade in the crude, $67.88. Running for $68.
Come on, market.
Delta. Yes, market.
Are you serious? Is this?
Talk to us, market.
It's very slow.
Do the right thing. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Mohammed, we've been talking about it.
Today-
Anytime there's been a little bit of a spike, we've seen the sellers step in. So that's the trend. Don't come crying to Mo if you buy it and get long. No reason for that to change. 85% long crude right now.
That much?
Yeah, average price. Let me check this out.
Okay.
Oops.
Now the break of
85%
the the break of the 500 will be very strong now because it's obvious that buyers has accumulated a lot of stops within this move. So it's already, obvious the stop is here. Now the last move. Now if we break that low, at least we will see the same size of this move down there. So always invert the recent move, which is We take it from here to the high, if this is the high. So at least if we break that low, we will see the 80s.
Okay.
Market is just shy to go there. Just go there. You can do it.
You're home.
You can do it.
It's your home.
Go to your home.
Happy Gilmore.
The best. They're filming Happy Gilmore too, I saw.
That's what I hear.
Sim 420 in the chat. Game 3 tonight in the World Series. Indeed. Back in New York, the Bronx. Should be a good one. Nothing like those New York fans. 80% long in crude. Sought up to 85%. Price 67.85.
55% long the
Monday Night
NASDAQ.
Football.
I'm done with football, Hoag.
Done.
After yesterday?
No more.
I'm done.
Yikes.
Well, I'm glad you guys saved the Vikings from being the last in the division.
You guys are on a 2-game losing streak, aren't you?
Yep.
Stuff
Pushing a little higher
All right, got some more buyers stepping in
comes the
here.
short squeeze.
ES targeting. Here it is. ES targeting VWAP just got 58.71. NASDAQ bringing up the rear, not just VWAP quite yet. It's got some room to go, about to 40 points to go. Yes, kissed VWAP there. Pull back about a point. See if there's more gas in the tank. How much did they peel it off by, Hoag?
Currently 9,000 in the S&Ps. Not by much.
All right.
Negative 4,000 in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Short squeeze coming up.
By Spoo.
Hey.
870 last trade.
Come on, buyers. You need to do more.
Almost talking trash to the buyers. I love it.
More. Are you still short?
Yeah, of course. My stop at 50. 550. I dare you. You go there. You cannot. They will not.
You cannot.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Now he's talking the market.
Show me that you can go there.
Oh boy.
That's it. Is that what you got?
That's all you got, he says. Is that all you got?
Andre, I think our stop is like at 73 or something. So Risk is going to have to talk to Michael about.
It is right there, Jack. If it wasn't moved, that's where it is. So far, so good. What's up with VWAP? VWAP 20,575 in the NQ.
Who does Muhammad cry to?
Oh, good question.
I cry to my wife. I cry to my wife.
What does she say?
Don't worry about it. Fine. It's fine. You know.
Good partner. Good teammate right there, Muhammad.
Does
she watch you on YouTube? Does she watch you on TV, Muhammad?
Yeah, but she doesn't know what is this. She tried to learn, and she said, this is not for me. Where is my makeup?
Incredible.
I think we're trying to get my wife into it. We might even put her on TopstepTV at some point.
Yes, please.
Yeah, why not?
My wife. All right.
My wife?
I do believe we have some hashtag Power Hour submissions ready to go. Well, we could probably squeeze those in now. We got almost seen about 14 minutes, 24 minutes left in. What's up, Mo?
Sometime when my wife watch me trading too long, for a long period of time. She come to me. I say, "Don't cry to me after that." Stop it! Stop your trade. Get out! Or don't cry to me
Like
after
that.
the trading hours.
Yeah, when I started dating my wife, I was still trading at a firm, and there would be those things, those nights or whatever, where it would be like, "Oh, sorry, I got a call. I got to go to the office right now," and you don't get the credit for why? Why do you have to go to an office? It's like the effing bonds are too high. It's not like you're going in to like save a child or something. It doesn't demand the same gravitas.
Does not. Remember those days, Jack? Working, the overnights.
Night
leave.
desks.
Oh yeah. Zoo numbers coming out, honey. Gotta get in for German Zoo. What? Yeah. Right up against VWAP here in the S&P's 5870 last trade. VWAP or Mohammed short, house account short. A whole lot of volatility just yet. You have 22 minutes left. Got MOC in 12 minutes. On power
Are you
hour.
done already, buyers? Come on. You're making this very complicated. This is very easy. Go down. I mean,
go lower.
I don't know, but today is very obvious. It's one of the days that is easy to analyze. Yes, it's always difficult to trade, but to analyze this market, this is very obvious. They already broken the Fibonacci area after a strong spike. So this is almost 80% of the time. When this happens, we always see the start of the spike. Yeah, maybe not the same day, but we should be in our way there at least. Not struggling here. Okay, I think they're done. Okay, thank you, buyers. You had your fun now. Get away.
Had their chance.
Sellers for the true traders are coming now.
It's Mohammed time, baby. Buyers gave it one last shot, Mo.
This week is going to be lit. I completely forgot we have non-farm on Friday too. So we have the biggest companies in the world earnings, non-farm, and then a presidential election on Tuesday.
Sounds like the perfect storm.
Yeah. I advise people, please take it easy next week. Next week is the hardest, strongest week for the years, for the 4 years. It's very. Do you remember when the Nikkei goes down? I think how many percent? 20% in one day. That's nothing for the upcoming week, the election week. I remember 2020. It was a crazy one. So take it easy. Don't be just resetting your account. Learn from it. Watch it. Learn how to watch the market moving without you. You have to learn that, because what's most difficult for people, they don't like the market when it moves and they are not in that move. You cannot be in every move, especially if the market is so volatile. So take it easy next week. You are not missing anything.
Market will always be here.
Exactly. The only one that will go away is you. Market is there before we born and will stay there after we die.
The CEO of a former place I used to work had to be, and this person was a pretty legendary bond trader, had to be pulled from his desk by his brother-in-law while trading overnight during, I think it was the 2004 election. It can happen. You get a feeling, except that feeling could be wrong. Trade small.
Costly. Yep.
Yeah, and the world will not end. Remember that, because during trading you will think that's it. The world is never bet on end of the world, because it doesn't matter if you are right.
And you won't be there.
It
Yeah, you
doesn't
won't be there
matter.
to collect the money, right?
It doesn't. Correct.
Exactly.
Correct, Mohammed.
Yeah,
You got bigger
I'm not
problems to deal with.
Yeah, no, nobody is coming to you and say, "Wow, you are right, man." If you think the world will end, go buy a gun, buy a tuna, buy shoes, buy something that you need for the end of the world. Don't trade.
You say buy a tuna?
Of course.
Yeah, get a tuna.
Yeah,
a tuna.
Yeah.
We all need one of those.
Bluefin.
Because the
Yes.
inflation will be skyrocketing, and the most purchased thing that you would like to have is not gold. Nobody will care about gold. It's guns,
Fresh water,
and tuna, because it's long lasting food that you can keep for a long time.
Yeah,
And healthy.
not me. I'll just be short an NQ while the meteor's hitting Earth.
There's no NQ.
Hey, my
There
NVIDIA
is no
short
more
finally
NQ.
worked.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Hey, Gabe, if you're back there, we got power hour goodies for the peeps. Mohammed said, get your power hour submissions in here.
Let's do it.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. All right. First off,
Okay.
we have Lost Trader. Squint your eyes harder. You can see it. TopstepTV. Nice gesture.
Oh, no.
Get over that Wade.
Oh,
statue.
my God. Well done. Who was
Yeah.
that, Lost Trader? Nice.
Yeah.
Hey.
That statue was, I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how to feel about it. All right, you got Shaw Cunningham. Don't come crying to Mo in our little bottom right bug of a disclaimer. Actually, do not copy our trades. Do not fade our trades. And most importantly, don't be annoying. Don't be a squeaky wheel.
True.
You got Mass Trader Rick. This was from before the weekend, but I didn't catch it and I found it. I thought this was funny. You know, when you have a bad day in the market, you go cry to your wife, says, doesn't matter what they say. I think you're a great trader.
Is that you, Mohammed?
Mohammed, yeah. Is that what it looks like?
Yeah, you go to your wife and she says, it's going to be okay.
Yeah, almost.
That's how she holds you.
Yeah, except that sometime I'll be alone. If she told me, don't cry to me.
I'm crying to Mrs. Mohammed.
I got another one here for us. We got Angel. I'd mentally given up 2 weeks ago. Today I passed my third combine in a week. 150K and 250Ks. Never give up. Great perseverance, Angel.
Wonderful.
Grateful to hear.
Glad you're seeing some success there, Angel.
Absolutely. Yeah, Mr. Black Notebook. Manual lockout is the best tool to overcome overtrading. Changed a lot in my mindset. Continuing to push forward. He's up 8,200 in a 150K combine, so just almost that profit target. So keep on pushing, and we'll see you in the funded level very soon. And last but not least, you got Trading Baron. Took another 10K payout from Topstep on Wednesday. Starting to get
Very
more
nice.
consistent. Since June, I've totaled 70,000 in payouts. About 1 year ago, I took my first $3,000 payout and did not see another for 6 to 7 months. This game takes time. That is very true. Great job there, Baron. Jab, jab, jab is right. But that is what I have for you guys. And I do want to give a quick little shout out to Rooted and Free in the chat. Passed their first combine. So great work there, Rooted and Free.
Great job.
Back to you guys.
Good job. Love seeing the success stories. Love seeing people dig out of that hole. Be some of the hardest things, but once you do it, you know you can do it again and again and again. Stick with it. It's not easy.
Once you know you can.
Okay. Exactly, Hoag. All right, 14 minutes left in Power Hour. It's been pretty muted right now. And again, we got MOC just under 4 minutes. Had to pull up in the chat. MOC
we
pushed the
haven't
NQ
even
higher or
moved.
lower. It's pretty evenly distributed. 39% say lower, 31% say higher, 28% say no idea. What's up, Hoag?
Just saying, I feel like we haven't moved and we're still sitting here.
Change very quickly. We got a 100 lot here in the
530s.
NQ up at 530s. That magic number.
Well, depending on what happens today, this is at least a good example of with that house account trade, we would have gotten stopped out several times had we brought the stop to break even or something.
True.
Some food for thought.
Like that, yeah.
Some tuna
I like that advice. Tuna.
for thought.
Let's trade 20,522. Again, keep an eye on. It's no longer there, Hoag.
I'm sorry, Andre?
The 530s in the NQ. That offer is no longer there.
I canceled it.
Oh, that was you. You pulled it.
Yeah.
Let's see if we get some sellers here in the ES. Hey, saying hello to those people watching from Indiana right now. Shout out to Indiana.
Hoosiers.
Hoosiers, yeah. Valpo area. Yep. Hello.
Watching for the MOCs. Couple minutes.
Fort Wayne, Mishawaka.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to my ex in Indiana.
Oh boy, here we go.
You have an ex in Portage?
No, Fishers.
Fishers, there we go. Y'all got some Fort Wayne love, you hell yeah. All right. Buckle up. Less than 2 minutes. We got MOC market on close. What will happen?
You got GME up 10% today, Andre. Been a long
Still got
time.
that going, Jack?
Yeah. Rolled it into December now.
Sir.
I think that'll be the finale because I want it off the books before the end of the tax year.
Very good.
Well, I bought some. I don't know if you guys want to hear about this, but I bought some stock about 3 weeks ago, and it's 1.5 times what I paid for it right now. 2.5 times what I paid for it right now.
That's what's up.
Truth Social. Bought a bunch at
making
$20.
money.
It's $47 now.
Man. Cash in.
Crazy.
Oh.
I wish they were all like
Scalp.
that.
I was going to say it's a quick scalp. All right, here we go. Buckle up. 30 seconds. Where's Eddie? Eddie be right now getting ready for that MOC. Mohammed, we're in the money right now.
Yep. Market keep giving short signals. However, and then nothing happened. Even when you see the buyers are coming very strong, and then they stall. Coming very strong, and they failed. They keep
5
trying
seconds.
and failing. However, the sellers are not interested as well. Yep, maybe now.
We'll see.
Almost see, yeah.
Yes, it is, Coach Dakota. Still in that same short from this morning.
Wild. Okay. Pushing lower here. 20,515 last trade in the NASDAQ. MOC to come out. Hoag, if you catch those, give it a shout.
I got them. I'm watching for them.
All right, cool.
It'll be a little bit late. Here we go. Here they are. S&P 500 down 740 million. NASDAQ down 355 million. Dow down 270 million. And Mag 7 down 240 million.
So about 1.2 billion sell side there. And that will change in the coming minutes. 9 minutes left till the closing bell. Are we going to keep this short on into the close, Jack? How are we going to manage this?
Ain't our problem. What will happen is if Michael's not paying attention, a risk manager, probably, let's say Brett, will slack him and say, "Hey, Michael, did you know you're short an NQ?" And then Michael won't answer, and then they'll just take it off for him. So that'll be the price we get.
That's risk department doing their job. Here at Top Step, love it. Always watching each other six.
Target was 95 for the house account.
Mhm.
Yeah. Just let's break this low.
Let's just get it. Make it easy.
95.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A non-issue.
Yeah, let's get it.
Okay.
All right, here we go. We got some selling coming in now.
go.
20,506. Got low today, 20,504. Can we push it to beneath the 500s? There got to be some stops right around here. Some stops just beneath the 500s, Hoag. Got to be some stops right there.
Yeah, we'll see the 80s.
Okay, Mohammed said it. Is there any liquidity here? ES or NQ? Nothing upside or downside is really sticking out on the ladder. Nice drop in the ES there. I want to push it.
Let's see some action.
Show me 504. Show me 504. That's enough.
Get the 504.
If you see
the 504, get the 500s.
We'll get the 80s for 80s.
We'll get the 80s. You heard it. You heard the man.
Yeah. This is
Listen,
this is the break.
Here we go.
This is the breakout short.
Okay, there we go. There's some stops that went off. We got down to 303.50 for 5 unlucky people.
Yeah.
503 new lows. Here we go.
Now they're luckier.
I really feel sorry for buyers. They're waiting for a long time. And this is what they got.
We go.
Don't come crying to me.
Where are you going to let him out, Mohammed? Where are you going to let him out?
Yeah, 84.
84. There you go.
Like that.
You don't feel that bad.
Buyers did come in.
They did. 502.
One more push. 6 minutes left. See how this goes. Thought that was going to be the magic push lower. A liquidity injection here in about 60 seconds.
Pull back there.
Yep. The one to sell. Dolby. Well, 2 more weeks of this.
Last
call.
Bounce.
Last call for all the longs to get out.
Did cat bounce, but we don't have time. Hopefully. Let's see.
All right, see what happens here in 30 seconds. Oh, did Delta grow there? Get deeper.
Negative 7,400 in the S&Ps, but negative $5,000 in the NASDAQ.
Oh, there it did. Okay.
Oh, there's some action.
Yep. Should see a push here. Or pop, I should say, in 10 seconds here. Buckle up. On the tilt. Bam. There you go.
Yep.
There we go.
Bam.
There we go. 499s. 497s.
Come on.
Lows.
Come on.
Do it.
Come on. Come on. That's not enough.
Teeth there.
80. 80. 80. Not enough. After this waiting,
straight.
80.
Come on.
Trade. 297s. Come on. 20,496 trade.
All right. The house
93
account is
scores. There we go.
Flash.
Finally.
Mohammed.
Give me one.
Mohammed. Well, that.
Well played.
ES selling off. Here we go. 58, 58, 59. The ES.
We can finally fill that gap.
Is that considered? Did we fill it, Hoag? I think we filled it, right?
Not yet.
I need the spike to fail.
got
Just
4 minutes.
watch the market when it reach 470s.
Yeah. This would be an amazing.
Yes, it will. An all-day lesson in patience.
Finally.
Was that close enough?
Thank you, market.
Rock and roll.
That's right.
Yeah.
Buyer's going to try to pop this. They got to be puking now.
This is a perfect example of a failed spike and channel today.
Killer trades, Dax. Miserable day. They literally made us suffer waiting for that gap fill all day long. Indeed, here we go. Another push lower.
This is
490
incredible.
straight, 49 straight. Yes, it is. How about this? All day
Come on.
long.
I need one more 100. Only one more 100. So this is will qualify as XFA.
Let's trade Mohammed.
150.
Taunting the market
Do it.
on the buyers.
Yeah.
Okay, get out the way.
2 minutes and change.
Thank you. One more push. What's the official price we got to get to for the gap close?
82.
Yeah, Phil? 82. Thank you. Do it. How's the count is flat. Mohammed's got one more left.
Yeah, one more left, and then I need extra $150. So this will reach the 9,000 target.
Let's trade 490, 20,492 for 20,482. They do it.
Saucy. Thick
Yes.
stack of offers.
Right, here we go. Here we go.
Really?
Here we
Oh,
go. Come
push a
on.
little lower.
Here we go. They're gonna bust it one more time. You can do it. Just a grind lower. Here we go. Got a 60 lot sitting on the 20,043 bid. Another 60 lot coming in on the 85s.
Buy the gap. I'm gonna buy the gap, Phil, if it comes. Guys, I'm just letting you know now.
That's probably a wise idea.
100 lot on the bid at 479.
We're
Go.
still so far away from that gap fill in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
S&P is stronger today.
Yes, it is.
The honest one.
The honest one. There you
Ooh,
go.
okay.
Mo calls it. 60 seconds remaining. I'd like to pull up the ES ladder. I get one more push in the NQ down to 20,482. Still some unfinished business in the S&Ps.
Oh.
Mm.
Nice trade, Mohammed. Nice trade for the house account. I want that gap all day. So, Jack, does this mean the 100% play is still fair game?
We won't know until Friday. Because
Friday,
there could be
that's
other
right.
lows
Still-
before then.
That's true. That is true. Look at that ES ladder. Look at all that volume. Oh, they're asking you to send this out, Jack.
Buyers.
You, Jack. I'm gonna throw it to you here at the close in about 10 seconds. Shout out to all the bellers. You're ready, Jack. Coming your way.
Thank
Mohammed,
God I'm
also,
not
you're
a
doing
buyer.
3 seconds, Mohammed. What are you gonna do, Mohammed?
I just closed this.
He just closed it. Nice trade. Shout out.
4,000.
Nice trade, Mohammed.
That was awesome.
Thank you very
It was
much.
fun. Got more
Good
Mohammed
stuff.
this week, of course. Great job, everybody. Shout out to Jack, Hoag, Mohammed, as always. Everyone loves you. Give a like, give a subscribe, and a follow to TopstepTV just for Mohammed. Anyways, thank you so much, everybody. It's kind of slow start to the week, but again, we got earnings, we got jobs reports, we got election next week. You buckle up. It's got a lot more in store. But anyways, to take us out of here, let's send to my main man, Jack. Go ahead, Jack.
Oh, goodness. I didn't know that this was going to get thrown to me, but thanks for watching
Oh, you
Topstep
did.
TV. I did not. But now I'm on screen. You're still in the background. Okay. Great day. Thanks for coming by today. But be sure to come back tomorrow at 8 a.m. for more Topstep TV, where I will be there with Hoag to start things off on the opening call. Rips is joining. Then Dakota, one of our top funded traders. He's also doing slow markets later on tonight at 7:30. We might have some drop-ins. Who knows? At 10:30, Coach Hoop is coming in. Then we got Isaac Rivera back in the house for Power Players. Always a pleasure to talk to him. I'll be doing Shoulder Tap with Ben. Hoag and Robert group coaching. John London's coming to trade with Robert and Hoag. And then Real Deal Zach is coming back for Power Hour tomorrow. So hope to see you there. Keep your eyes out because there will be more chances to fill out forms to join our VIP teams. We're expanding to 10 of them. But listen, guys, this is going to be a crazy week. And the Bears broke my heart and made me not like football anymore yesterday. But it's been a great upper to be with you guys today. It's going to be a hell of a week. Earnings, non-farm, PCE, then an election. Go out there and vote if you haven't. And if you're done voting, come back and watch TopstepTV. We'll see you tomorrow morning.